Morning, and thank you for everyone's patience while we manage some technical difficulties with our live stream.
We've been over there a couple times. It's pretty nice. I've been take it on to it.
Recording in progress.
Great, and thank you for your patience. And without any further delays, Chair Gore, I will hand it to you.
Thank you very much, Marcy. And I want to apologize to anybody who's Zooming in and joining us virtually, and also to Richard and Jack, who are joining us here individually and wondering why we're just sitting here yapping instead of getting to business. We had a technical difficulty, as we all know. As much as technology helps us, it hinders us at times. So now that we're live and ready to go, I'm calling our meeting to order for March 15th, 2022. First thing I want to do is ask everybody to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we're going to do a roll call and a sound check for all of our supervisors. So Marcy, if you'd like to, let's go around.
Supervisor Gorin.
Here.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Here.
Supervisor Corsi.
Here.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Present.
Chair Gore.
Present.
County Administrator Cheryl Bratton.
Here.
County Counsel Bob Pittman.
Here. Thank you, everybody. A reminder that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. Traducción en español está disponible en Zoom. To select translation services, please click on the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. Para seleccionar servicios de traducción, por favor, haga clic en el globo en la pantalla de Zoom y seleccionar español. Thank you very much. We're going to move directly forward into the approval of the agenda. Please note that items 5 and 6, the Department of Agency names have been changed to the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District, and that is for Supervisor Gorin, myself, and Mayor Dean. So for the approval of the agenda, I'm going to look for a roll call vote. Marcy?
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. We have items 1 through 15. As I mentioned before, items 5 and 6 are exclusive for the directors of the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District. We're going to look around really quickly and then go to public comment on the consent calendar. I do have one question to the county administrator, which is on item number 2, which is the consolidated budget adjustments. We're going to be moving into budget discussions later this year. I believe that that in this item, we've talked a little bit about the allocation of funding from the Kincaid fire settlement to plug our gap for a while. And then just an idea, if you can, on how that is allocated now and how you anticipate when that funding comes available, how we will review this in the future.
Thank you for that question, Chair Gore. So with respect to the Kincaid settlement funds, we're going to use them temporarily until we get the FEMA funds flowing for our COVID response. We expect that to happen in the next several months. And then sometime in the near future, we'll be talking to the board about how the board wants to allocate the settlement funds once they're released from this. So I would suggest by the end of the calendar year, we can revisit that topic and figure out where to place it on the future agenda.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And I know we've gone through this a little bit, but there hasn't been a lot of public comments on it. We will have time. For my part in that area, obviously we have huge impacts to the county as a whole. When that comes back, potentially having a review with Transportation and Public Works of the significant impact to Pine Flat Road and a couple others, and just a discussion. I'm not looking for allocations specific for district or otherwise, but I would love to have an understanding of the costs out of pocket for Transportation and Public Works, specifically, not getting into all these other pockets. But so that'll be a follow-up request. So any of my colleagues, anything on the consent calendar? Okay, so I'm going to go to public comment on the consent calendar, items 1 through 15. Here, any comments on items 1 through 15? I think you're both are waiting for the regular calendar, that first item. So nobody here in the chambers, anybody online, comments on consent calendar?
Yes, Chair Gore, I see we have a couple hands raised.
Okay, we're going to do 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. And thank you. The first speaker will be Will, followed by Efren.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Will Abrams. I appreciate being able to join the meeting this morning. And I also appreciate the comments of Chair Gore regarding what to do with the Kincaid fire settlement. I wanted to bring to the board's attention the side effects associated with that settlement also included silence around the criminal case, which is currently ongoing, where settlement discussions are ongoing between the district attorney's office and PG&E. I had sent a letter to all board members, as well as the California State Association of Counties, to intervene in that case and to submit an amicus brief on behalf of your constituents to ensure that public safety and victim justice are prioritized with any financial settlement. However, I understand that because of your civil settlement, you're unable to speak out publicly in support of your constituents and the public in that case, which I think, again, is a very unfortunate side effect of that agreement. I hope that members of the board will find ways around that so that they can speak out for their constituents, advocating for public safety, and making sure that PG&E is held accountable for their crimes. I've sat through the hearings, seeing expert witnesses demonstrate how PG&E committed many crimes. And I think the board really needs to take more of an active role in that case to ensure public safety and victim justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Well put. Next, Marcy.
Hey, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Gore, honorable supervisors. Efren Carrillo with Burbank Housing. I am here to support your actions on the consent calendar for item number 1. As the board is well aware, the city of Petaluma and Burbank Housing were just awarded $15.6 million through the state of California funding through its Project Homekey program. As your board item states, this award actually will support the creation of 60 single occupancy permanent supportive housing units at the studios at Montero, formerly known as the America's Best Value Inn. Just wanted to take a moment to let the board know that we are excited to partner not just with the city of Petaluma, but with the Community Development Commission, the County of Sonoma, and COTS, a local service provider in Petaluma, to ensure that this model will continue to be a success to permanently house our most vulnerable residents in this community. I just want to take a moment to recognize the support here that we've seen by the city of Petaluma, through the County of Sonoma, Supervisor Rabbit and Director Kiff and his staff in this collaboration coordination. Homekey was created to create partnership between local governments, tribal governments, nonprofit developers like Burbank, and service providers. And with your action today, you're demonstrating the true essence of that collaboration and partnership that will begin to chip away at the crises of homelessness in our community. Thank you for your support, Chair Gore, honorable supervisors, and look forward to the continued partnership along with the city of Petaluma for this particular development. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Carrillo, and for your continued service to Sonoma County. Others?
Thank you. The next commenter is Amanda, followed by Thomas. Amanda, are you able to unmute and begin? All right, and unfortunately, Amanda, I'm not hearing you. Perhaps you are needing to comment on a different item. Moving on to the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, this is Thomas, and I do want to thank the board for the America's Best Value purchase and a support of that with CDC and everybody, all that new work with Dave, Kip, and so on. It's important that the South County get representation within that, and Mary Isaac does a great job. COTS does a great job down there. They have a lot of permanent supportive housing, and they're going to do a great job. And I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chair Gore, that will conclude public comment on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring the consent calendar back to the board for a vote. Marcy, please roll call.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move from the consent calendar. Well, before we do, I just want to mention one thing to my colleagues. You know, we continue to have not only our appointments, but also our gold resolutions on the consent calendar. One thing we've wrestled with over the years is trying to make sure that the appointments that are the county-wide appointments, I look at Supervisor Hopkins and others as we've kind of gone back and forth on this over the years, is that they have a good review. It's not just the chair jumping in and deciding. So what we have right now is that all of those appointments are set to go to the clerk of the board, and then also come before agenda review between the two, the chair and the vice chair. But Cheryl, would you mind leaning in and just for a point of clarification, anything I missed in terms of that, how the clerk is going to kind of review those and how we're going to do outreach with other supervisors as necessary?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chair Gore. As the board will recall, back in November, we adopted a new rule as part of the rules of procedure, Rule 50, to clarify the appointment process. And so, as the chair mentioned, the clerk of the board will be collecting names for different countywide appointment positions and periodically reviewing them with an internal staff committee to go over it and make recommendations. And you'll see them on your agenda along with, applications. So the goal is to work with the district directors as part of that internal committee to review applications. So that is the plan. And I hope I
That's
answered
right.
your question.
That's right. That's what I left out, was the clerk of the board working with the district directors to make sure that they understand. And then the district directors could, with their supervisors, work to identify either outreach for people who might be interested or encourage them to submit names. Very good. Okay. The second thing that I just wanted to mention is that we continue to we have our gold resolutions. We've actually had some requests recently to come back and do pictures with us and come in and do the gold resolution work. One of the things that I was thinking about doing, and I'll ask the board not to have to weigh in right now, but maybe speak with the county administrator about your preference, but once a month or twice a month is get in here at 8 for anybody who's available to take some pictures with anybody we've given gold resolutions to. Our gold resolutions are on consent. At this point, I'm not recommending that we bring back the gold resolutions for comments and discussion. We've got a lot of business that we need to get done, and treating this as a business meeting is my goal, and making sure that we're available to support our community outside of the meeting or even before. So don't be surprised if you see some gold resolutions for folks who are interested. Come onto your calendar as not a mandatory, but if you want to join me and seeing some of the folks on different bold resolutions for a picture here in the board chambers or even outside going forward. I think instead of doing it here because of security concerns, having everybody come in and out, we're going to do it in that way. So that's our plan with that. Okay, with that being said, here we move on to our item number 16, our first regular calendar item, establishment of the Larkfield Estates Underground Utility District, number 1. Just a reminder that we did already review a notice, an intention earlier this year in February to bring this forward. This is the public hearing. Johannes Hooverts, our head of transportation and public works, in a fake office building. It's a pleasure to see you today. I think just so that you know, we have a couple individuals who are from the area that have joined us here and are going to ask some questions about our timeline and our work and how functional or dysfunctional our projection is with PG&E as well. So I sent you an email connecting them to you and also one of our community advocates there who's tracking this. But so there might be some questions as you stay on about implementation outside of just a general public hearing. So anything you can talk about in terms of the money we've set aside through the PG&E settlement and also stuff, how we're pursuing this would be appreciated as well in your intro. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Gore and members of the board. Johannes with Transportation and Public Works. Supervisor Gore, you've stated it very clear and correct. Probably about 2018 or 2019, Supervisor Gore, TPW met with a group of residents right after the fire. There was a group of about 10 or 12 fire survivors, and we started talking about undergrounding the utilities for this district. At the time, there was no funding or any type of mechanism to underground the utilities while there was reconstruction going of the homes around the area that burned. TPW worked with your office, and finally, when we were awarded the settlement from PG&E, you identified funding for undergrounding the utilities. At the same time, Supervisor Gore, you identify funding for paving the areas in the same area with either the PG&E settlement funding that you were gambling on that if it was coming, FEMA, or we were going to put them on the payment preservation program. We did that. We got the PG&E settlement as well. The timing of the pavement did not work out with the PG&E project. Rule 20A or Rule 20B in this case takes about maybe 5 to 6 years to be in construction. The process today would kick off the design process with PG&E, and that's why we're bringing this to the board. We expect that after today, we will start meeting with PG&E. Probably 4 to 5 years will be undergrounding utilities. The utilities will be undergrounding within the county's road right-of-way. The right-of-way, in most cases where there's no sidewalk, is behind curb and gutter and will be in where now properties are being landscaped or there are improvements. Our goal is to trench, bore as much as possible so we don't have to disrupt the parcels. But we are probably going to be facing that probably in 4 to 5 years from now, Supervisor Gore. I'm available to answer any questions that the board may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Any questions from the board? So Johannes, just from my part, we've talked about this, is that timeline is a long ways away for individuals who have come back into their neighborhoods, and we have funding. Through our connections with PG&E, talk to me about our conversations so far and anything we can do to try and push to get this prioritized. That might be something you and I follow up with outside. Say what you can now, but might be something for you and I to follow up directly in advocacy with PG&E and try and increase the temperature on this project.
Absolutely. Supervisor Gore, this is the first Rule 20B project that we are delivering in Sonoma County, opposed to Rule 20A, where the residents and PG&E fund the projects or the credits. This one is funded by the county. So we have the funding available. Once we establish the district, we can start conversations with PG&E on how we can expedite the construction of this project. And it may be the case where PG&E designs it and TPW hires a contractor to build it, or we do both. We hire a contractor to design the project and also construct it. So we have options once we establish the district, but this is what we need to start the process with PG&E.
Thank you very much. I want to also invite some individuals who might have some comments about this in the area. Johannes, I know you've worked with neighborhood groups up until now about scoping the different areas of it. I was just kind of trying to pull back up the agenda item. I'm not in the summary area, but the proposed boundary map, we're looking at, I'm sitting here kind of reviewing it right now. Do you have the ability to pull it up actually, or?
Yes, I have it up on my computer, Supervisor Gore.
Okay. Supervisor Corsi informed me that that is the Seinfeld apartment behind you.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Can you share your screen, Johannes?
Yeah.
Are you allowed? Marcy, maybe you can give him the ability to do it.
You should be able to share. Please let me know if you're having any issues.
So I guess the point here is that Johannes, as you're looking to pull this up, is that this is the map you have is of the district. It's not of the specific lines that would be undergrounded within the district. Correct?
That's correct. That's correct, Supervisor.
So, while you're pulling that up, I'm going to go to public comment, then come back and see if there's any questions or follow up from the individuals here with us. But a note, the point of clarification, I also emailed you with their emails that I got beforehand. So I'm going to go to public comments, or actually, let me go back. I have to forget this isn't public comment. This is public hearing. Thank you very much. Items introduced, staff presentation, board questions. Public hearing is open. So we are formally opening the public hearing. And we're looking for public comment on this item. So I first want to invite if is anybody want to comment, or are you guys good with what I've said from here? Okay, thank you for joining us here today. And we have some follow-up from those in the chamber. Any public comment online for the hearing? Marcy.
Thank you. If you could please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you are a phone-in attendee, if you wish to comment on this item, which is number 16 on today's agenda. And there is one hand in Zoom.
Excellent. 2 minutes
Thank you.
for the Zoom attendees.
Good morning. If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Thanks very much. This is Will Abrams, and I am a party to the California Public Utilities Commission proceedings, particularly around their wildfire mitigation plans. And I would just encourage the board to get very engaged in that regulatory proceeding. PG&E has put forward their proposed 2022 wildfire mitigation plan. There have been workshops. There has been ways for individual board members to engage in that. I understand that you are engaged collectively with other local governments, but I also understand that through that joint engagement, the voice of Sonoma County specifically might be a bit diluted. And I would just ask that you engage more forcefully within that proceeding, making sure that you are stressing the county's priorities within that proceeding. I think undergrounding is exactly the right way to go. There are other mitigation strategies that should be leveraged, and we should be pushing PG&E to make sure that that moves forward. One easy way to accomplish that is to make sure that our community wildfire protection plans are integrated with their wildfire mitigation plan. Currently, the wildfire mitigation plan put forward by PG&E does not at all mention integration with our community wildfire protection plans, but they call that a sustainable approach. I think in order for us to really tackle these issues, we really need to make sure that our CWPPs are integrated with their WMP. The other last point that I would just like to note for the board is that none of
Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. And thank you, Chair Gore. Board, I will hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to a vote, a couple things just in terms of follow-up. So I'm looking at my board members right now. I'm wondering if the board would be interested in us penning a letter focused on advancing some of these efforts with undergrounding and other things that we've done. I personally would love to work with Marissa Montenegro to have something that comes back to us that identifies these different processes, what we're doing now. I mean, yes, on the undergrounding on one location where we might have a Rule 20B program, but we also have credits on the Rule 20A program that we purchased, Johannes, from, I believe, Amador County. And then we have the mitigation programs that are going on. So I know we've all had, if you all have had folks outreach to you, we've had liaisons from PG&E come and present to us what their hazard mitigation work is with veg management, but not ironically, then they say that that's not public information. Once again, it's like, come on, show us where you're doing the work, engage with the community. As Richard out here said, don't you do community meetings before you put high tension wires above a house? I know we've dealt with this in the past, even with towers going up in small communities. So I just want to know, I'm not saying like this overly specific, but I would love a general letter that talks about what we need going forward that would set the foundation for us to follow up on specific things. So Supervisor Gorin, any thoughts?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to comment. And thank you, Will, for commenting. Interestingly, Hidden Hills, where Will lost a home in the Ribley Valley area, Ringa Valley area, he tried to work with PG&E to get the utility lines undergrounded, and it was prohibitively expensive. PG&E places an undue and unfair burden on any residents in an area for undergrounding. And yet we read in the media that the CPUC is really focused on pushing PG&E to underground as much as possible. We know it's expensive, and in some areas, the high voltage lines cannot be undergrounded, but some they can. And ironically, we're having some resistance selling our rental home that we lived in for 4 years because of its proximity to the high voltage lines. And so we're trying to get the studies that would counteract that. But I know that there is resistance to folks living around those high voltage lines. I think it is so important to marshal all of our energies and advocacy on asking for undergrounding as much and as widely as we can in Sonoma County. We've had fire after fire after fire, and many of them have been directly attributable to PG&E, whether it's been in the last 4 or 5 years or earlier. And we know that just talk with friends who lost a home in Colorado from electric lines, 100-mile-an-hour winds. We're living in a time that's very different than what we lived through in the past couple of decades. So whatever we can do to push the CPUC and to get more funding available to underground as much of the lines as possible in Sonoma County, especially for those communities that are struggling to rebuild, the better off we will be. So I'm all in.
Thank you. Supervisor Hopkins?
I would certainly support a letter, and I would also just ask that we have an opportunity to discuss district-specific needs. I know that I've had some informal conversations with Director Hoverts over the years, and would just love to get an update on how we're doing with respect to Rule 20A, how we're going to be prioritizing which communities, because I know that a number of years ago, when this project was initially launched in Sonoma County, it was launched under a very, very different set of circumstances, which was really talking actually more about aesthetic and historic districts and things like that. well, we now live in a world where what we really want to prioritize is reducing wildfire risk and sort of recognizing the, risk that is posed by overhead lines. And so, that's why, for instance, one of the sort of top things on the list was, I believe, Freestone, right? Was it Freestone?
Right. Yes.
Which is not a high fire sort of risk area, not a high densely populated area compared to some of the other communities in West County. And so really that was on the list primarily due to the historic nature of the community. It's great to get that done, but I really want to focus like a laser on those densely populated areas that are a high wildfire risk, and really honestly start treating some of our small communities that are unincorporated and function more as cities, like cities where, most of the utilities are underground. And so I think we have an opportunity, hopefully, to make some progress with those credits that we got from Amador. So I think we should absolutely participate in any kind of CPUC proceeding and make sure that we are advocating actively and also continuing to talk to our state legislators about this, because ultimately PG&E needs to be held accountable for failing to adequately invest in their infrastructure over the past several decades while they also continue to profit. So we're left with these really, quite frankly, ancient systems and not the sort of 21st century energy infrastructure that we need. So all about advocacy, and also would love to kind of get an update of where we are with respect to other efforts. And thank you very much, Director Hover. This is one of those ones where good work begets more good work.
Yeah. Any responses there, Director?
Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Hopkins, we actually have about 21 million credits on the Rural 28 bank that we have with PG&E. The Freestone project is actually in the high fire area of the county, and we've been working on it for about 4 years, probably going to construction next year. Later this year, we're going to start meeting with the board to get our 21 million credits allocated, so we can expect some meetings in the fall. As you know, the project was scheduled to be sunset, but it didn't, so we retain our credits. We just have to program the projects and start working with PG&E on delivering those projects. So that's our plan for this year.
So maybe we could expect, when we reset the agenda for the second half of this year, is that we should prioritize an item for Rule 28 projects. Is that it is? Well, look at that.
It is
I
scheduled
think
for
it's
May.
in December or
Okay.
November.
Yeah,
but it's on our
yeah.
calendar.
Okay. Okay, so Rule 20B, which is this project, is something that you do not fund with their credits, but you fund yourself. Ironically, with the PG&E settlement dollars going back in. So there's a specific follow-up that I'd like to have with you and this and the project and us advocating on a timeline, but then, and that's just a
Correct.
personal request. And then on the other side, for us to look at that. Supervisor Rabbit, and then Corsi.
I just wanted to say, acknowledge the director's initiative in acquiring those credits when we had the opportunity. I think that was a great move. We got them at a discount from other counties. So thank you for that. And that's going to bode well for our county going forward on the 20A credits. So thank you for that. I can tell you, as an architect who worked for 13 years in Sausalito, undergrounding of utilities was something that every project coming forward dealt with, and those Rule 28 credits were fought over tooth and nail. So having additional credits here in Sonoma County is wonderful. I agree. We still need to continue to push PG&E. There's no reason that, especially in those high fire areas, high wind areas, the susceptible areas that they, I'm sure, already know, all needs to be undergrounded as soon as possible. So thank you for your work.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, Chair Gore, just I'm supportive of both the advocacy and the update that's on the calendar. Look forward to hearing about it.
Thank you. So County Administrator, sound appropriate to work with our legislative coordinator in your office, Marissa Montenegro and Johannes, and to kind of put together maybe a letter focused on where we're at with PG&E and what we want to see going forward?
Yes, and I would add, we have a PUC lawyer that we've been using, so we should coordinate with council as well.
Okay, excellent. Sounds good. Thank you very much. Okay, so two different things. One is a general letter on overall efforts with PG&E and mitigation and work that we're doing and lining up. Then the second thing, Johannes, is request follow up with maybe Jen in my office to get us a letter, whether it's from the board or from our district, that talks about the timeline on this and creating the district moving forward. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that being said, I'm going to go to a vote. Marcy, we're going to accept the recommendation and moving to a vote to approve the creation of, let me go back and read it perfectly so it's on the record. Direct the clerk of the board or designee to give notice to the Larkfield Estates Underground Utility District Number 1 has been established to all affected utilities and all persons owning real property within the district in accordance with Chapter 25A-7 of the Sonoma County Code. And then in addition to that, to the advocacy measures that we specified today. Roll call vote, please. Marcy, thank you so much.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on from item 16 over into, and thank you, Richard and Jack, for joining us today. Jack, as you mentioned, living up in Cloverdale right now, thinking about building back on Brighton Court. Both of you for what you've seen in that area, what you've been through. Honor you being here today. It's actually a pleasure to see you in person. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next one up. Item number 17, Senate Bill SB 1383 compliance. Resolution suspending county code mandate to subscribe to collection service. Amendments to franchised hauler agreements and to county MOA, Memorandum of Agreement with Republic Services. So we have a couple of items we're going to go through right now, A through F. I'm going to look at my colleagues and ask as we go into questions, public comment, and coming back is potentially guidance on the items at hand or any tweaks you might want to make. I will look for a motion at the end of this discussion. So without further ado, pass it over to, I believe the presenters are Director Hooverts and Trish Pezenti, our Deputy Director at TPW. Trish, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Started here. Okay, good morning, Chair Gore and board members. Trish Pezenti, Transportation and Public Works. I'm here this morning to request board approval of the amendments to the franchise hauler agreements and the county's MOA with Republic Services to facilitate the countywide compliance of SB 1383. I'll also be requesting adoption of a resolution suspending enforcement of mandatory subscription obligation services as established by Chapter 22 of the County Code. In September 2016, SB 1383 was signed into law in order to, for the short emissions of short-lived climate pollutants, And in June of 2021, an SB 1383 board workshop was conducted. And in November of 2021, the board approved amendments to Chapter 22 of the Sonoma County Code and approved an amendment with Zero Waste Sonoma for the countywide support of implementation of SB 1383. Staff is proposing suspension of mandatory service. Self-haul in lieu of franchise service is allowed under 1383. Mandatory service is not practical in some of the rural areas of the county due to the high cost of service, and suspension of mandatory service will not compromise our 1383 goals. Currently, the volume of self-haul organic waste is less than 15% of the total organic waste that goes to our county facilities. The proposed amendments to the franchise agreements offer organic collection service to all property owners, perform route reviews, contamination monitoring, and reporting services, and adjust maximum rates haulers may set, verified as reasonable by the county's consultant, R3. SB 1383 maximum service rate adjustments. Sonoma Garbage Company has not requested a rate adjustment to implement the program. Sonoma Garbage Company has a small service area of residential customers, and most of their customers already participate in organic collection services. Recology Sonoma Marin has requested, effective April 1st of 2022, a rate adjustment not to exceed 2.4%. And on April 1st of 2023, a rate adjustment not to exceed 5.6%. The proposed MOA amendment includes the following: retiring the existing commercial food waste collection program and incorporating the program within the franchise agreements, eliminating the associated 421 gate fee, which funds the current program, and increase the Waste Management Agency's fee cap on self-haul waste by 421. Reduces diversion goals by 27,000 tons per year to reflect the elimination of diversion programs operated by Republic Services. Staff recommendations: approve the amended franchise agreements with Recology, Sonoma Marin, and Sonoma Garbage Company. Approve the amended MOA with Republic Services and authorize related changes to the prime subcontract. And adopt a resolution suspending mandatory subscription obligations as established by Chapter 22 of the County Code. Before taking any questions, I also wanted to mention that Cal Recycle is offering a one-time funding to local jurisdictions to assist with the implementation of 1383. Zero Waste Sonoma has tendered an application on behalf of all the member jurisdictions. If this grant is awarded, Zero Waste will be responsible for the performance of the grant as well as any required documentation. Zero Waste is eligible to receive $678,000, and this money can be used for various implementation projects such as education and outreach. So we're very hopeful that that funding should come through, which will be a big help for our continued efforts with our outreach. So that's it for the presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions that the board may have.
Yeah, thank you, Trish. Appreciate it. I'm going to pass it over to Supervisor Hopkins and then Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. And I did actually share these to staff ahead of time, but I would like sort of the answers on the record. I've heard from a number of communities, including the Sea Ranch, that actually want to have green waste collection and composting service, that they are actually being told by Recology that they cannot get it. And so, I just found that to sort of be at odds, obviously, with the state bill and all the conversations we've been having. So I'm wondering if I could get any clarification on that.
Yes, there are a few areas in the county, and the Sea Ranch is one of the areas which were considered a hard to service area. They need to be serviced with smaller trucks. And so Recology had not offered the green waste collection service to those areas. As part of our 1383 implementation, all areas now will be receiving or will be offered that service if they choose to participate. It will take some time for Recology to get the equipment that they need. And there definitely is some issues right now. There's some supply chain issues, and it could take them up to, 9 months, up to a year to get the new equipment that they're going to need to provide it. But at this point, Sea Ranch is scheduled to be able to have that service available to them, hopefully by December of this year.
Great. Thank you very much. And also just a follow up on a bulky item request, which is that, I actually recently wanted to have some bulky items picked up. This is something that we have negotiated in our contract. And my understanding is that it's supposed to be sort of within 72 hours of the order being placed. And yet customers, including myself, are being told that it's 3 weeks out. Obviously, if someone, say, has a flood in their home, they can't wait, 3 weeks for those things to sort of sit there and mildew, right? They want to have them picked up ASAP. So I'm just wondering if you could kind of state what that provision is for the record in the contract.
Well, you are correct. There is a 72-hour window that the service is to be provided by. I was talking with Fred Stemler yesterday from Recology, and they have definitely had some labor issues over the last couple of years with COVID, and also just with labor challenges right now. So there are days when they are short drivers, and so when that happens, they will only run 2 trucks instead of 3 trucks for the bulky collection program. But I did remind him of this commitment that is in the county's agreement. I don't think that time window is in their other franchise agreements. So what they are going to start doing is when somebody calls in, they will ask them if it's an urgent need, if it's something that has to be taken care of quickly, then they will reprioritize the order and get the work done within the 72 hours. So they had not been doing that, but he will be talking to his customer service team to make that information clear to them so that that service will be provided within that time window.
I really appreciate that. And I remember this is an issue that I've engaged on regularly with your staff and with Recology through the years, because a substantial amount of the work volume that flows through our office actually relates to trash service, right? Someone's trash doesn't get picked up, they call their supervisor. That's kind of how it works in West County. And I remember that when we renegotiated the contract, that we sort of got rid of the kind of bulk bins for everything, the 3-yard bin, and sort of made that on like a very specific case by case, but it was supposed to be balanced by better bulky item, faster sort of service. And so I just want to make sure that Recology is holding true to that part of the agreement. One last question, and then I'll hand it over to my colleagues, is just with respect to green waste. Rural properties tend to generate more green waste than fits in a bin. Is there some kind of commensurate bulky service, items, bulky item service, I guess, for green waste? Like what if the alternative is burning, right? And we're sort of still doing some of that, but certain air districts would really like us to do less of that. So I'm just kind of curious if there's an opportunity to either have a community collection site or kind of beyond just the green bin in terms of those compostable materials.
That's a good suggestion, and I can definitely talk to Recology. There's no programs of that nature in place right now. However, green waste would be one example when somebody, you get your bulky cleanup or bulky pickup 4 times a year. So you could use one of those and request a 3-yard container if you had, a large pile of brush that you wanted to put in a container. But for a cleanup that's going to require more than a 3-yard container, right now there's not a community such program in place, but it's definitely something we can talk to Recology about, possibly doing one during, possibly during a fall or during a season when there's heavy prunings going on.
Great. Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Those are really important questions. I represent the board on Zero Waste Sonoma, and we've been in discussions about how we implement 1383 for probably 3 years now. And it seems like we're no closer to actually getting to workable solutions than we were a year or two ago. And I just use my own community as an example. We are expected to put organic waste in our yard waste containers, and yet many people in assisted living facilities or active adult communities have gardeners, and so they don't necessarily have green waste containers. So then, or they don't generate a lot of organic waste. So then what do you do? I think it's been the discussion of the board that we need more creative solutions in understanding the specific, some specific solutions to some of the questions that Supervisor Hopkins raised. It's a bit of an anomaly because I serve with representatives from the cities with different challenges for sure. But I use my own house as an example. I still have a pile there from a year ago of flammable bushes that I've ripped out that I put into my yard waste bin a little bit every week. And I probably do need to get one of the 3-yard containers to just jam the brush into. It would be helpful, Trish. And first of all, thank you for your incredible work in this area. And we need to thank Leslie Lukash and the great staff of Zero Waste Sonoma for puzzling around some of the answers to these questions. And I do find Recology very helpful in providing some dumpsters on community cleanup days. And so they're helpful at certain times, but it might be helpful for you to compile some of the challenges that we experience in the unincorporated areas, the very long driveways, as an example, or very narrow roads that garbage trucks are challenged to get up and down to do any kind of pickup, so that Zero Waste Sonoma can thoughtfully move forward and improve understanding about the kind of creative solutions, maybe community cleanup days or a large dumpster location for community members. I'm not sure what the solution is, but I know we have a collective responsibility in trying to minimize the organic waste in the landfill. It's an important goal, and it's really challenging to get there. So thank you for your work. I don't have any specific questions, but maybe you could be helpful in generating some of the specific challenges that those of us in the unincorporated areas have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Others? Supervisor Corsi. Thanks for the report, Trish and Johannes. I want to just make sure that I'm clear on what we're doing here today and that the public understands what we're doing here today. In November, we were talking about mandatory organic and food waste collection. Today, we're talking about an option for people to self-haul. No longer talking about mandatory across the board. And I'm wondering what the impact of this is, whether there's been an analysis of the net effect of this change. I understand that you're saying that about, well, less than 15%, I believe, of folks do self-hauling right now. But I'm imagining that there are a huge number of people who don't do any food waste separation at all. And if that is not required, what do we expect the impact to be as far as the intent of SB 1383, which is now 6 years since it's been made law? How will this impact the amount of composted food waste in Sonoma County going forward?
That's a good question. Yeah, it's. I guess it's a little difficult to say right now. I mean, part of the process, one of the things that Recology and Sonoma Garbage are required to do is there'll be monitoring that the gray cans and will be actually audited to see, if food waste is being thrown in with the trash. There's also going to be some requirements of Republic at our transfer stations to look for food. They have to, I think, quarterly do a small sampling to see if there's food waste that is coming through in the garbage system. So, I mean, I know we definitely have some systems in place to, try to monitor and audit the process, and then, provide, more education, where it's needed. But it's really difficult to say right now, how much, we're not going to get when we, implement our new program and we do a lot of education and outreach to the community, just how important it is to keep our food out of our landfill.
I agree that the education and outreach are big components here that we're probably going to need more now, since it's optional instead of mandatory. A lot of people are going to resist that 8% increase in their bill over a couple of year period. So what is the plan for increased outreach and education around this?
Well, we're working with the JPA on continued. There's already been quite, we've done a mailer. The agency has done a couple of mailers, and I know there's discussions about possibly putting some advertisements in in the Press Democrat, but I think with the new with this grant that we have a very good chance of getting. I think, that's pretty much where all that money is going to go towards, is getting that education out there. And so I think there's going to be, and there's already been a good start, I think, to the public awareness. I mean, I have people asking me all the time about, now tell me exactly what can I put in my green can? So the awareness is definitely starting to filter through the community. And I think with more education and outreach, I think we're going to have, some good participation in keeping our food waste out of the landfill.
Are we seeing results of that education so far? Are people actually implementing this change, separating food waste?
It's funny you should say that. I mean, I know this is a little embarrassing, but I had my daughter who's got a family of 3 kids, 3 high school kids. And they finally, after tired of listening to me, have started. And just last week, my son-in-law said, I can't believe how much my trash can is only half full now. Just because they have been more conscious of keeping the food out of the gray and putting, everything into the green container. And I've had a few other people just comment to me over the last month how surprised they were now that they have started doing it, what it's done to their amount that's in their garbage cans.
Yeah, and I agree. I hear people talking about it too. I'm just wondering if there's any data that shows this is happening in more than just your household and mine, I guess.
Yeah, well, I know, and I mean, our amount of green waste that we collect has definitely been slowly going up. And I know on the commercial side, it's definitely been growing. Recology has been running separate commercial food waste routes. And just over the last couple of years, I believe they've had to add, they've gone from, 1 route to 4, almost 5 routes in the commercial collection program. So we definitely have made progress over the last couple of years. And I think with some really big efforts here with more education, I think it's going to continue to grow.
Okay. One more question, then I'll finish. But how many other counties are taking this route that we're going today?
Well, what we found over the last month, or since we met with you in November, we were told that a lot of our neighboring counties were going to be going down the mandatory route, and recently we found out that none of them have. Marin County, Napa County, Mendocino County, pretty much, we haven't found a county yet that has gone down the mandatory route. They all pretty much have gone with allowing the self-haul, because the self-haul is allowed under 1383. We had received some direction from staff at Cal Recycle that, their push was for the mandatory, but it wasn't really written, as of today, it hasn't been written into the regulations. And when we saw that the neighboring counties weren't going that route, and understood that it was not, at this point in time, not a requirement of 1383, that's when we changed our direction.
Okay. Ms. Pacindi, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the line of questioning. And I guess that's always the love the data and would love to know more so. I think for city dwellers such as myself, I think it's just different than it is for those in the unincorporated county who have larger parcels. Because I'm not convinced that they're not keeping food waste out of the landfill, but having their own compost facility on site.
Right.
So it'd be great to know how that really fits in. I do think that for city dwellers, again, like myself, even though around my neighborhood there's lots of compost bins, people may or may not feel comfortable food waste within that, but want to make sure that they're doing the right thing. So appreciate that. It seems to me that, and just yesterday, I could mention going through cleaning out, recyclable containers that didn't have food waste on them. And between the drought what you do with that food waste, and then how you clean the recyclables, and then wondering if that recyclable is actually going to be accepted. I think we kind of are at an inflection point again, and I would encourage Zero Waste Sonoma perhaps to lead the charge on really kind of getting the word out going forward, because I know a lot of the and we have this argument at home a lot about certain items that may or may not be recyclable. We usually err on the side that everything is, because if it's in the gray, then it's lost. But I don't know if we're doing anyone any favors, and I think that we probably are a little ahead of the curve in terms of understanding what is what. But it goes to show you that I think we have a moment in time with this enactment going forward to really kind of remind people what you do. Some of the pictograms that are on the containers, there's one even back here, get so convoluted, and if you can't find exactly what you're looking for, it's a guess, and you throw it in one or the other. And somehow we need to kind of move that forward. I know it's not just unique here to Sonoma County. So I guess that's me on my little soapbox about this particular issue, but I do appreciate the action. And I do think that the options within the unincorporated area are not necessarily contrary to in my opinion, to the intent of the law of keeping it out of the landfill. It still may mean that it's being recomposted, but just at that personal level. And I think it works. It'd be great to have that data, but I'm not sure how we would get that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else from my colleagues? If not, I'm going to go to public comment. I don't have any questions right now. The only thing when we come back is I do want to mention, kind of back to Supervisor Hopkins' questions about the formerly debris boxes and now the bulky items. One of the things that we've run into with multiple of our contractors, and not only this, but other areas or franchisees, is the issue of workforce. And the question is always, is that a justification not to meet the intents of the contract? And so I want to, when we come back, kind of talk through that a little bit, but Trish and Johannes, I think we'll see about the direction from the whole board, but I know your goal, our goal, the contractor's goal is to hold accountability. If it's in a contract, we have to make sure that we're holding people accountable. If they are looking for an amendment to a contract, that's always a discussion based on your empirical analysis. But having items in a contract and continually to go to different contractors around the county who say they can't comply is not within the intent of our agreement. So I just say that, that's kind of something I've heard from healthcare, from other different areas as well. So let's keep that in mind. So I'm going to go to public comment on this item. And first of all, see if we have anybody in the chambers who's looking to comment on this. No, we don't. So Marcy, we're going to go to public comment online and provide a couple minutes, 2 minutes for anybody who wants to weigh in.
Thank you very much. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand should you want to comment on this item number 17 on today's agenda. And thank you very much. We do have one hand raised. And Thomas, if you can please unmute and begin.
Yes, this is Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. With regard to 1383, I have talked with Fred Stempler and also with Zero Waste. And one thing I mentioned in the monthly meeting to them was that there is a new countertop food composting device, which is really effective for people who might not want to be involved in the program. They can compost it at their home with this countertop device. It's really effective. So, and most houses don't have really a lot of food waste. They may be throwing a lot of things away, but the reality is the food waste itself may not be that much. And as you say, you can wash it. There's a lot to do yet with the food recovery program of 1383. It's a huge thing, and there's not a lot of movement on that. I did have, like Supervisor Gorin was mentioning, with her green waste, is that there's a conjunction, if you will, between this item and the previous item for which I had a comment but was not allowed to comment on the undergrounding, which has to do with fire and so on. And I believe there was a chipping program. And to Supervisor Corsi's question, which is what else is happening? There was a chipping program that the county had after the fires to allow people to chip, and that was really effective for Mr. Dirksen, I believe is his name, on St. Helena Road, up off Calistoga Road. That after during his fire, he was able to, his chipped areas that he had put chip down did not burn. Certainly did not burn as hot because they didn't have the weeds, the high weeds. And so there's a lot of things. These are a lot of conjunctions between these and the food.
We do thank you for the comment. That does conclude the time. And thank you. The next user is a Zoom user. So if you could please unmute and state your name.
Yes, this is Victoria Yanez. And I live at 801 Tupper Street. And it's a senior facility. And we have absolutely no consciousness regarding the separation of trash, other than there's bins in the back for the cardboard and bottles. And I do my own recycling of aluminum and plastic, at least what the recycle center takes. But I'm just thinking any awareness, any raising of the awareness around this issue is so important. I know there's other communities doing more around this issue than we are. And I think that we need to be up there because that's who we are. Thank you.
And thank you. That will conclude public comment for this item. Chair Gore and Board, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much. I was quiet. I'm going to go to my colleagues. Supervisor Hopkins.
Before making a motion, I just wanted to follow up on some of Supervisor Rabbit and Supervisor Corsi's questions earlier, which is that I think that one of the most effective things we could do to actually separate the waste stream would be to put giant stickers on the trash bins that say no food waste allowed. Make it really simple, make it really clear, because I actually think it's not so much about having access to the green bin, at least in these hard to service areas of rural Sonoma County. It's just about the awareness. I mean, I've composted food ever since I can remember, right? But for some people, that's just not part of what they do. And I think that if we make it really clear, and there's actually, I don't have data, but I have worked with event coordinators who say that when you have this kind of strong messaging at the point of collection, you see sort of a dramatic shift in people's behavior. This is, for instance, at the Gravenstein Apple Fair, right? Green Mary, some of these folks that really focus on greening events. It's when you say that the paper towels are made out of trees, when you say that you can't put food in this area, that people actually do respond and you see that behavior shift. So I really think that the education component is critical. And I'm wondering if we could work with Recology on something to really support that messaging to the point of when you're putting your trash into that bin and that bin is telling you we don't want food waste in it. I think that might be something simple and something effective. So just I don't know if there's an opportunity to partner with Recology on that kind of messaging. I'd also be curious to hear from my colleagues, but I kind of get the sense of, hey, how do we drive that culture shift? How do we drive that behavioral change? It might not be about what color bin you have at the curb so much as, or the non-curb, as the case may be in rural Sonoma County, so much as being very clear about what does not go into that trash bin.
Thank you.
I know that when you first get your bins, often they do have stickers, and the stickers peel off eventually and standards change. You're right. Education is absolutely essential, both for food waste and so many other things. It's been interesting using the bins and observing casual labor, construction workers trying to figure out where to put food items in which bin. Sometimes they go in recycling, sometimes they go in yard waste, sometimes the birds pick them out of the trash cans. So it is challenging, but education is the way. Stickers could be a solution, and I think working with Recology could be helpful. Interestingly, the high schoolers out of Sebastopol made a very effective video about where to put trash, which bin, how to educate the folks. And we might send that link to the board and put it on our website to help with the education. It's a little long, but very effective and out of the mouths of babes, literally. So, and even experienced folks on zero waste sometimes got those little quizzes wrong. So it's good to be reinforced. So anything that we can do would be great. And I'm ready to move the motion, but do we need to add anything out of our discussion to the motion, or do you have the direction from the conversation that we've had?
Supervisor Gordon, if you're talking to us, I think we have what we need. I agree with Supervisor, both and Supervisor Hopkins, that education, it's huge. It's important for what we're doing, and having flexibility. And that's why part of this item includes the grant for zero waste. It will be a partnership between TPW, Zero Waste, and Recology and Republic to perform this outreach and the education. We have to remain flexible in what we're doing, remembering that the goal is to eliminate methane at the landfill. And I agree with your board that in big parcels of the rural county, people do it themselves, and we need to be flexible. The county was thinking about waivers at one point. We just have to always remain flexible because we can't treat everyone the same when it comes to methane production and eliminating it from the landfill.
It also might be good for us to have some videos on our website about home composting, where we can compost those food scraps. And I'm always amazed at how long it takes to compost things in a little tumbler composter, but nevertheless, it's worth a try. And so if we can convince people, especially in the larger parcels, that, okay, if you don't want to put it in a yard waste because you don't have pickup, there are ways to dispose of it that that can generate the compost. And oh yeah, we have to actually purchase that compost in great quantities that's being produced.
That's right. Yeah.
Supervisor Gordon, I think you need chickens. They compost a lot faster and they give you eggs
Yeah.
too.
I threaten in retirement to raise chickens, even though Oakmont says I'm not allowed to. Shh. When I was mayor of Santa Rosa, I gave amnesty to the illegal chickens in Santa Rosa. So I have great pride.
Supervisor Gordon, I'll come back to you for the motion. I know there's a couple more questions if that's okay, but I'll come
Yes.
back to you when we're
Great.
ready. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I always remember the bucket by my grandmother's back door that had all the food waste in it that went to the pigs and
Right.
to the chickens. Just right out. I just wanted to follow up on Supervisor Hopkins' comment regarding the bulk item pickup. I know in Petaluma for a while, at least, through the franchise hauler, there were certain weeks that we would identify that you could put stuff out. Perhaps that is a better way to go than calling and arranging a pickup. I'm not sure which is what the contract says now, but it doesn't seem to me to be a bad thing just to have a certain week saying this is the week that we're going to come by with a different truck or whatever it takes to pick up the bulky items going forward. That way they won't have to put up with the delays from a phone call, making an appointment. Just throwing that out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Anything else? Okay, motion.
And I move all of the actions, whatever it is, A through F.
Yep.
And once again, thank Director Hovertz and Trish Pacenti and all of the folks working on composting and reducing methane out of our landfill. So thank you so much.
Do we have a second? Okay, motion moved and seconded. Supervisor Gordon and Supervisor Rabbit. I'm surprised there wasn't an amendment for amnesty, chicken amnesty, but I would have supported that as well. But Marcy, a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, next item is Sheriff's Office Helicopter Program Update and Options. That is going to be the last item before we go into closed session. So I'm going to take a quick break. Even though our clock in here says that it's 9:20, it's actually 10:20. So we're going to come back in here at the bottom of the hour at 10:30, give my colleagues about 10 minutes to grab a bite to eat, use the restroom. And Marcy and Noel, thank you very much so far. We'll be back in a bit.
Thank you all, and we are going to continue the meeting, so just one moment. Thank you, Noel, and Chair Gore, we're ready to resume when you are.
Thank you very much, Marcy. We're back. Item number 18, Sheriff's Office Helicopter Program Update and Options. We're going to receive a report and ultimately provide direction to staff. Our presenters are from the County Administrator's Office, our Deputy Administrator, Crystal Carrijero, Catherine DePasqua, and Sheriff Mark Essick. Sheriff, I want to thank you for joining us as well. And we look like this will be a robust discussion. We'll go to public comment after board questions. Thank you very much. Crystal, I think you're going to start. Or Catherine?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gore. Just waiting for the presentation to come up.
Sounds good. And then
Okay.
Sheriff will go to you immediately afterwards. And I want to once again thank you.
So good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board, County Administrator Bratton, and Council Pittman. I'm Crystal Carrijero, Deputy County Administrator for the CAO Policy, Grants, and Special Projects Division. My presentation today describes some of the research and analysis leading to the CAO's recommendation to continue funding the helicopter program for another fiscal year and terminating the program beginning July 2023. Next slide. Starting with a little history, the helicopter program was founded in 1974, and over the years, the program has alternated between using county-owned helicopters and contracted helicopters. In 2018, the county purchased a new Bell 407 GXP helicopter, a new Henry 1. At this time, Henry 1 is the only helicopter program in California that performs vertical reference long-line rescues, which allows for rescues 200 feet below without needing to lower a crew member to retrieve the individual. In 2020, in light of lower revenue projections, the county administrator asked departments to propose reductions facing an $8 million deficit. The Sheriff's Office included the helicopter program on its list. Then during budget hearings, your board agreed to use one-time funds to maintain the program for 2 fiscal years. The 2-year period ends on June 30th, and over recent months, County Administrator staff have coordinated with the Sheriff's Office, Sonoma County Fire, CAL FIRE, and the EMS ad hoc for input. The CAO reviewed program costs, flight data, other helicopter programs in the region, and alternate funding approaches to develop its recommendation. Next slide. This slide shows Henry 1 program costs, and as you see here, Henry 1 was purchased for $5.2 million using a combination of asset forfeiture funds, a small urban area security initiative grant, and a loan of $2.3 million. The annual cost of the program is roughly $2.4 million, currently funded with $1.8 million of one-time funding and $600,000 of ongoing general fund contribution to the Sheriff's Office. Should the board decide to fund the program for 1 more fiscal year and terminate in July 2023, the county would owe $1.78 million in one-time cost. This includes roughly $1.2 million to pay off the balance of the loan and an estimated $540,000 to return to the asset forfeiture fund. Funds returned to the asset forfeiture fund would be available for future law enforcement needs. In the scenario to fund for 1 more year and terminate in July 23, and assuming proceeds from surplusing the helicopter, the net savings to the budget in the first year would be roughly $670,000. Ongoing net savings beginning in fiscal year 23-24 would be about $1.8 million per year. Note that savings would be less than the full helicopter annual budget of $2.4 million, as the recommendation preserves nearly $600,000 of ongoing general fund contribution to the Sheriff's Office that the Sheriff could redirect to other programs, including ground-based law enforcement and search and rescue operations. Next slide. So staff reviewed recent workload data, and as you can see here, the majority of calls are either for law enforcement, 58%, or search and rescue operations. The remaining calls are a combination of medical service, fire suppression, and other details, 15%. Other details includes training, mechanical testing and maintenance flights, demonstration flights, and special assignments. Next slide. We also looked at the computer-aided dispatch, CAD, flight logs from January of 18 through August of 21. CAD data is captured from calls into dispatch, which includes a little bit more information, such as incident type and call origin. You'll see nearly 40% of all flights logged are for agency assist or outside agency calls. Next slide. The most frequent outside agency calls are from Marin County, followed by City of Santa Rosa and other jurisdictions in the county. Of the calls that originate in Marin County, 89% are for search and rescue operations at either Dillon Beach or Tomales Bay. However, on average, 47% of those calls are canceled before Henry 1 reaches its destination. Next slide. Staff also researched other helicopter assets available in the region, what capabilities they have, and the likely response times to an incident in Sonoma County. You'll see here that travel times and capabilities vary, with response times up to 1 hour. Sonoma County Fire recently approved a contract with Redwood Empire Air Care Helicopter, or REACH, for a joint all-risk year-round helicopter program capable of medical, fire, and search and rescue missions. They expect to have vertical reference long-line rescue capabilities available sometime in 2024. CAL FIRE's Firehawk is stationed in Lake County, and of course, its primary helicopter mission is fire suppression and firefighter safety. The Firehawk is generally only available during fire season and may not be readily available to the county if a CAL FIRE incident has an incident underway. Both the California Highway Patrol and the Coast Guard's helicopters could assist the county for coastal and inland search and rescue missions. However, both agencies have limited assets and cover wide geographical areas, and like CAL FIRE, can only respond if they aren't already on another call. Neither the CHP nor Coast Guard has long line rescue capabilities. Next slide, please. So moving to the options staff considered for the future of the helicopter program. First was entering into an agreement with another agency to establish cost sharing. Marin County seemed like an early option since they have the largest share of outside agency calls, but because nearly half of those calls are canceled and because of mutual aid considerations, we did not pursue this option further. Staff also looked into other law enforcement agencies with helicopter programs. Some exist, however, these programs are largely fully subscribed with little additional capacity, and not all of these have search and rescue capabilities. Regional helicopter programs are able to assist the county on search and rescue missions, but their operating directives and state mutual aid regulations limit our ability to enter into formal agreements with them for helicopter services. Next, we also revisited the possibility of charging fees. It's common for fire districts to charge fees for emergency medical service and fire incidents, and costs are often covered by insurance. However, because of Henry 1's limitations in responding to EMS and fire calls, we saw in the earlier slide that these types of incidents are a very small portion of workload. Charging fees for these services would not result in significant revenue to offset costs. The county's ability to charge fees for search and rescue is much more limited. Due to legislation passed in 2015, the county can charge a resident directly for search and rescue costs up to $12,000, but only if one, the extraordinary measures were taken to perform the rescue, and two, the person knowingly committed a criminal act that required the rescue. These scenarios are extremely rare. Third, another option is to partner with Sonoma County Fire and REACH for aerial search and rescue, fire, and EMS coverage. This option doesn't have some of the limitations that exist with CHP, the Coast Guard, or CAL FIRE, because the REACH program is based in Sonoma County, and Sonoma County Fire is supported by county discretionary funding. It should be noted that REACH, as a for-profit operator, must get special clearances prior to launching their aircraft. Under their partnership with Sonoma County Fire, they could declare launch under a public aircraft operation mission and forego clearances. However, this could affect their ability to be financially compensated. for transporting patients under public aircraft rules. And we, as the county, would expect that REACH would seek reimbursement from the county. Next, your board could also decide to fund to provide ongoing funding to keep the helicopter program in place. But the funding challenge is that the sheriff's office currently receives more than a quarter of the county's discretionary general fund. And this amount is expected to increase substantially when the behavioral health unit opens up. Annual estimated staffing costs for that unit are expected to be near $8 million. Further, the helicopter program is not a mandated service, which is why, when asked to provide a list of possible budget reductions, the program could be offered by the sheriff as a prioritized potential program cut in 2021. And finally, we considered terminating the helicopter program. Next slide. Given the county's limited available discretionary funding, the fact that aerial law enforcement and aerial search and rescue are not legally mandated, and other helicopter programs in the region can offer search and rescue, EMS, and fire coverage to the county administrator office recommends that the board fund the sheriff's helicopter program for one more year and terminate it beginning July of 2023. This additional year would allow the sheriff time to evaluate alternative ground-based law enforcement and search and rescue needs and come back to the board with recommendations. It would also give the county administrator and Sonoma County Fire more time to discuss possible partnerships for helicopter coverage. Chair Gore, that concludes my presentation. And as I understand, Sheriff Essick is on the panel as well as Catherine DePasqua.
I pass it over to Sheriff Essick. And as I do, Sheriff, I want to thank you. We saw the numbers. We saw what this does in terms of law enforcement. And I want to just get into it. So I want you to start off and talk to us about any high level stuff that you think we need to know as we evaluate this program. I want to add that while I respect that this comes with a recommended action from staff, I don't know where the board is going to be. Personally, I'm not looking to terminate this program, looking to figure out how to fund and transition. But I think it'd be good to hear from you about the program and where we go from here, from your perspective.
Well, great. Thank you, board members, colleagues, and members of the public for joining us today. I do have a couple comments I'd like to make on the presentation. And then, of course, I'd be happy to take any questions board members may have. First, I just want to, in kind of big picture, look at the Henry I helicopter program as a force multiplier. And at first, I didn't really understand that either, that term. But the more I dove into it, the more I learned about public safety in this county, I realized that our helicopter allows us to do things and accomplish missions and tasks with fewer people much more quickly. And a quick example of that would be doing a rescue on the coast. So we have the ability in this county with our fire agencies to do a cliff rescue on the Sonoma coast. But to do so takes anywhere from 10 to 15 firefighters and volunteers to set up ropes, have fire engines, equipment there, to rappel down a cliff, provide services, and then get someone back up the cliff. And it can add many minutes to the rescue process. Henry I is a force multiplier. We can use 3 people, a pilot, an observer, and a paramedic. We can arrive at the location typically within 10 minutes of launch, do a long line rescue, have the patient up and packaged and ready to go in minutes, and really only use 3 people to do so, and then maybe the ground transport or another aircraft to transport. So really what it does, it multiplies our force. It allows us to do more with less and quicker. And that also applies to law enforcement. When we have a pursuit, we have a wanted person, we're able to put the aircraft up in the air to give us eyes on a target or eyes on an event, so that people on the ground can make better informed decisions about the scarce resources we have. So I just wanted to touch on the force multiplier aspect of the helicopter. Without it, obviously we would need more force on the ground. So we look at cutting the program. Really, that cut would need to be made up in staffing on the ground, both in fire agencies and in law enforcement agencies. Second, I want to comment on the public use part about Henry One. And there seems to be a lot of confusion. And quite frankly, my recommendation overall to the board and to the public is that we seek the advice of an aviation attorney who specializes in public use helicopter law versus for-profit helicopter law. It is difficult to navigate. It's a very confusing topic, but I think it really needs to be explored if this board's going to make a decision about such a major program like this. There is a distinct possibility that we will not be able to leverage charging for services in other programs, and we may end up, as Ms. Carrie Harrow referenced, getting charged back by private providers to do the same thing. So we're really not saving any money. So I'd really urge the board to look deeper into the Pressler Act and the Public Use Act. I think also I want to comment that, I know the board has received a letter from the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association and the Sonoma County Fire District Association in support of the Henry One project. They talk about the incredible value that Henry One offers to many of the fire agencies in our county that are volunteer agencies that don't have the ability to upstaff for some of these things that Henry One acts as a force multiplier. I think, and then just two more comments. I realize the board item does discuss the funding for the behavioral health unit. I have to say that I don't necessarily think that's a fair argument. It's not really a binary decision between a helicopter and a behavioral health unit. This board and this county has made a huge commitment to mental health in the last few years. And the behavioral health project that the sheriff's office has been working on for a number of years really addresses some of those major strategic pillars in the county's vision. We applied for a grant with the state and received about $46 million to construct a behavioral health unit. Your board has committed to that project, and it is a funding choice, but it's also a strategic priority that we've set. So I do think it's a little unfair to pit one program against another. I don't think it's a binary decision of one or the other. I think it's both, and I think that's the expectation of the people of Sonoma County. And then lastly, I just want to touch on one thing. I hope you can appreciate the amount of effort it takes to recruit, hire, and train pilots to do the kind of work we do. Henry One program does flying that no one else in California does, and I would pit it against very few in the nation that do it. We have had this program for almost 50 years. We've had tremendous organizational, institutional knowledge, and it is difficult to find a pilot that can fly vertical long line reference in the conditions and the weather and in the conditions that we fly in. So I would just ask you to consider that as we talk about cutting the program, we are talking about the layoffs of potentially 2 professional helicopter pilots who work for the sheriff's office. And I also would just ask you to couch it that if the board makes a decision today to only fund the project for 1 more year, we can logically expect those 2 pilots who work for us to begin their job search today. And if they were to find jobs in the industry, we would expect them to go as soon as possible because they have to support families just like all of us do. So there is a possibility that if the board makes a decision today to terminate the program in roughly a year, that those pilots who currently work for the sheriff's office will start a job search. And if those pilots leave in 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, we will be without anybody to fly the helicopter through its end. So some might argue that any action taken today could actually terminate the helicopter program much sooner than is anticipated. So with that, I will end my comments and be available for any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate you and appreciate longstanding championing of this program and the benefits it brings. I want to kick it off just real quickly, Sheriff, and ask you to weigh in on something. I want the board to know that we had some meetings last week with folks from Lockheed and California State Association of Counties on some of the opportunities for other multi-use work. I understand you've talked to us and tried to educate us very well on how different services provide different options. But I just wanted to make sure the board knows that we did have meetings focused on Firehawk, which is a Black Hawk version that's retrofitted for fire and a multi-use helicopter. But can you talk just specifically about what Henry One brings that and over the years what you've looked at in terms of Henry One specifically, and then multi-use, because this has come up time and again.
Sure, I will try to navigate that. If I get off course, please prompt me. Henry One is a multi-mission helicopter, so it has the ability, as presented by Ms. Carrie Harrow, to do a variety of missions. About 58% of our work is law enforcement, but we do search and rescue, which supports our search and rescue missions in this county. That could be Annandale State Park, it could be the coast, but it gives us the ability to use our forward-looking infrared system to find people in the dark, in poor weather. So we have the law enforcement mission, the search and rescue mission, the firefighting mission. Henry One is capable of supporting a Bambi bucket and is able to do some limited firefighting and essentially being first on the scene. We do have that ability. And because of our proximity to this county, we can oftentimes be the first to a fire. A quick example, the Wallbridge fire, our Henry One crew was up there working and supporting firefighters the very first day of the Wallbridge fire and was using the Bambi bucket to support that effort. So it is a multi-mission helicopter. As Supervisor Gore mentioned, we did meet with some folks from Lockheed Corporation just last week to look at the capabilities of the Firehawk helicopter. Quite frankly, it's an amazing helicopter, but it also comes with an amazing price tag. It is something that we would have to really dive deep into to see if we could support such a program in this county. And so I would kind of just say that, we already have a great multi-mission helicopter available to us right now, and that is in the form of Henry One. If we were to look at a Black Hawk style helicopter, that would take a huge financial commitment, essentially 3 or 4 times what we're spending right now, and that's just on the back of the napkin math. So the addition of the Black Hawk helicopter would allow obviously greater lift capacity, so it could carry more weight. It could get firefighters to a fire and get them on the ground with hand tools. It could support a bigger Bambi bucket, carry more water for depositing on fires. But I think that Supervisor Gore, we would have to really dive deeper into that because quite a bit more cost associated with that program, and we have to figure out how to share that.
Well put, sir. Thank you. I'm going to go to my colleagues. Supervisor Corsi, I'm going to go to you first. And Supervisor Rabbit, if you'll be ready after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being with us, Sheriff. I have some questions about the future Sonoma County Fire / Reach operation. And I don't know if these are for you, Sheriff, for Ms. Carrie Harrow, maybe both. But I'm interested in the potential redundancies that might be created by having both Henry One and the Fire Reach helicopter operating in the area. You mentioned, Sheriff, cliff rescues out on the coast. My understanding, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, is that the future Fire / Reach operation could perform those types of rescues and also transport a victim if that was necessary, which Henry One can't do at this point. And I want to make sure that I understand that correctly. Is that accurate?
No, Supervisor, that's not accurate. Henry One is an advanced life support helicopter, so we do have the capability to transport patients. Typically, we defer to Reach or ground ambulance, depending on the condition of the patient. And that is precisely as I referenced earlier, because of the Pressler Act and the Public Use Act, we have a EMS franchisee in this county, which is Reach in that area. So we purposely do not compete with them. We do have the capability to transport, however, if reach is down, unavailable, or if it's determined by medical professionals on the scene that it would be adverse to the patient to transfer the patient from our helicopter to theirs. A quick example I might give would be a burn victim who needs to be transported immediately to Oakland. Sometimes we might forego the handoff and transport ourselves, and we do have that capability, but we use it very, very limited in the use of that.
Thanks for that clarification. The typical scenario, though, is that you would hand off to reach to transport. Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned the multi-mission function of Henry 1. It looked like from one of the matrices that was shown in the slideshow that the reach helicopter, the fire/reach helicopter, I need a better shorthand for that. But that also is multi-mission. The part that's missing there that Henry 1 functions is a law enforcement mission. Is that the only difference as far as missions go?
Well, Supervisor, I think at first blush, when we look at the matrix, that is what appears to be that the law enforcement component is the only thing that's not available in the reach. But again, I would really urge a deeper look into the ability for the reach/county fire to replace Henry 1. You know, our letter that we received from the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association makes an argument that it is not a binary choice between the two. It's really both. And the reason I say that is that Reach, as a for-profit company, has an interest in keeping their helicopter busy and booked all the time. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if this all-purpose helicopter, the Reach/fire helicopter, is on a patient transport, either an inter-hospital transport or some other medical transport, that means they're not available. And if we have a rescue at the coast, that means that if Henry 1's not available, then we have to go to possibly Napa County CHP, possibly Coast Guard, and those rescues, as you saw in the matrix, could be, you know, an hour away before we could even get that resource there. So it is a little bit more complicated than just to say it's one or the other.
Thank you. And I want to assure you, I do understand that this is not a replacement for Henry 1, wouldn't be a replacement. It does take on some of the same or similar tasks, but it is not the same. And that brings me to, I guess it's my last question for now. It's basically command and control. Who dispatches and who decides the priority mission of the fire/reach operation?
Well, I think that's a great question, Supervisor. I'm not 100% confident in my answer in that I don't know the inner workings of Reach. I do know that the most basic thing I can tell you is that the Reach Flight Operations Center is located in Texas. So all Reach flights in the United States are dispatched through their Air Operations Center in Texas. So that's why we see a delay sometimes in dispatching services with Reach. The request goes to Texas. They check weather, they check mission profile, and they check different parameters, and then they issue a go or no go on that mission. So that can add time when time counts, for sure.
Well, we're talking about not just a Reach helicopter though, but a Sonoma County Fire/Reach helicopter, and I'm wondering what Sonoma County Fire's role in that is, and wonder if CAO staff might have any further information on that question.
My understanding is because the helicopter is going to be operated by Reach, Reach is the operator, all that would be dispatched through the Reach system. There would not be a parallel system set up where Sonoma County Fire somehow sliced out their part of the dispatch. Reach is being contracted as the operator of the helicopter, therefore they would be the ones that dispatch them out of Texas.
Ms. Carriero or Ms. DePasqua,
Yes, to the chair. That is my understanding as well, but Catherine, you were deeper into the details. Do you have anything to add there?
Catherine DeFospora, County Administrator. That is the case. I believe Chief Hine from Sonoma County Fire was looking into if there was another way to handle dispatch and if they could do it more locally, but I don't believe any determination was made. And I'm just looking through the participants. I don't see him here to be able to speak to that. So what Sheriff Essex said is the case at this point.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. My understanding is that there's a certain, and Sheriff, perhaps you can let me know. So how do we budget the hours of the helicopter? Is it 500 hours per year?
Yes, Supervisor. The sheriff, currently we budget 500 hours a year when we're putting together both our staffing plan, our maintenance plan, and our overall fuel plan. So all those come together, and the result is that we are budgeted about 500 hours a year of flight time, which counts for about 1.25 hours per day.
No, I appreciate that. So it's flight time that 500 hours relates to, plus then obviously the two or thereabouts full-time employees on top of that, right?
So we have, yes. So we take the total program cost and then we place an hour figure on that. So we have 2 full-time pilots, we have 2 full-time observers, a sergeant and then an observer, and then we use extra help part-time paramedics, and most of those paramedics are current paramedics with various fire agencies throughout the county, and we use them as essentially part-timers to staff the paramedic portion. But all told, you wrap all those costs up together, and it equals about 2.3 million, and then for 2.3 million, we're able to deliver about 500 hours of flight time per year.
How does that, do you know how that relates to other agencies? I know you look at Southern California, a lot of police departments have helicopters. Do they also kind of use that as a parameter? Or 500 hours is about 5% of the total hours available in the year. And the reason I ask is that looking at some of the data, part of me thinks, well, imagine what those numbers would be if we budgeted more than 500 hours per year in terms of being in the air and flight time. I would imagine that those numbers would all increase. I also imagine that you, have the flight hours correspond to the busiest times historically that you have as well. But do you know anything about how other agencies budget flight hours?
I can give you, yes, I do know a little bit, and I will do my best to kind of bring some light here. With only 2 pilots, we are limited on, because of FAA regulations about rest and how much they can work and time off in between. We are limited with how many flight hours we can fly with 2 pilots. Obviously, they have to be able to take a day off once in a while, and we want them to do that. And we also want them to fly when they're at their best, because this is really critical, very critical, intensive type flying. The way that other agencies, and using LA, the LA area as an example, the way that they handle that is they still may only have 1 aircraft, but they may have a cadre of 8 different pilots available to them to fly. So really, when we look at an aircraft, the things that take it out of service would be mechanical issues. But really the greatest factor that limits your ability to fly is having a human pilot inside there who can fly and not be fatigued and be fresh. So the way that Southern California law enforcement is set up is they have multiple pilots, and which of course increase the program cost considerably. Every pilot that we add is a significant ongoing cost. And so when we look at Southern California programs, they are far more expensive than what we do here in Sonoma County.
Yeah, that makes sense. I appreciate that. And then one last thing, and I do have, I'll save my comments. I have strong opinions on this particular item, just like we had after the recession in 2008 when things were even tighter. But, one of the things, again, looking at what happens in Southern California, but also with the availability of the helicopter, high-speed car chases. They seem to be very rare in this county, and I would assume that some of that has to do with the ability of the helicopter to actually keep track of where someone is going. And allowing your deputies to pull off and city police officers to pull back. Is that true?
Yes, Supervisor. So one of the greatest things about Henry 1 when it comes to its law enforcement mission is it allows us to monitor a situation. It could be a pursuit from high above. You can't outrun a helicopter, as they say, but it also, for safety, it allows us to pull back those units. We know through our experience, and I think you as a board know from your experience, that police chases can be have a lot of liability attached to them. There's a lot of high risk and danger to the public when we have a police chase going on. So as sheriff, it brings me some reassurance when I know that Henry 1 is up and able to participate, because we can take our patrol units that are in pursuit and dial them back, so to speak, so they're not engaged in such high speed, dangerous driving, and use the helicopter to essentially tell us where they end up, where the suspect ends up going, and then we can get resources up ahead. We can call ahead to Marin County CHP or some other agency and let them know that the suspect's entering their area, and it allows us to safely and quickly bring those pursuits to a conclusion with less risk to the public.
I appreciate that. And just one interesting tidbit that I would add that I think would be an interesting piece of data to look at would be, and this is from my son's experience in Lake County with CAL FIRE, private helicopters. Many times when there's a medical call in a remote area in Lake County, for instance, the first thing they do is call the helicopter to be able to meet them there. It's not an ambulance because that won't work in those locations. Many times the private helicopters refuse to take the call and or land because of the circumstances, whether it's weather, wind, fog, smoke, and everything else. And I think that would be an interesting piece of data to kind of understand, because you might think you're getting something that in reality is only going to work a certain percentage of the time, whereas that figure might be much different for one of our own assets. So I'll just leave it at that. And that's from, and hopefully this year, my son is actually going to be assigned to the helicopter with CAL FIRE out of Boggs. So he'll be on that thing if he isn't at another department. But I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Down to this side, Supervisor Gorin, would you have anything? And then Supervisor Hopkins.
I really appreciate the comments and questions of my colleagues, and I'm listening carefully. And so I will reserve my comments till after public comment.
Thank you. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. A few questions. First is, what % of flights are logged through the CAD system?
I'm sorry, Supervisor, could you repeat yourself? I didn't hear the question.
What % of Henry 1's flights are logged through the CAD system?
Well, ideally, 100% of them are logged, but we have two different systems. We have our flight hour system and then our CAD system. Ideally, I would like all of our activity on the helicopter captured by CAD. And I can say with pretty high certainty that it is captured. There may be a few % that escape it. The flight hour system is really designed to track the number of hours put on the aircraft and the engine and the overall helicopter for maintenance purposes. So really CAD is the best tracker we have.
Okay, following up on that, I actually requested CAD data for a number of dates in which I knew Henry 1 was in the air. And actually, a number of those dates didn't have the flights logged. This was specifically the visit to the winery, which received coverage in the Press Democrat. I did not find a call log that seemed to be associated with the winery, and also an instance in which Henry 1 was hovering over the Joe Rota Trail late at night, taking videos of the rats and the homeless encampment. And that had actually a timestamp on it. But when I actually requested the records for that date, there was no CAD data associated with it.
So I would assume that there would be on air patrol for those instances, and it may. I can't explain that, Supervisor. Your request for information on those topics did not make it to me, so I can follow up with you on that in the future if you like.
I would appreciate it. And yeah, Catherine, I don't know if you have any additional information about sort of how you searched the system, but I really appreciate that you looked into those dates for me and there was no data available. So I don't know if Catherine, if you could provide any clarification.
Sure. So I have basically CAD data from 2018 to August of 2021 that was provided to me by the sheriff. And so it just in a quick look at, in that it's attachment 2 to the board item is basically a collection of that data, and it shows about 1,300 calls that were logged into the CAD system. And then if you look at attachment 1 of the board item, each year varies based on the number of calls that are added into the workload system, ranging from about 900 per year. FY 18-19 was a low, but to me, just in a quick look, it does seem like the CAD entries are a smaller percentage of the workload. But and Sheriff Essex would speak to this, that that would be common because they can be up in the air responding to a call that's logged into dispatch and then respond to something else. And so they would expect that their workload calls would outnumber their CAD entries, and not all calls that they take are entered into the CAD system. Sheriff Essex, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And specifically, I'm checking with my staff that are here in the room with me, and Supervisor Hopkins, what has been described to me is, and for instance, the situation you described with the rats on the homeless on Joe Rodota Trail. In that particular instance, the aircraft was on air patrol. So we don't log a call into CAD that says that we're hovering over the Joe Rodota Trail. We would have logged a call that said that Henry Wynn was on an air patrol. So I'm told that data is accurate, that it is there. We logged an air patrol that day, and may not have been the exact time captured on the video, because an air patrol obviously is going to last anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes. So sometime during that air patrol is when that activity occurred, but it is documented.
Okay, because the information that I received for that date specifically said no flights recorded. So I'm just trying to get clarification, and maybe we need to sort of look into that. But if there are flights that are not recorded through CAD, I would love to have access to that data. For instance, I'm curious how many, I guess, non-governmental missions or community engagement missions Henry One has flown over the last 5 years. Do you have any data on that? Specifically, I'd be interested in visits to private residences, like the one to the winery, as opposed to, say, to a school, where we're looking at a public school and, obviously for the benefit of the children.
Well, I think, Supervisor, you're conflating a few different things there. The visit to the winery was an event that was sponsored by the winery to recognize executive directors for nonprofits in this county. So it was a display of the helicopter to executive directors who provide tons of different services in the county. And it was a chance for them to get to see the helicopter, meet the staff that work on that helicopter, to bring better understanding. So we have always used the helicopter as a way to educate the public, bring better understanding to the types of services we provide. We land at schools, we land at events. We were just at a public safety fair last week that encouraged women to enter the law enforcement public safety field. So yes, we do use the helicopter as a recruiting tool, as a public information tool. And I'm not ashamed of that at all. I think it is a huge asset to this county. And if we can attract people to public safety, particularly women, public safety, and we do so with the use of the helicopter, I'm 100% behind that. I'd be happy to provide the data for you. I thought it was in one of the attachments here. I'll have to get back to you in a second. But we do use the helicopter for, I think it falls into the other category, which is about, my recollection, it was about maybe 2% of all calls for service.
And again, I would just repeat my question for sort of data on attending private events. I recognize that, there are many wonderful events in which nonprofit executive directors are lauded, but this particular instance, I believe, was actually a Super Bowl party that was held at a private winery. Is that correct?
This was the owner of the winery held a event and invited executive directors from throughout Sonoma County to be at this event. And I had the helicopter attend the event to increase public information and to increase transparency with these different executive directors about what resources were available to them as they provide services in Sonoma County.
So do you have a list of all those types of events that Henry One attends? Would you be willing to provide that to the public?
Absolutely, Supervisor. There's not a problem with that.
Great, I appreciate that. Follow-up question with respect to the capacity of Henry One to operate in sort of a firefighting capacity. Could you share sort of the capacity of the Bambi bucket in terms of the amount of water that it carries?
150 gallons of water.
Okay, great. And then is Henry One sort of licensed by CAL FIRE to actually be part of a command and control of an aerial operation during a wildland fire?
So CAL FIRE uses what they call the CAL card system to authorize helicopters in an active CAL FIRE area. So for example, with the Walbridge fire, when that fire first started, it was not, there was not a CAL FIRE command and control situation going on. So Henry One was able to fly using the Bambi bucket to support local firefighters on the ground. As that fire grew and CAL FIRE came in with their command and control structure, they bring in their own aircraft. And when they do that, they ask us to stand down. It's a matter of safety of not having excessive number of aircraft in the air that could result in a collision. So that's the reason why we stand down. We do have the capability to have what they call the CAL FIRE CAL card, which would allow us to fly. We have had that authority in the past, but we did not renew it at one point because we felt CAL FIRE had better assets than us. And overall, CAL FIRE does have better assets than us with airplanes and larger helicopters.
So does that mean that sort of now if CAL FIRE is occupying an airspace that Henry One cannot be in that airspace?
Exactly.
Okay.
However, if we went through the CAL card certification process again, we could occupy that airspace. And it's a matter of a brief training for our pilots and then getting certified. So it's not insurmountable. It's quite easy actually.
Thank you very much. One final question, which is, to what extent does your office engage in sort of search and rescue missions outside of Henry One in terms of kind of the times that your deputies spend and sort of what their focus is?
Well, I think that's spelled out in the report, Supervisor. I'm not quite sure what additional detail you want me to add there.
This was sort of, I was saying actually outside of Henry One in terms of other search and rescue missions, non-Henry One search and rescue missions.
Oh, so our volunteers. So we have a cadre of about 40 to 50 volunteers that work on our search and rescue program. They are mandated by California state law. And what they do is they are the ground people. So we use Henry One again as a force multiplier when we're doing search and rescue operations. Henry One can search an area and then direct ground personnel to an area to do that kind of search. Through the Cal OES mutual aid program, we send our ground search and rescue people to a variety of different emergencies. They often, just a few examples, they were up at Shasta last year looking for a missing person. They go to Marin. They've been up in Butte County during the Butte County fires, in Paradise. So they get dispatched all over Northern California.
Thank you. And just to clarify, that is a volunteer program. Does that include sort of retired officers or current sworn officers? Just curious.
It does not. Typically, they're not peace officers. They are community members who have a desire to serve, and some of them have special training from previous roles, whether it's bloodhounds or ropes or other different skills that they have that they bring to us. But most of them are not law enforcement or fire. They're just regular citizens who want to contribute.
That's wonderful and really inspiring. So is it safe to say that sort of typically your deputies are not engaging in search and rescue as sort of part of their regular day-to-day operations outside of these sort of Henry One efforts?
No, it's not accurate to say that at all, Supervisor, because search and rescue, I think you're defining as the lost person in the woods, maybe. Our deputies do search and rescue or do searches all the time. When we have elderly people who walk away from care homes or facilities, when we have children that are overdue from school or late, we use law enforcement resources all the time to do searches. They don't maybe fit your the textbook idea of search and rescue in the woods or the mountains for a lost skier or a lost hiker, but we do search and rescue all the time with our staff.
Okay, but when it comes to sort of that in the woods or sort of a rescue of an injured person, what's sort of the typical flow of, I guess, this sort of dispatch? Who would most likely be dispatched to those calls?
I guess it depends. You know, if it's in the sheriff's office jurisdiction, we would get, initially they would send a deputy. Let's just take the example of a missing child. We would send a deputy first to contact the reporting party, the parents, the guardian, find out the circumstances, and then we would bring in the appropriate resources from there. If that's the helicopter, if that's more on-duty deputy sheriffs who are working, or if it's the search and rescue team locally, or bring in other resources from outside the area. I don't know that I can give you a textbook simple answer. It's really depends.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. For my part, Sheriff, I've kind of gotten into a little bit of this so far. One of the keys that you've distinguished, and I just kind of want to provide an opportunity to clarify this, is that we're stuck in between these two different worlds of this functioning as a public use helicopter, which allows you, as your team has said, to do some pretty unique things and some things that are important into our area. And then for the private helicopters or other entities that qualify, and I would appreciate it if you could help me identify kind of the terminology there, is what they can do. You and I had a conversation, and I wanted to see if you could expound upon it a little bit, because I think this is the crux, right? Is in one degree, as I look at this, and I'm thankful that this bird is in the sky, taking care of Sonoma County on the law enforcement side specifically, search and rescue side, absolutely. If you look at the charts, automatically what you would think is, gosh, if we do so much work in Marin County and on state parks and others, is there a way that we form a cooperative agreement to be able to say, hey, we all pay into this resource, even though it's controlled in other sides? That's basically, what that comes out to. But from what you've shared with me, and maybe you can clarify it, is that what are the unique things that we can do as a public health, a public safety unit versus the other category, number one, and any conversations you've had in the past with Marin on that side of things?
I think that Henry 1, because it is a multi-mission helicopter, does give us a lot of versatility. And that is why others ask for it or request its assistance, whether it's the Santa Rosa Police Department asking for help, the Cotati Police Department asking for help, Cloverdale, local fire agencies asking for the assistance as that full force multiplier. That's why it's popular. That's why it gets used. And that does translate to other counties as well. As is indicated in the report, we do get a lot of calls from Marin County. And I would be the first to appreciate if Marin County was willing to contribute to the overall use of the helicopter. I would say, though, that Marin County has also been selfless when they have acted to help us. And I would just focus our attention for a moment on the fires that have ravaged our county over the last number of years. When I pick up the phone as sheriff and call Marin and ask for help, we have everyone from Marin County Sheriffs to the Twin Cities Police Department, Mill Valley Police Department, Novato PD. All the different Marin County agencies have screamed to our aid when we've needed them the most. So I can't give you a direct accounting about who owes who how much money, or who gave more or who helped more. But I can tell you that when we had hundreds of law enforcement officers from Marin County come up here to help us evacuate people during the fires, it was well needed and well appreciated. And so when we can return the favor occasionally to help Marin, I'm okay with that. But I would long term, I would like to see some ability that they could, or maybe the region could participate in funding this project.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I was actually in a negotiation the other day that they had included what they call it, the fire hose analogy, that when your neighbor needs a hose to put out a fire, you don't sit there and negotiate what you can get back at the same point. And that's an extremely valid point you're talking about. I think this is less about short term and more about, like, with you and working into a long term. I think when we get to suggestions and other things, I think that's where I'm interested in looking at. So I'm going to go to public comment. Thankful for the presentation in this resource. So see if there's anybody here in person that is looking okay, come on up. Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry, one moment. Supervisor Corsi, another question. Then we'll go to public comment here in the chambers first, and then we'll go to public comment online, and then come back to the board.
Sheriff, just one more question for clarification. Law enforcement is 58% of the use of the helicopter at this point. You and Supervisor Rabbit talked anecdotally about vehicle pursuits. Is your law enforcement use of the helicopter broken down into specific incidents, such as vehicle pursuits or other incidents? Does the data go that deep?
That's a great question, Supervisor. It would require a lot of manual research to go through each individual call to really try to break down more granular the detail for you. That is something that we could certainly take a look at doing if it's a priority for the board, but it would require us to examine each call and then really pinpoint within the call what type of call it was. Our CAD system does not offer that level of granularity at this point. Sorry, CAD is our computer-aided dispatch system.
That's fair enough. Do you have a ballpark estimate of what percentage of that 58% is vehicle pursuits?
It's, I would say, seat of the pants, it's very small. We don't have a lot of vehicle pursuits in this county. And part of that may be because we have the ability to get an airship up quickly. Again, that would just be anecdotal and a conjecture on my part, but we do not have a lot of pursuits in this county.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to comments in person. We're going to start with a few minutes here. And then Marcy, if you can, or Noel, give me a count after we go to the comments in here for what we're looking like online. I want to thank you for joining us here for the presentation. Yeah. So just a reminder that the way this goes, you have a few minutes. There's a green light over here. It switches to red at about that time. But just please share with us whatever you think we need to hear.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Bignall. I'm a private investigator by occupation, and I'm representing myself as a constituent and a resident of West Sonoma County. I'm here to speak to to advocate for the continuation of the enhancement of anything we can do to keep Henry I in our toolbox. I think by far it is the sharpest tool that we have. I think hands down, we're all in agreement about its value, both logistically for saving lives and for responding to situations where it is really the only tool that can respond. Examples are when somebody goes missing off of a cliff, or the fire aspects. I think a couple weeks ago, while we were convened here in this room for a meeting, we had a fatal shooting out in Monterey. So I think we're all in agreement that hands down that this tool should be retained. That and as well, seeing that there is also a responsibility and value in keeping the fiscal aspects in check, that the return on this investment by far in particular is well worth keeping this tool. The part of its public persona, if you will, as a resident, I always know when Henry I is in the air, we've got eyes on the ground. so to speak. And it's reassuring to us through floods, through shootings, through fires, through whatever, car crashes. The privatization of it would be like privatizing the Blue Angels. What's the point? I mean, this is proven. That's my own alarm to stop talking.
That's actually a first. I will say,
I
look
think
how
it's a very
responsible.
proven, viable tool, and I really, really want
Thank
to
you.
advocate for the continuation of it.
Thank
And I
you.
know it's a budget.
Hear you
issue.
loud and clear.
We do
Appreciate
this
you.
every year with regard to Henry
Thank you.
One. I'd like to see it move out of the political sphere.
Thank
and
you
just
very
say,
much.
It's flat. It's
We're gonna
practical.
go on. I appreciate your time. I don't want to cut you off, but I have to be consistent. I actually need your card. If you time yourself at public comment, and if I ever need a private investigator, I know who to call. So I'm looking for a count for individuals who have their hands raised who might be online looking to comment. Okay, we're gonna do 2 minutes apiece and jump into this. Please take as much time as you need. Be succinct and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those who would like to comment again, please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand if you are a phone-in attendee. And the first commenters are Yenny, Emma, and Eris.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Yenny. Thank you for the opportunity to share in this platform. I would like to offer my perspective from someone who's been rescued by Henry One for a second chance in life. I was in a near drowning accident at the Russian River in Hillsburg, and no other emergency vehicles could get to me. And with near drowning, as you all know, minutes matters. Henry One was able to get there so quickly and took me out of, they were able to land on the side of the river and took me to the ambulance. Therefore, I could get to the emergency room in a timely manner, and I owe them. That saved my life. I think it is a very big loss to the community if we don't have Henry One, and I think they're very, very professional, and they are also. I'm really grateful they're part of my actually healing process now, that is able to see Henry One every time a helicopter flew by our house. I'm like, is that Henry One? So I just want to thank you, and I want to share, and I hope, that I represent how important Henry One is to the community, and I'm really grateful to have him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Emma Berry. I'm a resident of West County in Supervisor Hopkins District. A few things that I would like to point out is, and first, I'm also expressing my sincere desire for Henry One to be able to continue as an invaluable resource to this county. Henry One is the only helicopter that can perform long line rescues, so rescues of 200 feet. In my opinion, these rescues are something we cannot have a county such as ours be without. These are the type of rescues that take place in the ocean, on cliffs, or deep forest. CHP and REACH are not able to perform these types of rescues. And so if we were to do away with Henry One, I think we leave our community at great risk for what happens in those dire situations, like you just heard from our last caller. The other point I would like to make is that Henry One does not need to seek approval for takeoff, meaning that they can have the fastest possible response time. Again, in these situations, every second counts. And so I think that this is really a vital resource. Finally, I would just like to raise Contra Costa County as a potential case study and red flag of what can happen when a county is without a resource such as Henry 1, as Contra Costa County has not been able to perform any type of rescue, such as what I've outlined in long line rescues.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Eris Weaver, and I am uncharacteristically not speaking on behalf of my employer today. For the past 6 years, I have been one of those volunteers on the Sonoma County Search and Rescue Team, and I have been on many searches where I have witnessed the phenomenal technical skill of the Henry 1 team, whether extracting a victim or inserting searchers, both human and canine, into areas where it would be impossible to land a helicopter, where it would be close to impossible to get a vehicle in, and would take ground searchers a hell of a long time to hike in. I have also been on the crew when we have been hand carrying a patient a short distance generally, but that takes 8 people. And as you can imagine, that is a really slow process and takes much more time for that person to get to the treatment that they need. I cannot imagine doing this job without Henry 1 being involved. Second, I want to echo what Sheriff Essex said about mutual aid. The staff report only talked about the times when Henry 1 goes somewhere else and didn't talk about all the times that other entities have come here. I worked the Tubbs fire, and we had search and rescue volunteers, law enforcement, National Guard, fire, other law enforcement from all over the freaking state come here. And we have similarly gone to many other places as well. So, you know, we are all helping out each other. That's what we do, those of us who are drawn to doing this kind of public service. And then finally, I will say that a very, very good friend of mine, a cyclist who was hit by a car in the rural part of the county, broke many bones, including her jaw and her neck. And Henry 1 took her to the trauma center, and she is now alive with no paralysis and no brain injury. So please keep this program.
The next commenters are Beth, MMM Zoom user.
Hello, Beth Brazzoni, Bodega Valley Ford, CMAC. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their thoughtful attention to fully funding Henry 1. It's not easy to feel as if you're between a rock and a hard spot when dealing with budgets. I asked the supervisors to do the really hard work of standing on the rock and looking above the noise and the numbers and vote today to keep Henry 1 in service for decades to come. Henry 1 is a key component to keeping our residents, visitors, first responders, and Sonoma County taxpayers safe. Just this past Saturday, Henry 1 lifted a 9-year-old boy stranded alone in a canoe out of the Estero Americana. The why and the how as to the little boy being in the canoe alone is another conversation for another day. The Sonoma coast needs Henry 1. Henry 1 has a highly trained special crew that is literally the rock stars of the air rescue world. They are not only trained to deal in everyday law enforcement needs, but also trained in a wide variety of rescues. Expanding the reach service will not come close to filling the gap that decommissioning Henry 1 would leave. I would very much appreciate and thank Supervisors Hopkins and Rabbit for their dedication to supporting first responders. Please continue that trend, and I ask Supervisors Gore, Gorin, and Corsi to join with Supervisors Hopkins and Rabbit in cementing Henry 1's continued presence in our communities for decades to come. I very much appreciate the Board of Supervisors and all the hard work you put in. Thank you.
Hi, if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello. Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Yes, hi, my name is Martha. I live in unincorporated Sonoma County in the Bennett Valley area. We're completely, of course, dependent on our great sheriff and his department to keep us safe and secure out here. And I strongly urge that you support the funding of Henry I for, as all the speakers before me have eloquently told all the reasons why. Frankly, I am very surprised that this is even in question. It is total common sense that Sonoma County needs Henry I for so many reasons. I was shocked even to hear many of the questions from some of the supervisors that betray that they may even have common sense and any practical intelligence to understand why we need the Henry I resource. With the fire danger alone throughout this very large county, they can spot things ahead of time very quickly before all the resources come. God forbid there's any other incidences that even may be caused by humans on purpose. This is another good reason to have the helicopter out there, let alone, of course, once again, all of the search and rescue and saving people's lives. And by the way, that is, after all, the Board of Supervisors' top priority is to keep Sonoma County and your citizens safe and secure and support this great resource. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Victoria Yanez, volunteer attorney with Homeless Action ! And I agree with most of the speakers, everything everybody's saying. However, the last speaker, I had to disagree with how she represented the questions by the supervisors. I like the questions by the supervisors. I think it's their job. And sometimes, you know, it's not so popular, but you've got to get down deep. Now, I think there should be a way for whatever the helicopter is working on for a notation to be made rather than something so general that you can't even identify it when you're going back and looking for records on the subject. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next commenters are Thomas, Dave, and then Kevin. You can please unmute.
Thank you. This is Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Through the chair, I do thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to say, Sheriff Essick, it's good to see you again. We're seeing people, even if it's on Zoom. So, and I do actually appreciate you bringing this information and having the board address this information, because there certainly there has been a discussion of the great value that the Henry I brings. But I think that it could have better breakdown of the information so that its good work can be reported. For instance, there's a number of calls, for instance, medical service are 14 flight. So the flight hours appear to be about 30 minutes per call on average. And that works out to be, there are $10,000 per hour, I think, if my math is correct, and about $5,000 per call overall on the average. Some more information on the results of the medical services, and for instance, in a search and rescue where there's 204 calls and 93 hours, that some breakdown of those in terms of the numbers of people involved and their rescues. And for instance, the time of the search portion. Also, 50% of the calls are about 40 some odd percent of the calls are ended before the arrival of the helicopter. And maybe there's some way to deal with that. And also additional, like you say, charging other communities for that, or other types of things that Henry One could be doing that it could receive funding for. So I just thought I would mention those things. Good to see you. And my time is up. Thank you.
Hey, Dave, if you can please unmute and begin.
Yeah, my name is Dave Cooper. I live in Santa Rosa. I was actually first off, I'd like to support the continued use of the helicopter. I think it is proven to be a good resource, and I've seen it doing other things besides, some of the stuff that's done. First comment is seem to be a lot of Marin calls that get called off early. So maybe that's just a matter of filtering the requests from Marin that they don't have to waste their time trying to get there and then come back. It would also seem logical to me that you would explore a little bit of cost sharing because of so many calls that come from Marin that you can show. And maybe the Marin County would step up and help. I was involved. I was also on the river with Yenny and witnessed how professional they were there, getting there very quickly and getting her off to help save her life, and really appreciate it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
And the next commenters are Kevin and then Sheila.
Yes, so I'm just calling in my support of continuing to keep Henry One. Some points that I want to bring up is that REACH has the capability to accept or deny a mission due. Also, REACH is a private medical transport company. They are not a rescue helicopter company. So if they're telling you that they're going to be able to do long line rescues, it's not something that they currently do or have a lot of experience in. So they will have to take the training and become certified to do so. CHP is also responsible for patrolling the entire Bay Area. So if they're in the South Bay or on another call, they might not be available, or they might have to go refuel before responding to a call in Sonoma County. The same can go for REACH or other helicopter options. They might be on other calls or not have staffing or need to be refueled. I think it's important for all of the board members to consider all of the lives that are put at risk if Henry One is phased out. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Sheila, you can please unmute.
Hello, thank you. Sheila from Petaluma. I agree with all of the comments previously made regarding the support of Henry One, and I appreciate them very, very much. I appreciate the presentation by Sheriff Essex, and I hope that funding is found to extend the time that Henry One would be in Sonoma County forever, not just till next year. So we need Henry One in this county. Henry One has proven its effectiveness in saving lives and other wonderful, wonderful tasks. So thank you so much, and I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair Gore, that will close public comment.
Thank you very much. So the way this is set up, even though I'm kind of interested in the county administrator, even though there's a recommendation I have on my sheet that it's information only, we're not passing a resolution, but I think we are going to be weighing in on what we're looking at. And so I just wanted to ask the county administrator thoughts on, not product wise, but process wise. From the board, what would be helpful right now? Are we looking to pass a motion? Are we looking to have us give direction to staff that might come back at a time, especially if we're looking at budget authority to continue Henry One, about locking that in with our either quarterly budget update or our budget overall in June?
Thank you for that question, Chair Gore. We are looking for direction for this upcoming budget. Fiscal year 22-23. There's a couple of ways different ways we can handle it. In the staff report, if the board were to accept the recommendation, we identify using one-time funds to cover next, one more year for fiscal year 22-23, and that we could take those from the what we're recommending that we hold for the behavioral health unit, in terms of capacity for that unit coming online. An alternative method, I believe the sheriff's department is looking at putting a program change request type in that would ask for funding for this program for 22-23. And so those would go to the board as part of the budget hearings. So either way, we're trying to line this up with some direction for the upcoming budget hearings in June.
Well, I think therefore it'd be important to get some guidance from my colleagues and including me about where you sit on this issue and what you would like to see in terms of when we come back. I don't think we're going to figure it all out right now, but this is a first step. So I see Supervisor Rabbit leaning in, and then I'll come back this way. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank you for today's discussion. I'm supportive of the helicopter. I believe that it's an important asset for this county. The sheriff said as a force multiplier. It was interesting. I got contacted through Facebook and someone asking me about return on investment for the helicopter. And I think you heard from the woman who was picked up at the river, or the child that was picked up not that long ago, or, even if there were only a few car chases over the years, that person who wasn't hit by a car or a squad car, or the payout that we had to do because of that, those are the return on investments, but it doesn't really work that way in law enforcement and public safety. And I think it's kind of a false pretense to go down that path. And I got to say, the juxtaposition of today's item versus what we talked about just a couple weeks ago, where we were going to spend nearly 21 million on one-time money on a old department store, and we're arguing about 1.7 million here. And I know that every penny counts, but again, where are the priorities of this board? And yes, it's always going to be brought forward as a budget item from the sheriff, because it's up to this board to put the money down on what we want. And over the course of time, one could go back and look at the departments or the divisions that we've cut, detective divisions that we've had to reduce. At the end of the day, it is all about personnel, and that's what law enforcement is about. That's what firefighting is all about. That's the exercise we went through over the years on the firefighting front to make sure that we were able to staff, stations throughout the county and have that kind of response when needed. And there's no different here than with law enforcement. I can tell you, having when my kids, especially my son, when he goes out to the coast, I like having the helicopter available. God forbid if anything ever were to happen, but I know that there's an asset out there that can perform search and rescue, that can perform law enforcement, medical calls, and save lives. And over the course of time, that's been proven to be true. I also, I got to say the recommendation as I read it in the presentation, I really take umbrage with the last line that says, I'm fund the helicopter program for one more year. I think I get that we want to use one-time money to fund the program, and I'm fine with that. I'm not sure if you have to say one more year and terminate it beginning in July 2023. To the sheriff's point, how do you recruit for staff of any department, not just the sheriff? But how would you recruit for staff if you put that in a budget item going forward? And actually, if you fund it for 1 year, it obviously it expires in 2023. So why even put that in that format? I think this board, and perhaps with the sheriff or his successor, we do need to look at how we have this program be baked into the budget and not have it be the political pawn that it has become. If it's important to this county, and I think for me it is, then let's bake it in the budget and not have it be brought up this way. And if that means having an MOU with the sheriff or whatever it might mean to make it go away as a budget item or have it baked in, so be it, because I think that would be worthwhile. And quite frankly, I can say the same thing about the two substations that undoubtedly will be talked about as we go forward. So for me, and I like the sheriff's idea about the regional asset. I don't know. We've talked about this before, and I remember, and this was after '08 and the recession. We talked about, again, how do you charge for mutual aid? I don't think you should, because God knows that we would be in severe debt if we were to pay for mutual aid, because this county has received more mutual aid probably than most. So I think that's a path that I don't want to go down. But, can we get a contribution from Marin County? I don't know. But a regional asset, yeah. In the ideal world, perhaps Marin having the helicopter would be a better deal, and we could use it all the time. The truth of the matter is, we're the bigger county, the biggest population in the North Bay, and it is what it is in terms of who owns the helicopter and the asset that it is for this county going forward. So I'm supportive of the helicopter. I think we need to work on a longer plan that isn't just emphasizing how it's, the word terminate one more year, but we need to go beyond that, because I think that's too limiting. And politically, if this thing comes back, I don't think it helps the program by always having it on a chopping block going forward. We just bought the helicopter a couple of years ago, seemingly a couple of years ago. Maybe it's longer now. But I'm supportive of this program for all the good that it has done in the county. And, I recognize too, it doesn't come without a cost. Most things don't. But it's hard to really kind of put that cost against the lives that it has saved and undoubtedly will save going forward. And the additional, again, force multiplier from the sheriff's perspective of accomplishing those tasks quicker with less personnel.
Thank you, sir. So what I hear from you is fund it, but also look at it more of a multi-year, or bake it into the budget is coming back when we come back to this. Supervisor.
I'm fine with if we need to do it at a 1 year time period, but I think we should put the word out there that we're looking to bake this in. We did a good job of baking in one-time funds for other sources.
Yep.
And we've talked about that forever this year with all the one-time money we received. I'm not sure why this wasn't brought forward in that same vein.
Well, Supervisor Corsi. Sure. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the great work that the crew of Henry One does in this community. I appreciate the value of the program. I certainly appreciate the popularity of the program. It is an important asset for this community. It's a life-saving asset. What I'm wondering is it a necessary asset, and whether there might be another way to provide that life-saving service that Henry One now provides. This is a unique program for a county our size. As the sheriff said, this may be a unique type of asset in the state of California. And can we afford to keep doing that? Sheriff, you mentioned that this isn't a binary issue between a behavioral health unit and the Henry One program. And it's not. It's way greater than binary. Over the years, according to the staff report, when we've been faced with, are we going to cut the helicopter program, or are we going to cut other things? Other things have been cut. That includes the community-oriented policing unit, the gang task force, the narcotics unit, graffiti abatement, and beyond what's in the staff report. Over the years, a number of other sworn and unsworn positions in the department have been cut as we've kept the Henry One program. It goes beyond binary, and the behavioral health unit does come into the picture now, because that's a huge expense that we're going to be looking at. And we have to look at things holistically and figure out how we provide these services without losing the other things that we need from your department and from other areas of the budget. So
this has been funded for a couple of years now with one-time money. We're talking about one-time money over the next year. I'm going to support that and support looking at providing these services in other ways. The Sonoma County Fire and Reach program is not online or proven yet. It has an asterisk on the matrix where it says it provides long line search and rescue, which have been the majority, if not all, of the comments that we heard from people wanting us to keep Henry 1. If that can be provided in another way so we can redeploy our financial resources elsewhere, I think that we should be looking at that. So I'm going to be asking staff to look further into that, to get us more information, and have that information available to us a year from now when we're looking at whether we keep going 1 year at a time or some other way. But I think it's time. This program is 45 years old, something like that. I'm wondering if it makes financial sense anymore, not to have the services, but for us to pay for those services, and to pay for those services alone. So I think that we need to be looking at ways to get out from under that financial burden if possible. And I'll be interested in hearing more about that in the next year.
So Supervisor Corsi, what I'm hearing for you is yes, with one-time funding and then more work, maybe subcommittee work or something that establishes the way forward for the coming years.
Yes, I'd like to see information about Sonoma County Fire and Reach without an asterisk on it, so we know exactly what the capabilities of that helicopter will be, how it will be used, and who will be controlling that use.
As a former journalist, I'd ask you how you pronounce asterisk.
You did just fine.
Thank you. As another former Supervisor Hopkins, pass to you, Supervisor Gordon, then myself.
Thank you very much. And, I want to thank Wendy and also my colleagues for acknowledging that we have to stop using Henry 1 as a political bargaining chip. Every single year that I've been on the Board of Supervisors, Henry 1 has been on the chopping block, right, with the guillotine hanging above its rotors, and the chopping block is not an acceptable place for Henry 1 to be. This should not be a knee-jerk conversation that happens during budget hearings or sort of a game of chicken between the Sheriff's Office and the Board of Supervisors. We do need to have a long-term plan and a conversation. And I think that we hope that we were going to buy ourselves time to have that conversation between the last time we had this conversation and today. And yet between, pandemic, drought, vaccination efforts, I think that unfortunately that conversation, that robust conversation did not occur. Some of the important questions that I think that we need to ask is what model helicopter serves Sonoma County best and what agency should own and operate it. I also want to be very clear just for the record, because this is an absolute critical asset to West County. I do believe that Sonoma County needs a helicopter. I do believe that these are critical services, but the sort of precise purpose, the model that is most effective, and then where that service lives, that's the conversation that I really want to engage in. For instance, I think we need to ask, what is the highest and best use of a helicopter? Is it law enforcement first with sort of search and rescue and fire as a secondary or mutual aid function? Or is it search and rescue and firefighting first with law enforcement as a mutual aid position? As it is, search and rescue and medical treatment is really more aligned with local fire districts and sort of the services they provide than it is with law enforcement. So does this helicopter belong in the sheriff's office or does it belong in a local fire district? These are questions. I don't have the specific answer, but I do know that when I hear sort of residents of West County saying we need Henry 1, we need Henry 1 to keep us safe. We need Henry 1 to pull people off the cliffs of the Sonoma coast, right? We need it to be there, for eyes on the ground when we have a fire start, to be able to sort of do that recon before CAL FIRE and the other sort of aerial firefighting troops arrive. And I also did want to share some information. I did attend the meeting last Friday with Lockheed Martin regarding their Sikorsky Firehawks. And so just kind of wanted to share a few data points about kind of Henry 1's capacity versus, say, a Firehawk's capacity. Firehawks are multi-mission birds, just like Henry 1. but they do sort of have greater capacity in certain arenas. For instance, they can carry 1,000 gallons of water compared to I believe it was 150 gallons in the Bambi bucket. It can be dropped as low as 70 feet, which can allow for really, really targeted and effective drops, especially on young fires. For personnel transport, they can actually carry 12 to 14 firefighters with equipment. That also translates to a substantial civilian evacuation capacity. And I haven't, been here for one of the floods that required major helicopter evacuation. But back in the 80s, that was what came in. We had giant helicopters going and airlifting folks out of Guerneville, landing there sometimes on the roofs of buildings. So I do think that that's something worthy of consideration. And then they also do have a substantial capacity for medical transport, medical evacuation, as well as external rescue hoists for search and rescue. And it is sort of the preferred base model, the Black Hawk for the U.S. Coast Guard for both sort of search and rescue missions there, as well as actually marine environmental protection missions. So, that is a substantial capacity that I think could really step up our local firefighting capacity in Sonoma County. It also comes with a huge price tag, right? So we need to have this conversation about how much are we investing, how much have we invested in Henry 1? If that were sort of to be repurposed for something that enhances a firefighting capacity, what would that cost us? I just think that these are things that we need to explore. I am very committed to some kind of helicopter service in Sonoma County, but I want to have a conversation about where it lives, and how it's funded and how we guarantee that it is not used as a political bargaining chip each and every single year. It's gotta stay. And I think that we need to, look a little bit more deeply into the data of what exactly are the types of law enforcement missions that are being flown. How would mutual aid work if it were to live in, say, a local fire agency to ensure that we still have that capacity, for instance, to have eyes on the ground when we had the shooting incident in Monterey just a few weeks ago. So I want to acknowledge that there are critical law enforcement functions, but I also think that given the increasing severity of wildfire threat in Sonoma County, that we've got to prioritize an ability to get there and get water on a fire before that fire gets out of control. And I would really welcome the opportunity, for instance, to serve on a committee to investigate these kinds of conversations further. Or if, the chair would like to appoint a couple of other supervisors to a committee, I think it would be really good for a couple people to tag team this and to really dive into this and then bring it back to the board and fully educate the board on the available options.
Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate that. Supervisor Hopkins.
Goran.
Wow. Thank you very much.
That other G
Susan,
supervisor.
my dear friend Susan.
It's all good. I've been the chair. I understand where the mind muddles.
Hopkins, yeah.
I really want to thank our sheriff and certainly the great staff work in investigating where we are. But I also want to be blunt in saying this issue has arisen for financial reasons, certainly. Can we afford to keep a helicopter running and employ the great pilots that operate it? And also, we had a couple of media challenges with you, Sheriff, about landing at a Super Bowl game, however you want to characterize it. And so I think we need to really be serious about exactly why we have a helicopter, what its use is. Legitimately, law enforcement is at the forefront. But as Supervisor Hopkins has said, firefighting and fire prevention and rescue, search and rescue off the coast, equally important. I think we are missing an opportunity, and Sheriff, I want to thank you for suggesting that we need to have an engaged conversation with our neighboring counties, specifically Marin County, which benefits from visitation and support from Henry 1. This is a partnership always. And I think we need to, as supervisors, talk with the supervisors of Marin County and the CAO's office talking with the CAO's office of Marin County, just as we developed a partnership with Crestwood Psychiatric Facility. We should develop a partnership with Marin County to help pay for the operation and services provided by Henry 1. And I think that's exactly the right way to go. This is serious. We don't necessarily want to say, sorry, we're not going to support this anymore or services to you. But we know that at time at challenging budgets, we need to look at all avenues for making the best use of our scarce resources. So I would encourage us to review how we use the other category for training or other purposes, maybe limiting those opportunities. Perhaps we can have class days at the fairgrounds during agricultural days where children can come and learn about Henry I rather than flying it to school campuses or other venues. It's too expensive to fly and operate, to use it as a casual opportunity for training and visitation. So I think we need to think about that, as well as outreaching to Marin County in particular, acknowledging the incredible services our pilots provide for us in all instances. And I really want to thank the folks who commented to us today as testimonials to the value of the operation of the helicopter. I will be supporting the 2 recommendations moving forward. I think it's important to continue Henry I for a year while we engage in some of the conversations and directions that we have talked about today, and then bring it back not as a threat of a discontinuance, but how do we continue to afford the operation of a very essential, critical service before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Gorin. I want to also want to state kind of my stake on this. Number one is I am a huge supporter of Henry I, and every time it's come up, I voted for it, and I will vote for it again every time until we find an option that is better than what we have on the ground. And I think that decision has to be made predominantly by our public safety individuals. I really would like to see a continued dialogue about the overall landscape of Henry I, the Reach and Sonoma County Fire operation coming online. Some of these conversations we've had with respect to a Firehawk. Once again, I am not a public safety professional. So I want the best of the best in terms of what we have. So what does that mean? Well, it means that the one gap that we have in our system right now, that is, once again, I'm not going to look at Henry I to supply this, but it's for those fires and really difficult to reach terrain that we could go after during red flag events if we had the right kind of helicopter or other kinds of access equipment to be able to get into when it's dangerous situations. And we know that that's really one of the most pivotal things for us is that all fires are not dangerous. However, the ones that come during red flag events and tough to reach terrain, if those could be put out, then we are a safer community. And I think we still have to acknowledge that that's a huge gap in our system. So I'm really interested to see how what is proposed by Sonoma County Fire is ultimately put out, pun intended, in terms of fires and other kinds of life-saving. And I look to see how that complements. I was coming into today not just looking for a one-year extension on this program, but a multi-year extension and a working group of public safety individuals to come back to this board with the direction to give us an as is and a to be scenario, maybe not even just straight up recommendations, but what we have, what equipment do we have and what's out there. So I'm going to join my colleagues in supporting and more than just supporting, vociferously supporting the individuals with Henry I. And even though we're looking at it as a one-year extension, I want the pilots, the teams that work on it, Sheriff, you and your folks to know that what you're going to get out of me is multi-year support on this. And at the same time, a smart conversation that could be that at the end of it, we're still going to have Henry I for another 5 to 10 years. But it could also be that we have multi-mission usage and we put together a plan, whether it like before with the Fire Ballot Initiative or other things, that we have other things on the table. And I'm not afraid of whatever that report tells us. I just want to make sure that it's in the best benefit of Sonoma County and it's not for for one or another of us to have proprietary ownership of, for one thing. The other thing is that obviously that group could work with the sheriff and others to look at, what's going on. This question about Marin County, I think the point appropriately is this adage of you don't negotiate back to a partner when they're in need and you're helping them out. The other side, though, of it is that 5 to 10 years in, and we're providing a service that you're not paying into, there is a responsibility if it's time and time again. If it's time and time again, that does not mean to create an antagonistic relationship. It is, though, impendent upon us to look at those avenues. So I think what we have is this is looking like from the board, it's going to get put in for another year. At this point, I'm not going to appoint an ad hoc on the fly right now. We have a lot of ad hocs and a lot of work. What I am going to look at with my colleagues is if this is something that we would line up for either an ad hoc or a public safety working group after budget for the second half of this year. With maybe potentially getting through some of the work of some of the ad hocs that we have right now, so that we could get into a deliberate conversation about it. But I think we're pretty clear that the direction to the county administrator is to put this into our budget documents, to remove those asterisks. Ooh. My English majors around me, and to figure out the funding of this program. And I think we can come back and have a little bit of a discussion around it, Sheriff, maybe when you present your budget as well, and get more guidance as needed. So with that being said, I'm going to go look at Crystal, Catherine, anything you need to add? County Administrator, anything to add? Sheriff Essick, come on in.
Thank you, Chair Gore. If you would indulge me just for a moment, I want to address a couple of public comments and maybe a couple things brought up by your board. I will keep my comments brief so we can move on. I do want to talk just briefly about the search and rescue activities. Last year, we have the exact number is 48 volunteers, so 48 search and rescue volunteers. They completed 4,770 hours of training and volunteer hours, and they did 12 missions. Those missions were broken down both in county and out of county last year. So those are the ground pounders, I would say, the people on the ground who we support with Henry One. And kind of segue into that is, I think Supervisor Hopkins commented that, where does search and rescue live? Does it maybe live in a different place or a better place? I would just point to the government code that the sheriff of the county is mandated under the code to run a search and rescue operation. That is not mandated for fire agencies to run search and rescue operations in counties. So as it sits right now, that has been a mandated service by the government code. So if we were trying to explore something else, we would have that constraint on us. And then finally, for Supervisor Hopkins, I did a quick search into your two inquiries about the CAD logs, and I'm happy to report to you that they are 100% accurate. I found both calls for service that you were referring to. We had an air patrol on December 12th of 2019 that lasted from 6:50 p.m. to 7:23 p.m. when that film was taken that you referred to, and also the air patrol on 2/2 of 20, which was an air patrol that ended up going to a special assignment on the ground for 2 hours, and the total flight time there was about 8 minutes. So that is available. I'm happy to provide it to you or provide it to CAO staff. I anticipate they have it. They just don't realize what they have.
Well, Sheriff, I think there's some work to do. And I know from the meetings that we held, even with the folks from Lockheed and others, I mean, it wasn't just the meeting that you had. There was also Fire there, Department of Emergency Management, Christelle from County Administration, and others. And I think it's really the start of a working group to not just pinpoint and focus on Henry One, but focus on the aerial needs. What is, what are we delivering and what's happening? Obviously, with the reach in the Sonoma County Fire helicopter coming in as not replacement, but as adding a new service, we're going to get a new baseline to take a look at, and then obviously tracking that and going forward is going to be important. So I think we're good here. Yeah. Any other comments?
I just would love to sort of figure out what the disparity is between how the CAO's office was unable to locate that information in the database and you were able to find it. So if we can follow up on that, that would be great. And I just did want to add,
Happy to
you know,
provide
that
it to you.
traditionally sort of the coastal protection services have been provided by our local fire agencies who are trained in long line, as well as they provide the EMS, right? So even if, you know, Henry One is there and is sort of providing the, you know, helicopter piloting service, it's our Bodega Bay firefighters, right, who are cross-trained to do the long line work, and then ultimately also have the EMS and ALS training and capacity to administer the, you know, first aid and medical services that are required for these victims.
No, and they gladly do it, but they're not mandated by the code.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Fair. And as you mentioned before, it's a lot of those other rigs or the crews, Henry One has to actually do the extraction and then find a spot where something can happen, and then also connect with some of those other either ground ambulances or even more so reach style to do the transportation. Henry One doesn't do a lot of transportation directly to hospitals from the conversation you and I had. So that's a big coordination side. Sheriff, thank you for joining us. Crystal and Catherine, thank you for joining us too. I want to finish by also though, is outside of this whole conversation, I want to express my support and our support that I've heard from all of us for those who provide this service. It's not just a helicopter as any vehicle or any instrument. It's those who operate it that are the ones that we put our trust in. And so from my side, as I heard from the rest of the board, is, you know, looking at funding and then continuing to push that forward. But I'm going to be looking to provide certainty as one voice for those individuals going forward. And so, Sheriff, whatever we ultimately look at in terms of a working group with safety professionals and others, and whether there's supervisors there, we'll figure that out and maybe bring some of that kind of back as we approve this budget item this year. But I want to thank you for joining us today and thank the Henry One team for exemplary service. I want to just state that every time this comes up, I know it causes angst, unease, uncertainty, and potentially fear about what we're doing. And at the same time, there's an extreme amount of pride in the services that are delivered. And so I want to finish this item by not only acknowledging that, but honoring it and with deep respect. So thank you very much. More to do. Okay, so we're going to come back to the board. We have this item is our last on the regular calendar for this morning. Exactly. Sorry. Thank you very much. We'll get to that in just a minute. Just looking over at my colleagues, we don't have a lot of consent calendar items. I'm anticipating that we are going to go take consent, and we'll have a little bit of a break for each person before we come back to go through the cannabis items, the cannabis tax at 1:30. 1:30, and then we would move into the cannabis EIR scoping. After that, we currently are set for a 4 p.m. Public comment. That's the only time certain for public comment on items not listed on the agenda. So we will go back into closed session. And before we go, I want to open it up for anybody who in the chambers has comments on the closed session items. And if not, then I'm going to go to online to see if there's any.
Thank you. If anybody would like to comment on the two items before the board today, number 19 and 20 on the closed session calendar, you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And there are no hands for comment.
Okay, thank you. We are recessed into closed session.
Hey there, Jamie. We're not actually going to be restarting yet, but we're just going to do a quick test on a slide share. So if it's possible to take down the meeting slide, and thank you, everybody. We will be resuming shortly. Hi, Christina, this looks good to me. Hey, welcome back, everyone. And Chair Gore, we're ready to continue when you are.
Thank you very much. We're back in session. I want to first see if our County Counsel, Bob Pittman, wants to report out on closed session.
Thank you, Chair Gore. So this afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to discuss the items listed as matters 19 and 20 on today's agenda. Matter 19 was continued to the special closed session on Friday, March 18th, and was not discussed by the board in closed session. On matter 20, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel to discuss the potential initiation of litigation in one matter. No reportable action was taken by the board. They gave direction to legal staff and staff and legal counsel. And that concludes today's report out.
Thank you very much. Going to move to our afternoon regular calendar item. For those on the call who are listening in or here with us, thank you for being here with us in person. We have first item 21, cannabis tax review. After that, we will move over to item 22, comprehensive cannabis program update. And this one will be led by Christina Rivera, our Assistant County Administrator. We'll go to a presentation from staff. Then we'll come back to questions from the board. At that time, I'll go to public comment. We'll start with the individuals here with us, and then we will go to the online individuals as well. We'll come back for deliberations. Just a reminder to anybody who's listening in. Item 22, the comprehensive cannabis program update. I'll state this again a little bit later. This is a follow-up from a board session earlier that really culminated in asking staff to study basically everything that we looked at with respect to the cannabis tax and the EIR. So I think when we get to that, I might want to prepare my board members that instead of going through a huge elaborate review like we did before of all the areas to study, I'm going to be asking you all to lean in with questions or comments later on specific items that you might want more info on or otherwise. So 22 and 23, but let's start with item 21, 21 and 22, not 22 and 23. Item number 21, cannabis tax. We have two different things here before us. I want to state that, there is item number A, which is a reduction. It says identify staff to reduce cultivation rates by 10%. And direct staff. This is not from the Board of Supervisors. This is a staff recommendation. So we really are open to however we want to look at this. I'm going to start by passing it to Christina Rivera for the presentation.
Thank you so much. Chair Gore, my name is Christina Rivera. I'm the Assistant County Administrator, and good afternoon to all the board staff and the Board Supervisors. I want to let you know that also for the presentation today, for the end of the presentation, we have asked elected auditor, Treasurer Tax Controller Eric Roser to be available, as well as Brooke Coop, Assistant Auditor Controller, Kristen Horrell, our Deputy County Counsel, who has been guiding our understanding of the tax measure and the ordinance itself. And we also have McCall Miller here at the County Administrator's Office who helps us coordinate this program. As you mentioned earlier, the recommendations that staff is bringing to you are two of them. To direct staff to amend Chapter 35, the Cannabis Business Tax Ordinance, to reduce the current year fiscal year 21-22 cultivation rate by 10%. And the 10%, as you will see in your summary, is made up of reducing the 3.18% CPI that we applied at the beginning of the year. The ordinance allows us to apply CPI automatically every year. And the remaining to the 10% is staff recommendation to provide tax relief. There's a series of steps that would need to be implemented for any tax reduction rate, because of the ways this is a board approved measure, and the ordinance is very specific of what authority the board has. In addition, we're asking the board to direct staff to return by February 2023 with an evaluation of the pros and cons of shifting from a cultivation rates that are based on square footage to a gross receipts type of structure. This would take a little bit of investment cost so that we can implement it. And we also are asking that the that if the board chooses to give us that direction, that we immediately start joining as members the California Cannabis Authority, who has a platform with lots of data analytics that would help us investigate this potential shift. We also, on the next two slides, want to share with you what we have learned the state has been considering, as well as what our neighboring counties have been reacting and implementing on their own. As this slide notes, the governor's January release budget did talk about looking at modifying the cannabis tax policy to help stabilize the market. And that's something that we will continue to monitor. Also, Senator McGuire has introduced SB 1074, where he is suggesting a shift of the way that the state taxes cannabis. Our neighboring jurisdictions, many have looked at this, and it's a range. It's a range all the way from issuing a letter to the state supporting some tax reform for the cannabis industry, to all the way to either postponing or significant reductions to the cultivation rate. We wanted to show you that the reason we're bringing to you a 10% reduction is because we recognize, as this table shows, that the cannabis tax fund has been able to accumulate available funds in excess of the operating cost of the program. And we also want to note that should we be looking at shifting to a gross receipt structure, that we would do it in a future date, and that we would also maintain enough fund balance or enough allowance so that it'll be about 1.5 times the operating cost until we actually redesign the program and understand how much revenue from a gross receipts perspective could be achieved. In this table, what we wanted to show you again, very simply, is the beginning fund balances, what the projected tax revenues would be. In blue or aqua font, we're showing you the fiscal impact of the recommendation for a tax rate reduction, and also the fiscal impact of investing in investigating a gross receipts model. We also wanted to note for you in this table, almost the column before the last, is that we are accounting for the about $2.5 million of costs so far that we have estimated, not that we have expended, but at this point, the next discussion you're going to have about the program update and the environmental impact report requires some resources, and the board has astutely told us to make sure that we can afford it from this fund. Here, we wanted in this slide to share with you that, again, your staff is recommending that you direct us to come back before February 2023 to review the pros and cons, so that if it's feasible, we can start implementing this shift as of July 1st, 2023. The prior board back in June 6, 2017 that report, at least staff report, indicated the interest to set up cultivation rates between 1% and 5% of the gross receipts. There was an anticipation that we would transition to gross receipts once we would have an adequate and reliable source of identifying gross receipts. But at this time, the state track and trace platform has not proven to be yet an adequate source, which is why also we were looking at becoming members to the California Cannabis Association. So the review and design of such a thing would require us to engage a consultant that we are estimating it would cost about $200,000. The consultant would also be tasked to determine what a tax percentage rate would be appropriate to support our program. And we would want to join the California Cannabis Authority so that we can access those metrics that they are accumulating. They also have predictive analysis, which would be helpful. So to wrap it up, and before I give it back to Chair Gore for discussion of the board, the two recommendations are direct staff to amend Chapter 35 to reduce the current rate by a 10%. And these will be, is permanent, not temporary, will be a 10% ongoing baseline reduction of rates. And to also direct staff to come back by February 2023 with an analysis of the disability to shift to gross receipts system. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for the presentation. Anybody else from staff weighing in? Kristen? Or
We're available for questions.
okay, good. Going to go to questions. I'm going to start down on this side. Supervisor Hopkins, are you ready to go in any questions? Or Supervisor Gorin, any questions? Questions over here? Supervisor Rabbit?
I was just looking it up, but Christina, can you, is there, on this particular, as the measure was passed, is there an advisory body to track the expenditures of the dollars raised? I know that in the measure, it talked about certain community benefits that were identified, and I don't think dollars have actually made their way to those community benefits. And I'm trying to understand, you know, how far off can we push that? And is there anyone that's out there monitoring that?
We do not have an advisory body like we've had with other measures, like Measure O, you know, with an advisory body. We do not have an advisory body that we consult with for the cannabis tax.
I guess my other question then maybe to county council is, how, is there a concern that we haven't put money into those services that are identified in the measure? To me, it's most important that you follow through on what you told the voters. And I just want to make sure I understand what, if there's, you know, if we're taking a temporary pause, that's one thing, but are we exposing ourselves to any kind of liability by doing so?
I invite Ms. Correll to share her thoughts on that. I know she's been studying it closely, and I appreciate her for that.
Thank you. And through the chair, this measure that was approved by the voters, the impartial analyses explained that it was a general tax. And so that if adopted, the revenues received would be placed into the county's general fund and may be used in any manner authorized by law and as directed by the board. The impartial analyses then did go on to say that the monies collected could be used to pay for general county operations and programs such as addressing industry impacts, code enforcement, public safety, fire, health, housing, roads, and environmental protection. So that is a pretty broad category of how the funds can be used. And as Christina explained, I don't think that it has been tracked, but again, it is a pretty broad way in which the funds can be used.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi. Ms. Rivera, has there been any analysis of what the cost of administering a tax on gross receipts would be compared to administering the tax on square footage?
We have not completed such analysis, Supervisor Gore, which is why staff is motivated to recognize that a gross receipt system understands and emulates commodity price, yet we have not yet completed a review of comparing it once against the other, which is part of the suggestions here for your board to consider today.
Do you or Mr. Roser have an opinion on whether it would be more or less than administering the tax on square footage?
Mr. Roser, anything in that?
Through the chair, this is Eric Roser, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. My office, the Tax Collector's Office, would be accepting the quarterly or periodic remittances from the operators. It would be a little bit more of a self-reporting program, but I would recommend that the county implement some type of an audit program, since we wouldn't have the ability to utilize ag weights and measures or permit Sonoma for the crop verification for the basis of tax like we do now. I hope that answers your question.
Is that a long way of saying it would cost more?
I think it's a long way of saying we're not sure, but it wouldn't necessarily result in a reduction for collection costs.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, through the chair, we as staff want to remain very objective and not predetermine that something would be harder or more costly until we actually dig in and understand. There's about 8 or 9 counties who are currently taxing through their gross receipts system, and we would want to learn from them and understand how they implement that. Because your question was, have we analyzed whether the cost of administering square footage versus gross receipts? There's a difference, and we, as Mr. Rosa says, we have not had the ability, we haven't really dug into that analysis.
And sure, this would be part of the work that would happen between now and February 23. All right, thank you. Supervisor Gorn.
And I did retrieve some questions that I had in my brain, and part of this was regarding the square footage versus gross receipts. There's been some suggestion that there's been leakage from cultivation into the black market because of the price of cannabis has been so low. Don't know whether that's true or not. And thus, would an audit actually be able to track how much cannabis was cultivated and sold through to the legitimate vendors? How would that work?
Through the chair, at this point, I envision that an audit would be opening up the books of the various cannabis operators and looking at how they calculate gross receipts, and the ability to determine leakage would really depend on the accuracy of the books, and it's difficult to say if that would be achieved at this point.
Okay, and we potentially could learn about some of the good things and some of the ease of administration from other counties that are engaged in taxation through gross receipts. Do we have any of that information now?
Through the chair, I currently, my office does not have specifics with regard to the way other counties are handling gross receipts. What I do know is some of my counterparts in other counties have expressed challenges in verifying the accuracy of the remittances that they receive for cannabis tax. And therein lies one of the major differences between the gross receipts model and the square footage model, where the taxation is known based on the privilege to grow a certain amount of square feet.
One of the recommendations that you make is to bring that analysis back by February of 2023. And it's like almost a year away. And why does it take a year to have the analysis brought back before the board for us to consider a different way of taxation?
Christina, I'll take this one, but feel free to chime in. That time frame gives us the time to both contract with the California Cannabis Authority and initiate the process of collecting gross receipts data from Sonoma County operators, as well as working with a consultant to hopefully be able to look at the books of various operators and evaluate not only how the gross receipts is being tracked, but what level of taxation would be collected based on the actual gross receipts of our operators. So one of the challenges right now that we have is we don't know what the gross receipts are for cultivation within the county. So it's difficult to determine what the appropriate tax rate should be until we have that information.
Okay, one last question, and that is about the level of taxation. We're considering a 10% decrease, which may be modest, maybe it's totally appropriate. I think we have heard and probably will hear today that we need a much greater discount in the taxation rate. I know it's of the interest of the county and the board to cover our costs. Thus, the question about how do we determine the costs? Are there ways to cut the cost? But why are we recommending 10% versus another discount.
Through the chair, Supervisor Boren, as noted in your packet and also in the presentation slide, we are looking to, this reduction would be a permanent reduction. It would actually step down the level of revenues coming in year after year. It's not just a one-time revenue loss, it's an ongoing revenue reduction. And so we suggested first that the board could look at, reducing for the CPI that was applied at the beginning of this year, which is one of the measures many counties have done, which in our county was 3.18%. And then we went further to give you another scalable opportunity to look at a relief by saying a 10%, because the 10% as calculated in our fund balance multi-year projections, it can be absorbed with what we have collected thus far this year, and still put us at the end of the fiscal year with sufficient fund balance should we choose to go into a growth receipt system, and that gives us enough months of buffer, because once you move to a growth receipt system, if you do, you don't know what kind of level of revenue stream you're going to be bringing in. You don't know how much it's going to cost you to manage it. And definitely, I think part of the review of the pros and cons of gross receipts would be to also make a validation of what type of costs need to remain to be funded or not in an ongoing basis.
Thanks, Christina. Just sort of one observation. We're taking this as an action item to lower the taxation rate. We could potentially decrease it further and then increase it again. Isn't that correct? We could be flexible or built in a flexible adjuster each year beyond CPI.
Kristen, would you help with that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. So yes, your board could choose to reduce the tax rate by a greater amount than 10%, and you could then increase the tax rate again, so long as the tax rate is not increased past the maximum tax rate that the voters authorized, which the ordinance sets forth what that maximum tax rate is.
And I said one last question, but I have another question, and that is what is happening at the state level. We know that the burden of taxation is higher at the state level than locally. So we're making sort of tweaks in taxation. Do we see that there's a sense at the state level for modifying the taxation rate as to alleviate some of the burden?
Through the chair, as noted in the slide that we presented to you, at least from the January governor's release, there's content in his message that he would like the state to look at tax structure for the state because of the market impacts right now.
Okay.
And of course, we have Senator McGuire's legislation working through the process. And in his case, the suggestion is to change where the commodity gets taxed along the supply chain.
I really want to thank all of you for your work on this, continuing work on this, and I'll listen to public comment and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. I'm going to try and get to a few things here too. I'm also interested in kind of reminding myself and us is why we're here, what the rationale was. And what we have not talked about so far is any of the things that were listed as the rationale to bring this item forward, which was a precipitous price drop in the wholesale cost at the same time that we tax an industry based on coverage, not based on actual production. So having said that, I'm interested in if staff has done any work to look towards validating the price drop with industry individuals, reaching out with reports or other things.
Through the chair, we have not done any of that work.
Okay. I guess the second thing is what is the, we can, I think it's helpful for us not to just get stuck on looking at numbers and FTEs, but look at what the actual impact is. So with our current tax rate, what is the average effective rate per pound of our taxes in Sonoma County?
I don't have the answer to that. I'll email and text someone, see if somebody can come up with it.
Yeah. So then the other thing that I'm hearing is really the justification for I'm interested in the 10% recommendation is what I see this more as is more of a staff recommendation, not based on the market, but based on how we fund the program. Is that correct? I mean, the reason I say that is it's not your job to decide if we're going to use contingency dollars or general fund dollars to backfill a program. I mean, that's our job, ultimately, what we bring forward. When we're looking at these, the reason I say this is because if you look at the justification to bring this forward, what I'm hearing from, not just hearing, but the stuff I'm being sent and I'm reviewing, shows that our current tax rate, our effective tax rate, is still far in excess to the overall production, what's on an area. And what we've been talking about is this, correct me if I'm wrong, but this tax only applies to permitted or permitted operations in Sonoma County, or those that are in the in our program, our pipeline program, right?
Yes. Permitted operations is what we tax. Yes.
You know, we also asked for, at the last meeting, for input on how much had been charged year by year from the code enforcement program for what we'd call black market, and where that money actually goes. Do you have that information?
Yes, we included it in your report, and I will go into it to explain that the code enforcement, how code enforcement is funded. Code enforcement has 1.5 inspector positions dedicated to cannabis enforcement, which are funded with $265,000 of annual cost from the cannabis tax. The code enforcement fines themselves, the fees and fines and penalties, go into the general fund. So as they get collected throughout the year, and sometimes they don't get collected, because you could have a code enforcement and you assess it, you levy the fine and the fee, but then, you know, it might take some time to create a settlement and create a payment plan. But the bottom line is that once those code enforcement fines and fees come into the financial system or our finances, they drop into the general fund.
Yeah. So on our last discussion you and I had, but also before the board, was how much is that? How much is that? I mean, not anecdotally talking about how many fees and fines. I mean, we're talking about quite a bit of money. We're not talking about tens of thousands of dollars. Do you have the actual?
I looked it up. I looked it up for the prior fiscal year, just the actual year, and it was close to $600,000 that had been collected.
Okay. So this is going to kind of lead into some of my comments coming out of this, but I think that's important to keep into the report too, is that, so the ultimate goal here, as what I heard from the board and me too, was to address not our staffing, but to address the fact of the effective rate of what we're charging an industry that is permitted. And then the fact that we're talking about the impact on the general fund, but we're filling the general fund with $600,000 of code enforcement money from the black market, whatever, a lot of it's not black market, it's code enforcement actions on permitted, permitted grows already. And so there is a nexus there that I think we need to explore in terms of what we do now and go forward. I have another question, which is about any kind of changes we make to this. My understanding is that let's realize that correct me if I'm wrong, but everything that we do relative to this tax is dependent upon our the ballot initiative that was passed, right, legally from a county council perspective, and what we're allowed.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. The ordinance sets forth very specific things that you are and are not allowed to do without going back to the voters.
And so that gets back into this discussion about rate decreases or increases under what was approved, as opposed to delays or suspensions. Is that correct?
Correct.
right? So I mean, one thing we could do would be to, as the staff recommendation, to keep the FTEs and everything filled up, we could look at a 10% reduction forever into the future or whatever. We could also look at reductions at sunset. Would that be appropriate to say? Like we could
Yes.
say, you know, we're looking to deal with last year and this year. If we want to fill that gap, then we come back and we could have it sunset at a specific time and have that come back before the board, whether that's February of 2023 or if we need more time to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to pull back up the presentation. The other thing that I want to go back to is I think it was very important that we highlighted the intent, you know, from that June of 2017, you know, board meeting, which was the intention was to set cultivation rates that ultimately translated to 1 to 5% tax on gross receipts, right? So this is an interesting one because we're talking about, like, if we talk about the effective rate of, if we're at per pound, this much is what the county charges in taxes versus this is the revenue that could be created off of it. I think that might give us a glance of where our initial intent was, even if we might change it, but that's where the program was intended to go towards. So I guess I'm interested in public comment, and others is hearing from folks the practicality of this, because, you know, I've heard folks about their, you know, not just heard, but seen invoices that folks have sent me on this that talk about the wholesale rate dropping from, you know, $1,000 or $1,100 a pound down to the, you know, on a high estimate, $300 to $400, but even as low as $200 in others. And so if we're talking about still taxing individuals at $100 to $200 a pound as an effective rate, I'm interested in doing this math a little bit forward. So I think you get a sense of some of my questions. I'll probably come back with more, but I think contextually, I want to, as much as we're sitting here talking about our FTEs and our general fund and others, there's a bigger picture that's here. So okay, so I'm gonna we'll come back to this, but so 600,000 a year. You did not get the number from the year prior in terms of code enforcement, Christina. I don't know if you are frozen, or I think I did freeze her. I'll come back to that and see if she can get back on. But so 600,000 from the past fiscal year from code enforcement going into the general fund already of Sonoma County. Okay, so I want to go to public comment, and first we're going to offer those. Can we see how many folks are online? If individuals who are online can raise their hands, and how many commenters we have on this item?
Thank you. Yes, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you are a phone-in attendee.
Okay. We're gonna allow 3 minutes per person. We'll start with the individuals here with us and then go to online. Come grab them. You might have multiples. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Maybe you guys can share down there. There's another one.
Hello, my name is Eric Pearson. That top invoice that you're looking at, that's the result of sending 800
Hold on for
pounds.
just 1 second. I can't hear. I don't know if, first of all, Brooke and Marcy, could you hear when he was speaking? Is there any way that you can make it so that it's amplified here, or?
The top invoice that you're looking at is the result of sending 800 grade A trimmed pounds to an extractor because my business could not sell that cannabis in the legal market. And if you take a look at that, you see the extractor turning that into oil, was willing to pay $50 a pound or so for the cannabis, 50. And after the government took their taxes out of it, the state, $47,000 was removed, leaving me with $5,000. If you look at $2,700 per pound, 2,700 pounds per acre, which is what your equation uses in calculating the goal of 3% of gross receipts, and you take 800 divided by 2,700 pounds, that represents about a third of an acre. If you see the handwritten math at the end of that, a third of an acre is about a $33,000 tax here, and it takes my $5,000 in proceeds down to negative 28,000 or whatever that is. All of that is before any labor, any lawyers fighting code enforcement, any leases, any use permit fees of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. That is a real invoice. Okay, that is the situation that we're in. To answer your question, Chair Gore, 2,700 pounds per acre is the yield that you guys use to get to that 3%. The tax is currently about $100,000 in Sonoma County for an acre. So your tax alone is $37 per pound, which compounds the problem of $160 per pound, okay, that the state charges. Ms. Rivera was offered numbers by our industry, by myself and Alexa Wall, and anybody else whose numbers she wanted, and she refused those numbers. Good afternoon, supervisors and county staff. We are here today to ask for tax relief. We ask that you either suspend last year's tax and the coming year's tax, or drastically reduce them to where Humboldt County, to 15 cents per square foot, where Humboldt County has recently reduced their tax. We ask that all cultivation tax rates for mixed light and indoor be dropped commensurately to this rate. The market for cannabis has dropped below commodity prices to where the value of cannabis is lower than the cost we incurred to grow it. Yet our current tax structure does not account for this and charges us a flat fee. We were promised a gross receipts tax years ago, and like so many other parts of this program, this has not been delivered. In response to Supervisor Corsi's inquiry at the last meeting, the staff report states we were promised a switch to gross receipts method of taxing in June of 17 once Metric was implemented. Metric has been implemented for 5 years now. It is Metric combined with federal tax returns that gives the county the tools it needs to audit. And these tools have been here for 5 years. If the county had done what it promised us and what we have been asking for repeatedly, we would not be having this conversation today. If you believe cannabis should be legal, then you should pass laws that support those of us who are legal operators. We need your help. We are in a phase that will pass, but it currently is crippling our industry. We are overtaxed, we are overregulated, and in a fight of our life against the illicit market prices. If you do not act now to substantially reduce or eliminate our taxes, we will be gone. We are the reason we are beginning to clean up our parks and forests of illicit grows and cartel operations. We are the businesses that are employing those cannabis farmers that weren't permitted. We are the businesses you promised you permit in 2017 if we applied. Staff has vested 0 use permits tied to the penalty relief program that was created for us to come into compliance. 0. You guys have wholly failed this industry. Should you look at us as, you should look at us as partners. We deserve more from you, and this is one chance you have to correct the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please state your name and bring it.
I'm a little shorter than Eric. My name is.
It's okay. Take your time.
So, hi everyone. My name is Tess Kofoid. Hello, supervisors and staff. I'm here today along with Eric, helping him communicate this very urgent message to you. Please refer to the Cannabis Tax Fund document in your staff report. AWM, Ag Weights and Measures, Permitting, Canopy, and Code Enforcement, $301,000. Ag has their own budget. Can't Ag measure canopy in their budget? Ag has been levying fines on some farmers that are greater than any other fines we've seen in history. Why are the cash receipts for these fines not used to offset this line item? And how much were those cash receipts in 2021? ATTC collections, $554,000. Where does this money go? Why does it even cost one full-time employee to open envelopes and send letters of non-tax payments? This number is in excess of 20% of the entire tax. PRMD, code enforcement, $264,000. Permit Sonoma ruthlessly targets cannabis farmers. And as Supervisor Gore asked, we know what these fines were last year now. They were $600,000. So why aren't these penalties the penalties that we're collecting being used to offset this line item? Counsel for legal services, $115,000. County counsel spends an inordinate amount of time working with code enforcement, fighting our farmers. We all know this firsthand. So why aren't fines and penalties that code enforcement collects used to offset this line item? These numbers total over $1.23 million. This added to $3.8 million currently projected as the cash balance at the end of this year leaves plenty of room for 100% tax break this year and next. Budget aside, we do not believe that this program necessarily needs to be self-supportive. Almost 30% of the Ag Department's budget is funded from the general fund. And Ag mostly regulates cattle and grapes. Grapes alone are $780 million industry in Sonoma. And when they actually turn the grapes into wine, you're looking at an industry that's larger than $13 billion. Yet 30% of the cost of regulating this is shouldered by the general fund. If offsetting a tax break is an important issue, I hope that you can take a look at these numbers and work with staff to figure out a way to rebalance the budget while affording the industry the drastic cuts it really desperately needs.
Thank you. I think we're going to, do we have anybody else here in person? Believe not. So we're going to go online. Thank you very much.
And thank you. While my colleague pulls up the timer slide. The first commenters are Vince, Ann, and then Cameron. Thank you. If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, my name is Vince Schulten. I'm the owner of NorCal Growers in Sebastopol, a small cannabis nursery. I'm also the president of the Hessel Farmers Grange, and I'm the state ag chair for the California State Grange. I come to you today to talk about small farmers, what and how we've been treated here in this county. You are driving farmers away. This is tax revenue that you should have allowed in 2017. And has continued. It took me 4.5 years to get a nursery license to be able to breed plants. It took the county so long to approve that I am now being denied use of my own genetic material because of them and their delays. This has delayed long enough. You're costing farmers their livelihood. I'm watching farmers disappear out of this industry every single day. They cannot pay the back taxes. They cannot afford to lose money in their business because you have taxed them into oblivion. I'm watching my farm, family farm that I've had here for 22 years go down the tubes right now because of your medieval taxation schemes. This is a taxation without representation, and I believe that we should be taking care of our small farmers. An industry is only as good as its farmers, and it's farmers that feed. This is food. Food for the mind, food for the body, salves, creams, pharmaceuticals, plastics, oils. There is so much more to this plant than what you guys want to tax it to smoke it. I think that you should get rid of the cultivation tax altogether. Help the little farmers. Those little farmers need your help right now, not next year, not 4 years from now. They need your help now. I'm going to continue my active fight against the taxation without representation, which is what is transpired in this county, along with the inept personnel that seem to be taking on the permit process. It should not have taken a nursery that's been here in this county for 50 years, 4.5 years to get a permit to grow, and then be denied to be able to use my own genetic material. This is just one example of change the rules, make it happen, feel us welcome, and we will support the industry. Thank you for your time and energy. Have a great day.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Ann, and listening to the marijuana operators berate the supervisors is like listening to just spoiled children whine. I'm a volunteer for Redwood Empire Food Bank, and we are experiencing an unprecedented need at this time with gas, food, and housing prices through the roof. If you dare to bow to the bullying tactics of the marijuana industry, first, you need to give all Sonoma County residents a tax break, property tax breaks, and sales tax breaks. You need to give restaurants and local businesses tax breaks. I won't subsidize an industry like this asking for a free tax break. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Cameron Hatton, and I, along with my wife, have the very first permitted cannabis farm here in Sonoma County. It is the second derelict property that Shannon and I have purchased and rehabilitated from being an illegal grow operation that was polluted and covered in trash. And we've turned both of these properties into sustainable organic regenerative farms. The first farm we were zoned out of in Occidental, and so we moved to a new one in David Rabbit zone here. And we were the very first permitted farm, and we followed all of the rules, and we grow primarily CBD. We work with children with epilepsy and cerebral palsy. I'm a third generation Marine myself, so the veterans groups are very important to me. We work a lot with the education on this. And what we have found from the county so far is no love whatsoever. We came out of the shadows and believed in the legalization, and we've done everything we can to make this work, and it is impossible. We have been taxed out of existence. Raising the minimum parcel size has pushed us out. We haven't been able to cultivate with no path forward. We are taxed into non-existent, and listening to the commenters and the NIMBYs around here, they really don't understand what happens in this industry. Being taxed 77%. I've owned and ran restaurants. I've owned and ran boats. There is no industry like this where you can't use banks. We can't get loans. I've lost 3 bank accounts this year alone. And so every time I listen to the board, it just really realizes that you've never listened to us. You don't understand an industry you're regulating. And I don't think any of these folks could ever survive in a regular business, let alone the cannabis business. So from here on out with taxes, we are shutting down. You can have 100% of zero from our farm. I am also a member of one of the Cal Cannabis ambassadors at the California State Fair. And we let everybody know Sonoma County is uneducated and unfriendly towards cannabis. Don't do business here. Take your farms out of here. Go someplace that cares about small family farms. This is, if you wanted to create a system where only large corporations with big backing could come in and build huge mega grows, you created the perfect system to drown out your only citizens here and to bring in the big corporate interests. So again, my farm is shutting down this year, the very first permitted farm in Sonoma County. We are the mom and pops that everybody was hoping for to survive, but you can have 100% of zero from us from here on out.
And the next commenters are Keela, and David. If you can please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
Yes, hello. My name is Martha, and I am a resident of Sonoma County, and I am completely opposed to any tax relief for this incredibly risky business venture of what I actually believe are very unhealthy drugs. A friend of mine's sister was killed driving to work as a nurse. She was killed by someone who was high on pot. In this county, we don't even yet have a standardized program of checking for people high on pot on the roads. So there's, a real danger to people. Secondly, I ask everyone this question: did we give any special relief and circumstances to the millions of people who risked their family fortunes, their life savings to start risky businesses? You might recall the dot-com period or real estate ventures. This is called capitalism, and you can take risks to start a business, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the public comes in and then pays for your taking a very high risk. And if they're friendlier up in Humboldt County, then go up and do business up in Humboldt County. But here, we, the voters, we voted to tax marijuana, and that should not be rescinded. In fact, the revenues are supposed to go to treatment of people that have substance abuse problems. Which has the county ever done a study of how marijuana addiction leads to homelessness? We have a homeless crisis in Sonoma County. Have you ever studied the connection between drug use and marijuana? Is a definite gateway drug that gets people started on the road to very terrible outcomes. So we're not talking about healthy food here, subsidizing nutritional food that people need to eat. We are talking about a drug business, a very, very risky drug business. And so I think the county and the state of California went way ahead of their skis on all their drug policy here. It's an absolute mess. And here we are. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Keela Peterson from Sweet Creek Farm, and we are one of the little farms that we were going to probably not grow again because of the tax. And I just like to say, let's get the elephant out of the room. What do I have to? I don't have anything more to give, so I don't care what happens to me at this point. But the county really did not come forward on their promises. We led us astray. I mean, like this one woman said, if they had given us everything that they promised, we wouldn't be sitting here begging for a tax relief. You have taken the small farms. We're one of them. Cameron's is one of them. We're falling apart, and we won't be here. We're sick of being treated like criminals, and I'm so over it. I'm a law-abiding citizen that came forth, pays good taxes, and I am not going forward anymore because Sonoma County, you have failed the small farmers. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is David Drips. I own Petaluma Hill Farms. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. I want to clear some things up. First off, we're not asking for any kinds of subsidies. We're not asking for any money from you guys. We're simply asking to be treated equal to all other citizens and all other industries, which is my constitutional right. And I went to 3 wars for this country to defend my constitution, just so you could rob me of my rights and tax me without justified reason and any true representation. We are asking for a tax suspension based upon a collapse of our industry due to mismanagement by county staff and overregulation at county and state level, along with excess taxation since day one. The taxes were predicated upon black market sale prices back in like 2012 and 2014. And that's literally 8 times the value that I'm selling products for right now. I just had my first sale in the last 6 months. I sold 4 pounds at 200 a pound and 3 pounds at 400 a pound. Now, mind you, I got to pay for testing out of that. I got to pay for the state tax out of that. I got to pay for the state water board fees. I got to pay for my $20,000 a year state license. I got to, cover the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I've had to spend for the permitting process that we can't even get through. We're taxed multiple times by every dang bureaucracy and agency at the county and at the state level. Not to mention, like, the state water board bills me annually a couple of $1,000s to monitor my water usage and basically grant me the right to use water. And then the county planning department has a copycat fee for, I think it's $700 or $900 additional dollars to do the exact same thing I'm paying the state water board for, so that they can be incompetent and not actually do anything. Once again, we're asking for a full suspension. This industry is dying. When you guys started kicking this ball around back in 2015 and 16, I was selling pounds at $1,600 to $2,000 a pound for greenhouse sun-grown marijuana. Now I'm selling them for $200 to $400, and half of that's going straight to the state. We're literally operating in negatives this year, but because the industry is imploding on so many levels. We're taxed at the highest tax rate in the world. The biggest polluters on the planet, like cruise line industries, big oil, they're not taxed pretty much nothing. They get subsidies to operate. Big pharmaceutical companies don't get taxed nothing like we do. Why are we paying anything more for tax than any other industry? You need to reset the tax scheme next year, suspend it this year, so that there can actually be a surviving cannabis industry. And remember, we are citizens. We are families. We are real people. It's time to stop seeing us as dollar bills generated by fictitious business entities. We are real people and real families, and you guys are destroying us. Give us a chance to survive, because without a tax suspension, we're all gonna die.
Thank you for the comment. The next commenters are Bill, Lori, then Ron.
Hi, Bill Crowd, Sebastopol. Hi. One group is hurting. It's understandable. Everyone wants to help. In the case of cannabis, they're not hurting by some outside force like fire or COVID. Actually, 2020, the COVID year, they did pretty darn good. 2021 was a tough year as production far exceeded demand. Their successes created their problem. Taxes aren't the problem, and taxes didn't create their problem. Overproduction drove the prices down. That's the real problem. Now, 2022, the market looks like it's getting better, back in balance, and there's some signs that the prices are getting better. So hopefully a better future. The growers have been quoting prices at one point in time and quoting the worst prices. Yes, today the prices are worse than they were a few years ago, but the current industry benchmark pricing study shows that prices are much better on an average basis than it's being quoted on the call. I would say, how about the first caller, the grower who provided the invoice, provide an invoice from 2020 where the prices were more in the $1,000 to $2,000 range. What was the effective tax rate then? Regardless, the cannabis industry is looking for a unique tax break, and staff has proposed a 10% reduction. The board is well aware many other folks are hurting by recent events, by fires and COVID, factors outside of their control. And like cannabis, they pay a tax not based on income. I'm talking about property taxpayers. Many of them have had their income reduced too. So my request to the board is to treat all taxpayers the same. No better, no worse. If a 10% tax rate is right for cannabis, then give a 10% tax rate to all property tax owners. Thanks.
Hey, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Lori Pascarella, and I'm a compliance consultant for several Sonoma County vineyards, wineries, and local cannabis business operators such as Bango Distribution and the local Elion Cannabis brand contracted farmers. I have been a resident and a tax-paying citizen in Sonoma County for over 25 years, and I'm one of the nearly 68% of Sonoma County voters that voted to legalize adult use cannabis and was happy when it passed. I would like to call out the county's continued failure with respect to dealing with its local cannabis industry. Sustainable enterprise, or more simply sustainability, has been a primary push in Sonoma County businesses for more than a decade. The sustainable enterprise or sustainable business movement actually got its roots at Sonoma State University, with the first ever sustainable enterprise conference held 14 years ago. Sustainability for agriculture or business is defined as a balance between people, planet, and profit, also referred to as social equity, environmental equity, and economic equity. Currently, being a cannabis business operator in Sonoma County is not sustainable because only the county and state are profiting from cannabis cultivation business operations through excessively high taxes. These high taxes ultimately increase the prices to consumers to the point that it fuels the black market and continues to choke out the legal cannabis industry. The minimal decrease in taxes the Board of Supervisors is currently proposing is simply not enough, particularly when you see other recognized North Coast cannabis growing regions that compete for the same retail market space, such as Humboldt County, that have dropped their local canopy taxes by 85% to help their local cultivators. The Board of Supervisors has the duty to protect the local industry and to combat the black market. To do so, it must lower cultivation taxes significantly, if not eliminate them completely. Fix the broken permitting system and focus on permitting the existing CUP applications of legacy cultivators that have been trapped in the penalty relief permitting program system for 5 years, only to get kicked out after long after their applications were deemed complete and yet are still under PRMD review. And most importantly, update the local ordinance as quickly as possible to help preserve what is left of the local Sonoma County cannabis industry. If this board does not take emergency action to fix these things, then it can take credit for choking out the legal Sonoma County grown cannabis market and continuing to help the black market to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marcy, I apologize to anybody who's on the call, but I'm going to have to move this a little bit quicker. We're going to go to 2 minutes just because we need to get back to deliberations if we're also going to be able to hit our other things. If folks want to call back in, if they're feeling like they're a little bit shut down, you can also call back in public comment, which will be at 4 p.m. But I want to get through these 2 items. So keep going, but please lower the time to 2 minutes.
Will do. Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Ron, you'll be the next commenter. If you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Ron Ferraro. I'm a Sonoma County cultivator and the CEO of Elion Cannabis, a brand that represents Sonoma County stamped on every bag sold in the entire state of California. Elion Cannabis is the #1 selling flower brand in the North Bay regions, including Sonoma and Napa counties. Between the different Elion Cannabis growers, we have paid well over millions of dollars in special cannabis taxes directly to Sonoma County and 4 times that amount with the state. Now the county has received another $1 million from the state to expedite projects like mine that are stuck in their 6th year of penalty relief prison. I'm not here today to complain about the many hoops that cannabis operators have to jump through for permitting, compliance, and regulations. I'm here to ask for some relief. Relief from cannabis taxes that are twice as high as our neighboring counties. Relief from code enforcement that generates money by violations instead of giving permits for these common business practices. And relief from the black hole at PRMD that we continue to send application materials and application fees with no end in sight. It's hard to understand why it's taken 6 years to get a hearing after our projects were reviewed 5 times by 5 different planners. All we ask for in return is America's founding principles, representation on taxation. Have a great day. Thank you, guys.
The next commenters are Joanna, then Sam, and then Thomas.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you let Sam go first? My computer's acting, I'll fix it, but can you, is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Right, Sam, if you can please begin.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Marcy, and thank you, board. My name is Sam De La Paz, Vice President of the Hessel Farmers Grange based in Sebastopol, California. Also sales and marketing manager for 421 Group, a local cannabis consultancy based in Sebastopol. We work with operators all over California. Turn it down. And I'm so sorry. You know, I just wanted to emphasize a lot of the speaker's comments on behalf of cannabis already, and also point to Humboldt County again, which Lori spoke to. And I really appreciated a lot of what Lori had to say, and what Cameron had to say and David had to say. I mean, we're literally pushing this industry back underground, and we're pushing out and overtaxing. As I sit here in Forestville and stare out at rolling acres of vineyard tax that gets taxed, I'm sorry, vineyard canopy that gets taxed at 20 cents per gallon of production at a flat rate. And we have cannabis that is taxed by a canopy tax, where if a year like this is significantly lower price per pound. And Hessel Farmers Grange, to speak to Gore's question earlier, has submitted comment and a breakdown of numbers comparing tax cannabis prices per pound between 2 years ago and now. And again, this has been 3, 4 years, 5 years. Some of these operators have been processed, and I believe that they need full tax relief. They need even reimbursement from the past taxes. This is not fair taxation of an industry at all. And as I respect what Bill, you know, has to say as far as fair taxation across industry, that this is not fair taxation. This is taxation without representation, and it is obscene. We need also Sonoma County, please, to push on the state for cannabis tax relief and support McGuire's tax bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you very much. This is Joanna Cedar from Sonoma County Growers Alliance. And I want to say you're hearing a lot of frustration today because of what the industry has endured for the last 6 years. In 2016, the Board of Supervisors gave direction to staff to develop an ordinance that would further the intent of the MMRSA and later Prop 64 and transition many of the estimated 5,000 cultivators into the regulated market. 10% of those cultivators showed up at the first ad hoc meeting at the vet center. Supervisor Gorin, you were there, I remember. And since then, the program has not been successful by any metric at all. In the last 6 years, the Board of Supervisors has ignored the recommendation of their own staff and planning commissions regarding RR and AR. The Board of Supervisors raised the minimum parcel size from 2 to 5 acres and then raised it again to 10. The Board of Supervisors allowed the Cannabis Advisory Group to lapse. The Board of Supervisors has allowed the cannabis program to go without a dedicated program administrator and without dedicated planners. The number of applicants and operators, 180 in 2018, has dwindled to fewer than 40 outdoor and ML1 unique businesses, representing less than 1% of the cultivators that existed to the prior year. And a notable percentage of these are well capitalized from out of the county. With all due respect, the cannabis community has volunteered thousands of person hours answering the same questions and making the same recommendations since 2016, and the situation has only gotten worse. We would rather farm, and if you don't reduce the taxes, we will not be able to. Yet we remain engaged and we have no choice. Please give us some relief. Thank you.
The next commenter is again Thomas, and then it will be Jeremy, followed by Jamie.
Hello, this is Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Chairman Gore and supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't usually speak on the cannabis, and I haven't felt that I've had a dog in this fight. Until now, to a certain extent, because water is such a premium issue, and so many people that I've talked to and what I've read about is the illegal use and diversion of the water. And so I'm calling on you to use your wisdom, your best understanding of what this is, where this comes down, because it's very important that if you're taxing people and forcing them to be in the illegal grows, then in fact the tax is having a deleterious environmental externality. This is a huge thing. Now, if you reduce the tax and you allow the people to come in, which was the whole point of this, is maybe this needed to have a more drawn out implementation for allowance of them to get started and so on before they're taxed. And it does seem like it's a fairly high tax. Now, again, I don't have a dog in this fight. The only one I'm worried about is the water. So it does seem like the water diversions, there was the information was provided 21.2 liters per day per 100 square feet, or one plant was 6 gallons per day. It's about 900 gallons per year on the 150 days. So that's quite a bit of water. It looked like it was the highest, well above cotton. Cotton's one of the big users. And and that's outdoor versus indoors, a little bit less. But the point is that then we have regulated water and so on versus these ones that are taking it from all around. So I'm asking you to use your best judgment. Thank you.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name. Jeremy, I see you are unmuted, but we are not hearing you. Is there a chance that you have an additional mute on your device? I'm sorry, Jeremy, we're not hearing you, but if you're able to come back to comment, either you can call in and use that information on today's agenda, and press *9 to raise your hand if you're phone in attendee, should you want to comment that way. And the next commenter, Jamie, if you can please unmute.
Hello, my name is Jamie Bellacino. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm the CEO of Hands and Near the Farm, located on Leslie Road. Been growing cannabis in Sonoma County since 2006. In 2017, my farm was one of your first penalty relief applicants. We were the guinea pigs. There were about 260 of us, and we were an experiment that you guys performed. We had too much asked of us, and we were overburdened by permit fees, taxes, science studies. We were attacked by neighborhood groups. We were forced to use distributors that ripped all of us off. And we had these planners assigned to us that had no idea what the cannabis industry was like in Sonoma County. I had MIG. MIG was in charge of conducting this experiment on us. I had to pay over $70,000 in permit. Well, I was charged over $70,000. I still owe 42 of that. We got passed from one of their planners to another one of their planners to another one of their planners to another one of their planners. Every time I got a new planner, the planner had no idea what was going on with the project. I had to give all my materials back to them. I had to have them visit the farm. I had to explain everything over again. What you guys need to know is that we've been through a lot, and it took a long, long road to get here, okay? The crash of 2021 was the worst we've ever had. It brought the market down to an all-time low. We're gonna all be out of business if we don't get rid of these taxes and these permit fees, okay? Now, are you planning on just letting this happen? If you plan on just letting it happen, just kiss all your mom and pops goodbye and just go completely corporate. And guess what? You're not going completely corporate. You're going mostly illegal is what you're doing. Most people are going to be growing illegal. All your mom and pops are either going to quit or they're going to grow illegal. Now, do you think they're going to quit? Do you think people that are passionate about what they do are going to quit? Is that what you think? We only have these choices. We either A, we act like fools and we work for free, or B, we go illegal. What do you want? Thank you.
And then the next commenter is Alexa, followed by a phone attendee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. So you know, honestly, this us versus them, neighbors versus businesses, this attitude, it hurts my soul because we are voters too. You know, I live on my cannabis farm with my housemates. There's 8 of us. That's 8 voting residents that shop local. We eat local. I'm going to send my kids to school here. We pay taxes. So we are real people. And I just want to make something very clear. Cannabis operators still pay property taxes, sales taxes, personal taxes, employment taxes, all the other taxes that normal businesses pay. We're not asking for a reduction in taxes that everyone else has to pay. We're asking for a reduction in tax that no other industry has to pay. This attitude of, well, if they get help, then we should get help too. That is what sounds like a spoiled, whining children, not the farmers who just want to be treated equally. And all of these farmers that speak today, Keela, Sika, Jamie, David, Vince, all of these are real people that love and respect Sonoma County so much, and to be treated like we are unwelcomed and unwanted, it's wrong. I mean, we have group chats going that are like, are you planning this year? Are you staying in business? How are we going to get this $100,000 back that we're owed from this company that went out of business? Are you going to be able to pay your bills this year? Are you okay? It's bad. I guarantee the neighbors aren't having to discuss these things. They're worried about the smell and how that affects their morning coffee on the patio. And we're over here trying to decide if we can stay in business, if we can pay ourselves, if we need to shut down. Normal businesses have safety nets. They can get loans, they can get grants, they can get bank accounts. Cannabis cannot. During COVID, we did not get PPE loans like other businesses were able to get to. So my advice would be to fix the root issues of this industry. Think about why a legal operator may be faced with the decision to have to leak product out the back door in the first place. You know, why there's a reason that operators feel backed into the corner, and that's what we need to fix. Lower taxes, get farmers their permits quicker. Let's treat the illness, not the symptoms. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter is a phone attendee, and you will hear the host has allowed you to speak, and you will press *6 to unmute. If you could please state your name before beginning your comment.
Yes, this is Jeremy with Patriot Valley Farms. We were really proud to receive our license the beginning of June of last year. We were proud to get it in Sonoma County, as you know, we were told that it's one of the hardest counties to get. Soon that changed. We were inspected right away after our license, and additionally, actually we were inspected 6 times from June to November. Then we soon realized that the price of cannabis had dropped, tax bills started coming in, and it's making our lives really hell. Anything, you know, would help. You know, we pay our property tax, sales tax, all the other taxes for employees. We need a break. We're veteran owned and operated. We help veterans with PTSD. We help a lot of veterans up at Yountville Veterans Home. But you know, this is all going to change if you guys don't help us out here. And I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Okay, I'm going to bring this back to the board. Quite a lot here. So I'm going to look to my colleagues for kind of, first of all, any gut checks on what we want to talk about and decide upon today, things that you might want to include in terms of a work plan, how this comes back, because this is there's a lot here, obviously. I'll start by just looking at some of the numbers. And one thing that's very difficult about this, I think, for some people who have been calling in is that if this is a legal industry and we're not even calling it cannabis, let's just talk numbers for a minute here, is that if we agreed in 2017 that we wanted to have an effective tax rate of 1 to 5%, and we are sitting here operating at, if it was at $500 a pound, 7.4%. If it's $300, 12.3%. If we're at $50, even if you were trying to just get rid of it, as one came in recently, that's 74%. I say that just because that's why you need a gross receipts. I think we've all talked about. You're not supposed to penalize people for making business decisions to move product. At the same time, we're talking about the state at 3 to 4%. So there's the other thing that was requested to us which is this item of us supporting the tax bill at the state level, which I think is something that we can look at coming out of here today. The difficulty I want to hear from my colleagues on this is that we're hearing some very real situation and numbers, and they're coming at us as anecdotes, but being professed as real stories, and we don't have any validation from our staff upon what that is. But at the same time, if you look at anywhere in the news or other areas, they're still talking about price per pounds being in that $200 to $400 range, no matter what you look at, and the impacts of it. So the other thing that I'm interested in more is not only the $600,000 from Permit Sonoma to the general fund, but this discussion about the other amounts, ag weights and measures, others, because if we're just bringing forward general fund discussions later in the year and looking at spending one-time money on other issues to homelessness and other things, but not accounting for where this is, I think that's more. So that's to say there's a lot here, and I don't know if there's proposals on the floor or if we want to be looking at process-wise things to request to come back. But I'm looking to try and get a sense from my colleagues on where you're at and where you want to go. Obviously, I've kind of said some things about I'd either like to take significant actions or delay and come back with more information that we're requesting. So I'm going to start with Supervisor Hopkins and then Supervisor Gorn, and I'll come back down to this side.
Thank you so much. And I also just want to start off by saying thank you to all the members of the public who appeared both in person and virtually to share their feelings. And interestingly, I heard some statements from opposing sides of the aisle that actually had the same message, which was treat all taxpayers the same. And I think that, some folks were saying, well, they think that is why we shouldn't actually lower taxes for the industry. But the industry is actually saying, look, we are actually taxed more heavily than other industries, both in Sonoma County and in the state. And I actually hear that. And I remember being a small business owner and just being shocked at what often feels like quadruple taxation, right? There's federal, there's state, there's property taxes. There's actually special property taxes that a lot of people don't even realize that small business owners pay, where you actually pay taxes every year on your chairs, on your orchard trees. It's almost like you have to lease your own property back from the government, which always felt frustrating to me because I had already paid sales taxes on those things that I had acquired for use in my business. And I do think that we have a policy choice to make as a board of supervisors, which is this sort of the cannabis is going to pay for everything that we want to do in Sonoma County, or should cannabis really focus on kind of paying for itself, which means paying for code enforcement, paying for programming, related to cannabis, and kind of looking at it more as sort of mitigation and the cost of us to essentially manage this industry in unincorporated areas. Aside from kind of tourism and the fact that we do have a transient occupancy tax on hotels and sort of short-term stays, which actually largely goes to reinvest to address some of the concerns created by those short-term stays, including impacts on roads, impacts on fire and emergency services, as well as direct sort of tourism impact mitigation. I can't think of too many industries that we actually single out and say, hey, this industry should pay for everything that we want to do, that is sort of good in Sonoma County. And so I would support, looking at something that I think is more reasonable, that focuses on the direct impacts of cannabis and sort of the ability for us to, manage and administer the programs that we have pertaining to cannabis as we move forward. And so, I don't know if we're going to make all the decisions today. I'm curious sort of what, the chair wants to do in terms of those decision points. But I certainly am supportive of a reduction, and then also really a study that looks at what is that sustainable number going forward. I also think that we missed an opportunity by not having some kind of a citizens advisory commission. And I appreciate that Supervisor Rabbit brought that up during the questions. I feel like we haven't had any kind of public real-time feedback loop and I think it would actually be really beneficial for stakeholders on both sides of the aisle to sort of look at what the reality is on the ground. So I'm curious to hear my colleagues. And then I also did want to mention that there is, of course, and it was in the staff report, the state bill that is moving forward. And I also think that the state of California needs to take a hard look at how it taxes our cannabis cultivators. And so I would also like to, propose potentially some staff direction on that front today. Also wearing my hat as a First Five commissioner in Sonoma County, I want to recognize that actually the state of California has utilized cannabis tax revenues to support First Five programs and early childhood education programs. And I actually, again, don't think that it's right to pin that all on one industry. I think the state should be doing a heck of a lot more for early childhood education with alternate general funds. So I would also support some kind of an advocacy from this county or a letter of support in terms of cannabis tax relief in the state, but also with a hold harmless for early childhood education. Because ultimately, I think that there needs to be some kind of sustainable funding, but also, quite frankly, isn't subject to the vagaries of the cannabis market. I actually don't necessarily think it's great to sort of put all of our eggs in one basket when it comes to something as critical as early childhood education. So those are my thoughts, and I'm happy to get into more specific policy points, but I kind of wanted to start with the 50,000-foot overview. Chair Gore.
Supervisor Warren.
Thank you. All good comments. And I thank everyone who is here commenting either physically or online, virtually, and the great staff work. It's been, as someone noted, I served on the first ad hoc to really look at cultivation, one of those areas that the county hadn't dived into. Little did I know that it would be, 9 years later, we're still talking about this. And I thank all of the cultivators for their commitment to coming out of the canopy and to moving forward with their commitment in creating a viable, commercially viable, financially viable, legally permitted facilities, organizations, businesses, because I think that is the future. I don't want to go back to the black market in the canopy, the trespass grows. So I have a commitment, and I continue to my commitment to make it work. And probably the next stage will be the next item talking about how we do make it work. Clearly, we need to do an adjustment on taxation. I don't know what that is, but I agree with Supervisor Hopkins. Let's move forward aggressively with work at the state level, because as I said before, that's where the taxation burden actually is, and it just compounds the issues clearly. I hear distress from many, many people, growers who put their faith in the process, and now years later, paying tens of thousands of dollars in fees to the county and not seeming to get much closer to permitting cultivation in Sonoma County. We've tried a number of things, and it just doesn't seem to be working. And I really clearly hear from you, planner after planner after planner, is not acceptable. It's not acceptable in the real estate industry, certainly the permitting of wineries and events, and it clearly is not acceptable in the permitting of this industry, but it's what we seem to have right now. I don't know that we can get to a point where we create a smooth pathway forward for the folks who are in distress. They're folding up shop, they're going somewhere else, they're losing their farms, they're losing their relationships. But I think we need to make a commitment to stabilize the industry in whatever way we can, even if it's a smaller industry than what we had contemplated 8 or 9 years ago. But I await direction on the point. I think I'm interested to get to, as quickly as possible, taxation based on gross receipts. And which is why I asked the question, why does it take almost a year to get to that point? So I would like to see that discussion sooner rather than later. I sometimes maybe have some confidence that that's easier to administer and verify, but that's just me speaking optimistically. And so I'm supportive of the staff recommendations. I'm not sure about the level of the 10%. But I am quite convinced that we need to move forward aggressively on taxation through gross receipts. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I've heard is, it sounds like the biggest thing today is I'm hearing concurrence, and I'm going to come over here. Staff recommendations. Yes, there's a study, and yes, there's support from both on state support for the state bill that I've heard. The real key here is that the reduction conversation that we're having right here today, whether we take all of that on now or piecemeal it. I'm going to come down to this side. Supervisor Corsia Rabbit, anybody want to jump in?
comment. Thanks. And I want to focus on the recommendations that are in front of us today, but I also want to start out by saying that I am sympathetic to the industry. This is an industry that's heavily regulated, difficult to permit, and has expensive overhead costs, like a lot of industries do. I have to push back though on the idea that there's a financial problem with the industry right now because of government and especially local government. It's much more complicated than that. The bottom has fallen out of your prices for market reasons, not regulatory reasons, in my view. And we can't help you fix that. We're limited in how we can help you on the tax issue as well. We may be able to lighten the load, but even if we removed 100% of our taxes right now, that only gets you 20% relief. So we could fully suspend our taxes and you still have the state taxes, which are much heavier than what we have. So to get to the focus of the recommendations, I want us to get to a gross receipts method of taxation as soon as we can. I want to honor that process that was made many years ago. Staff says we need a year to get there, and I'm okay with that. In the meantime, I'm willing to provide what little relief we can, being 20% of your taxes. As long as that relief is contained within the resource that exists within the cannabis program surplus. And I'll call it a surplus, whether staff is calling it that or not. I'm seeing it as a surplus at this point. We need to contain that relief within that surplus as we go toward a gross receipts tax. Whether that is a 10% relief or 20% relief or some other number, doesn't matter as much to me as ensuring that the cost is contained within that fund. And the only other thing I think is the support for the state bill. I assume you're talking about McGuire's bill.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in favor of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I appreciate very much you pointing out. I do think this is a case of be careful what you wish for, right? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but as I remember the legalization process, it was the great cash cow that all this dollars were. It's not unlike the casinos in the county where they're either going to be the scourge of the nation or the great, dollars flowing in. So I think even that's why my first question, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to be held to some standard of those issues that were listed on the measure, that the dollars were going to augment the coffers. I think I said then not to look at this as a cash cow. I don't think it was going to be. And I think the comments of my colleague here to my right are true, that while, 24% of the tax burden is from the county, so fully 3/4 of the problem is at the state level. And I support Senator McGuire trying to fix that. And I'm not opposed to going to gross receipts as long as we can make it work. And I think the systems are not quite there yet. I asked county council, could we just be tagged on to a percentage of the overall state tax as a smaller percentage, perhaps? I'm fine with that too. That your total tax burden would be. That happens in other ways where even, you pay one property tax to the county, but the state is getting some of those dollars. Why can't we do that with the way that cannabis is taxed in the same way? So I think that there's ways that we can look at that with an innovative look. I do, I heard mismanagement, county staff and everything, and I hear the frustration. I really do, and I understand it. But the primary financial driver here is the bottoming out of the price of the commodity. If the commodity, I have to believe, if the commodity was going to escalate from the 2000 and upwards, the percentage of tax wouldn't be the issue as it is today. I get it from the business perspective, but I think we just need to keep it in perspective, especially, again, not every county in this state even allows you to cultivate cannabis. And I still think that we did some things for good intentions, but the process was a little too fast and it created problems. And that's what we're dealing with on the land use side of things. And we'll deal with that with the next item on kind of the scoping of the EIR going forward. And that'll be a good thing, hopefully, but it's always playing catch up, it seems. And, to that extent, I apologize from the county's perspective, but I don't think there was ever any other intent but to move forward with the industry. I appreciate people who actually are working in the legal market. It's where we want you to be. And to that extent, I'm not at all opposed to reducing the rate and making sure that we can do what we can do to be supportive in that. So I want to be clear there too. I would support the recommendation in front of us going forward. I do also think that we should be looking at other options of what we can do long term. If we're charging on a percentage basis, and this is the only tax like this that we have. And so I think we, as a county, need to understand if we're going to be charging a business tax, it's almost like, it is a gross receipts tax. I mean, if the business entity sector does well, the county will do well, not unlike our property tax revenue going up in good property times or housing inflation. As opposed to it coming down after a recession. So I think that I'm not opposed to that at all. I do want to make sure that we have enough dollars collected to carry out the work. And I think I made mention of this last time we spoke, because there is more demand to fix the processes that are all broken, and that comes at a cost. I did not understand the arguments regarding some of the budgetary items, quite frankly. I don't think that's necessarily how the government necessarily works on the budget, but I do think the dollars collected on the cannabis side need to make sure that we can pay for that EIR. Today I heard even on the gross receipts, there's a consultant that's out there that's probably going to be a couple $100,000. We need to make sure that that's factored in. I appreciate staff's work on that going forward, and I appreciate that we need to kind of continue in that vein because I don't think that should be subsidized, quite honestly. So thank you for that. But I'm open to the staff recommendation, dealing with some of these issues, trying to find that sweet spot that can move us forward, allow for those funds to be collected to be reinvested in the system. That's basically been the case to date. I don't think anything in the cannabis funds, you tell me, Christina, have we used those cannabis funds? They're just in that they're just in the cannabis fund entirely. They're not necessarily transferred into other funds. So we haven't hit those items that were mentioned in the measure when it was put to the voters. So, we need to keep that in mind too, because I don't think that we want to be on that, the bad side of the voters in terms of what was promised and what was delivered. But I do think that there's lots of room for improvement. Totally open to that and appreciate all the work of staff to date.
Thank you. So I'm hearing, and this is not surprising, I hear two things that I would agree with. Number one is advocacy to the state for the tax reform. Number two is an item that staff recommended to come back in 2023 to look at the fuller picture. I think the real thing that we have to decide right now is reductions, and are we going to adopt something today, or how are we going to review it? I'm in favor of moving forward today. Obviously, many up here, we just made some comments. We see this differently, respectfully. For me, if we don't take action, we are killing permitted businesses in Sonoma County and going against the intent of not only this board, but staff direction. The 1 to 5% adopted in 2017 was not proposed by a board of supervisors. It was proposed by our staff that was going to be the effective rate. What we are hearing right now is that we are currently not only above that, but we are far above that in the best case scenario. In the best case scenario, we're up in the 8 to 9%. In the worst case scenario, we're up in the 60+% because we're not adjusting. So we have to be very clear that even though we're talking about this, as this indirect impact, this is very impactful. The other side of it is that we're sitting here talking about a cannabis fund, but we've already talked about one area where $600,000 as a minimum is going into our general fund from code enforcement actions that we are definitely spending on other areas of our community. So if we're sitting here talking about not spending the money that comes into cannabis to support back into the industry, I think it's it's difficult for us. We can't pass a sniff test if we don't look into that. So I'm really interested in my colleagues on this. I've heard a couple sides that say 10 to 20%. That's not where I'm at. I'm in a different situation. I like the Humboldt model. I like the model of what we've said. I think if we are going against our intent and we are not matching any of our numbers, then we should be figuring out how we fill this year's needs and then come into next year with the study. Just like you all, I want to do the gross receipts model. So I do have one question as we get this going on, whether we're at 1%, 10%, however it is. In my first call with Christina, we were talking about 50% reduction was what was offered by staff as a potential before we looked at the general fund. So obviously we're in a lot of a different place here. I mean, for me, making this decision without doing a full study or an audit on where we're at is difficult, right? So the question to my colleagues is, do we want to legislate now, or do we want to look at procuring the study and figuring out how we do this? So I want to go back, maybe Kristen or somebody else from the side of the legality. I'm looking for some information on this because, last time, remind me, where we stand with our actions. Have we pinned ourselves into a corner where we have to decide upon this today? Can we still defer some payments, or I say defer, suspend? We've been told we're not using those words because ultimately we have to reduce rates or otherwise. And what other timelines are we up against right now? So I just can understand the operating scene.
Yes, thank you, Chair. At the January 25th board meeting, your board adopted a resolution to postpone the extend the due date for the cannabis taxes that were due January 31st. Those were postponed to April 30th. So nobody in the cannabis industry has a tax payment due until that date. If your board were to want to bring forward an ordinance change, we would need to bring forward a resolution to have your board extend that due date again. If you did not want anybody in the cannabis industry, or if you were seeking to give a tax reduction to operators only, however you would want to structure that, there would need to be another extension of that due date.
Okay. So I've already thrown out some options. I'm interested in my colleagues, and if there's any others that want to talk about it. We've talked about a staff recommendation of 10%. I've heard even a 10 to 20 over here. I've talked about much more than that. I'm going to come down here and see if my colleagues want to look at trying to legislate a reduction now, or and if there's a proposal with specific numbers, or if there is a desire to come back and do an ordinance change that extends that again, and we do our study in real time. So going to come down to this side first. Supervisor Gorin, do you have anything?
I'm amenable to handling the reduction now. We'll have an opportunity later on when we talk about conversion to gross receipts to really think through what that taxation rate might mean, what might it translate to. I'm trying to mentally calculate if 10% is 362,000 or close to that, then 20% is 700,000. And what does that mean for covering our costs? So I guess I would ask staff members, because you've done the calculations on covering the cost and taking it out of our cannabis fund, where are we with talking about a 20% reduction?
Through the chair, if you were to take a 20% reduction, the projections as I see them would put you more at the end of the 3-year surplus, as Supervisor Corsi says, puts you more at being able to have a surplus of about 12 months of operations. So a 20% will erode the surplus, but only to the point where at the end of 3 years, you still have about 12 months of surplus available for operations.
Okay, I may be persuaded to cut that difference in half to maybe 15%, which would soften or smooth the impact, but that's where where I am right now.
So I think, Christina, was the 10% based upon having a fund balance of $370,000 or change? Was that based on it?
No, the 10% was based on fiscally set guides so that at the end of 3 years, you would have 1.5 times surplus, right? So that you would have, if you will, 18 months of operational costs still available before you transition to a gross receipt situation. A 20% puts you at a situation where you would have about 12 months surplus available to buffer your transition into gross receipts.
Okay. So we're still talking about keeping, not spending all our fund balance, but keeping actually a surplus for when we transition of either 12 months or 18 months to at 20% reduction, 12 months of a surplus already. And at 18, okay. Supervisor
And
Hopkins.
of course, I'm sorry, but it of course assumes this 3-year estimate assumes that our revenues in the next 2 years to come, there are revenues this year and our revenues in the year to come will still, be relying on the number of operators we currently have.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you. I'm not interested in having a surplus unless we have identified clear sort of unmet administrative or programmatic needs for the program. And so I would actually support sort of greater than 20% with the goal being to actually, within this time frame, right, transition. I guess one of my questions is really how quickly do we think that we could transition to a gross receipts model? I know we were sort of looking at this multi-year time horizon, and I'm wondering if there's any way to accelerate the timeline just to try to, get a jump and then essentially, having opportunities to course correct in real time as we go to ensure that our needs are met, but also to ensure that we're not essentially over collecting and creating a surplus.
Through the chair, and I will also rely on Mr. Roser, is we're in a situation we don't know what we don't know. And there's several steps. One, of course, today's direction. Then two, putting out an RFP to find an appropriate partner out there that helps us understand the cannabis industry and the commodity pricing and do all those types of validations. 3, actually create enough time for this provider or consultant to help us understand what fits our local profile, because as you have heard, right, all the different cannabis programs are different across the state. And then 4, we would have to figure out what are the mechanics, what ordinances, what mechanics in the whole collection billing machine would need to be redesigned before we transition. So because we are yet to have a good optics of what this takes, we were being conservative and wanted to not anticipate that this change would be available for us for budgeting 22-23, which we're in the middle of doing right now, and therefore giving us that extended time to create all these steps, because we fear that, if we're not methodical and cautious about that transition, then we don't give enough clarity to the industry, and then we would need to do some catch up in correcting stuff.
Question, if we were to essentially go to sort of no surplus or fund balance at the end of 3 years, what would the percent rate decrease be? If our goal was not to have 12 months, of reserve fund at the end of that.
If you were to do a permanent reduction, let me think about this. And I'm looking at my spreadsheet. I'm going to put something here. I'm just going to sort of, at this point, just calculate it in a haphazard way, but that's 30%. If you were to just eliminate all the surplus, is that what you're thinking, Supervisor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Let me think of this one. 4. A 50% reduction would, on a 50% reduction leaves you with actually puts you in a deficit of about a couple $100,000. So you're probably looking at something like a 45% reduction.
Okay, great.
To clean up the surplus at the end of 3 years.
I appreciate that, and I would be supportive of going as high as that number. And, I was thinking a little bit more about it. And I did mention earlier TOT. And I do want to acknowledge that TOT actually, though, is still a tax really on people who don't live and work in Sonoma County, right? And so who aren't actually paying property taxes, which contributes to our road system. So even though we do work to spend all of our TOT on ways that address the impacts of visitors, it also is still unique, I think, when we're talking about the cannabis industry. I don't think that there are too many instances in which we enact that kind of additional tax.
One follow-up from your questioning about the surplus is, Christina, can you talk through the rationale behind a surplus? Because that's taking it less as a hard dollars and more as a policy approach. Is what would be in your mind the need for having a surplus as you transitioned from like an 18-month surplus, basically a fund balance that you're building as you transition into a gross receipts category?
Sure, Gore. In my mind, the surplus puts us in a place to continue to cover our costs until we know what the revenue stream will be once we switch to a gross receipt. Because we don't know what the revenue stream is going to be now, because we haven't established the rate, we haven't established the source, and 2 years from now, we don't know what that level of gross receipts productions will be. So in my mind, a surplus at the end of next year, fiscal year 22-23, it's a tool we need in order to continue to do the work of transitioning without having to cut staff while we're trying to transition.
Is that so? The assumption that it would be as you say, an 18-month surplus, right? How does that line up with the goal of bringing back a report on gross receipts in February? So get back to this 3-year discussion. You're thinking that we would still be implementing this, that it would take us 3 total years to convert over to a gross receipts program?
I see your question. Thank you, Supervisor Gore, for the opportunity to clarify. No, we see working on this review between now and February 2023. And before the end of the next fiscal year, we then have the opportunity, should this be feasible, then we have the opportunity to implement starting on July 1st, 2023. So it's not a 3-year process, it's more like an 18-month process that we are looking for you to give us some runway with.
Okay. So in effect, if you're looking at a policy discussion, Supervisor Hopkins, I'm going to come back to you on this, is it, if you're thinking about a non-surplus policy, the question I think that would have to be begged and to all colleagues is that a permanent decrease, or do you set it as a sunset with the review 18 months from now so that it would go back to said policy before unless you find a difference? So it forces your decision making. I don't know if you thought through that at all.
I think this is what you're getting at, or at least I'm not totally sure, but in my opinion of thinking about a 3-year time horizon, my goal is that we change far before that 3 years, right? And so we actually would still have a cushion, even if we went to a 0 cushion at 3 years, if we're coming back in 18 months, right? And then we would still have a 1.5 years of a policy essentially to trial while we still have a cushion. And if we get it wrong, we can adjust it accordingly to ensure that we are in fact covering costs.
Yeah. The only question I was begging was we could do a permanent decrease as a policy and bring an ordinance forward that's, as you say, 45%, or we could bring back an ordinance that says we're going to reduce for 45% for 18 months or for 1.5 years. And the only idea of that is that you ultimately align that timeline with whenever you want to implement the new tax. So if it's permanent or if it's time sensitive. I'm going to keep coming down. Anything, Supervisor Corsi, you want to add to this?
Yeah, Ms. Rivera, does your back of the envelope calculation of 45% gets us down to a little bit doing away with the surplus. Does that include the $200,000 yearly cost of the consultant as well?
It does. It keeps through the chair. It keeps accounting for the fact that we are going to be incurring this expenses.
And is that an ongoing cost there?
We established it as an ongoing cost for two reasons. One, because there's a cost of being a member to the California Cannabis Association that will be ongoing. And the second reason is we would have a cost of engaging in the next fiscal year 23-24, starting soon here in about 3 months, of engaging a consultant of about a couple $100,000 is what we estimate. But we estimate under the assumption that we're going to move to gross receipts, that $200,000 and the cost of membership will continue in the years of transition into gross receipts. So it's ongoing.
Okay. And I just want to express a little trepidation about doing this kind of stuff on the fly, trying to get to a zeroed out fund in the cannabis program, which I don't necessarily mind, but I'm a little bit nervous about doing it, considering that we've, for instance, heard several cultivators today say that they're going out of business in this county. So we're basing this on a certain number and a certain amount of people paying taxes that we may not have going into the future. Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, no. Just the opening comment. I think staff made a recommendation as to the percentage of the tax, but the board approved it. And certainly at that time, no one knew that then staff, this board, or applicants could predict that the price per pound would drop so precipitously. So I just want to make sure that's known, because when we approved that rate, there wasn't anyone jumping up and down saying that that was totally unfair and out of line. It was, okay, that's the cost of doing business. And I realized the business has changed. Of course, no one would predict that gas would be at over $6, a gallon today either. So things do change in that regard. Like Supervisor Corsi, I'm open. I don't think that every account needs to have a reserve per se. I know that I think it's prudent practice to make sure that there's a buffer, not because you never know what's going to come in. And as was mentioned, you heard, people going out of business. I just want to make sure, and I've said this from the beginning, that our hard costs, there's hard costs that are associated with the collection of the tax, the administrative overhead. And as a percentage of the overall amount, I think that's probably the smallest amount. I want to make sure that we have the dollars that can move the program forward, because we've been getting nothing but grief on that as well. And this is the dollars that are actually going to get the EIR done, move to gross receipts with knowledge, not just on a whim, but with that work. And I want to make sure that we can do that. So I'm open to, and I know that, and you could probably give me a percentage of the dollars collected to date, we don't spend. I mean, we have a choice at the end of the fiscal year to transfer funds if need be, but we don't spend the total percentage of dollars collected, so that the reserve is building, as it were. So I'm open to a further reduction in that regard. At the same time, I don't want to bottom out. And I am always, quite honestly, worried about doing it on the fly, because it's the unforeseen consequence that will come back to bite you. And, just making sure, especially with on making sure all the numbers add up going forward. So I'm open to that. And it's the board's desire to get there. I think there's a desire for relief, supportive of that. Just want to make sure that the dollars are going to be in the program to fix the things that are broken going forward, which I think is paramount for the future of the program in the county as well.
Thank you. I think it's getting, closer. I don't know. Because as I say, there's still this conversation about doing it on the fly. And that goes back to data and verified data, and we funding this gross receipt study. I mean, when we got together in January and when we talked about putting this on the agenda in December of last year, we talked about bringing forward, if at all possible, verified market data and other things. And we I will say that we haven't done the groundwork to come here to be able to justify that. So it's either that we punt this decision and do the study and don't take any action, or we take action that's permanent and then do a study and come back to it, or we take action based on our best gut check and have a sunset in that clause and then come back. There's going to be costs no matter what we do. So I have what I hear is a proposal of going after a no fund balance option, which goes up to the 45% kicker as opposed to keeping a fund balance in it. Obviously, if we give direction on that, we'd have to review that as we come back and budget with all of our contingencies, our one-time costs, the $20 million that's in one-time money that's not being spent on the Sears building, the additional costs that we put into the helicopter earlier today to build that out for a year. We'd have to review all that within a context and also potentially look at some of our general fund breakdown of this 600,000 and the others. But so I'm going to come back down to this side. I heard one recommendation from Supervisor Hopkins of 45%. Is that, Supervisor Hopkins, are you thinking that that's a permanent do the study, or that is a sunset? Because I've said the sunset a couple times, but it doesn't look like that's what you're proposing.
I'm open. I mean, I'm fine with the sunset. The intent is not to maintain the status quo forever. And I felt like I heard majority board support to switch to a gross receipts model. So, if we want to frame that for 18 months, if we want to frame that for 24 months, just to give a little wiggle room, I'm open.
Well, I'm kind of, we could do it, but at some point, I mean this respectfully, I'm going to look for a motion as well because we have to go there. Supervisor Gorin, what about yourself?
I appreciate the passion and the sentiment, but I'm very concerned about us bottoming out the fund because we don't know how the price and the taxes will occur in the future. So I think we do need a cushion. We have costs that we need to really pay attention to. So I'm looking for something less than 45%. But anything is good. Something is good on a temporary basis until we can figure out where this industry is going.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if staff could provide us with the balance after 2 years with a 45% reduction, because my understanding was it would be bottoming out in year 3, not in year 2.
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Supervisor Hopkins. In the spreadsheet that I've been developing over here, at the end of fiscal year 22-23, the fund balance would be, again, projections, right? Projections on the assumptions that we're still collecting from the same operators. And I'm calculating about $1.2 million at the end of next fiscal year. And right before the expire date of switching as of July 1st, 2023.
Clarifying, at the end of 2 years, there would be a fund balance of 1.2 that would transition into a gross receipts tax. That's
correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Correct. If we all agree that the transition date is July 1st, 2023, the fund balance that we would be going into as projected on the spreadsheet based on the current operators would be about $1.2 million.
Okay. Yes. You want to?
Sorry.
Go ahead. Yep.
I just want to make sure to get the board. I'm fine. I appreciate the conversation, and I'm open to what it takes to get there. I just want to go back to earlier what I made mention of, because the intent on the measure included other items, and I'm fine with not getting there in the first so many years. But at some point in time, I think we need to either come to grips with that either we're not going to put money into those items or we are. And if we are, we need to make sure that we start building that. It doesn't have to happen today. It could happen starting 2 years from now. But I do take it very seriously as the measure was written. And even though our great county council left us an out, those things were listed as beneficiaries of this tax. And I want to make sure that we're not going to come up with zero on that.
Well, and it's a good question of what are those beneficiaries, and is the intent to pay all of those with the taxes, or is it also with some of this code enforcement dollars, what do we talk about when we get to our budget? Perfect. Understood that and I've come at it from a different approach, which is I'd love to have a full accounting of what we actually do with those dollars. The FTEs and the $3.4 million already paid by our staff. I want to do a further review. If we were doing this right, I would also be like in a part of the EIR, be asking for a full management review or an internal accounting of what we've already done on code enforcement, what we'd be doing on these other areas so that we would get a verified report and we'd get out of the world of anecdote, that we could actually move into that world. So when we talk about, we get so many different things in and out, a review of the permitting. We're doing a management review of Permit Sonoma, but like the tough thing is that anecdote and data, as one of my colleagues reminds me, aren't always synonymous, but you got to put them together. So I'm going to come back to this. I still have, and I'm looking down Supervisor Gorn and Hopkins. I have one proposal which would be a 45% reduction potential that would look at maybe being that would still provide after 2 years a fund balance, a surplus of $1.2 million to be able to transition into the gross receipts. And I'm looking down here too, is because once again, at some point, I'm going to need a motion in a second, and I am supportive of the 45% decrease with the $1.2 million as a fund balance. So if there are other options on the table, then we need to get there. But I need to ask my colleagues to weigh in and make some definitive numbers instead of wait for one of us to provide it for them. So I have one proposal with that. Supervisor. Do you have a proposal? Because we could also vote on the one that we have before us, even though it's not a formal motion. I could take it as a motion.
As I said, the number isn't as important to me as I'll just say that I'm not willing to put any money into this fund from elsewhere. I believe that the program should pay for itself. Whether we've got $20 million that we didn't spend on Sears or not, I don't and won't favor using that money for this purpose.
Okay. And that's understood. Okay, Supervisor Rabbit, anything you want to add? Or
I'm just trying to figure out where we're going. I just wanted to make mention that code enforcement is not a moneymaker. Code enforcement is a revolving fund that the dollars coming in then go into, for the most part, PRMD and county council to pay for future hours before they get reimbursed for the code enforcement, which undoubtedly takes months or years to get to that particular point in time. So I just want to make sure that we're talking apples to apples on some of these things, because I think there's a lot of things being conflated.
Okay, let's go into that. Christina Rivera, I asked a very specific question. You said that $600,000 in surplus code enforcement money was going into the general fund for us to spend. Is that correct, or is what my colleague is saying that it goes back into a fund to take care of code enforcement staff? Because my understanding is that we're paying code enforcement staff with other funds as well.
The code enforcement fines
With
and
revenue, with the revenue dollars.
through the chair, the code enforcement fines and fees that are collected go into the general fund. And so inherently, by default, those dollars are then available to pay for the salaries and benefits for the next year until, you get more code enforcement. What is true is that code enforcement has more than 1.5 FTEs dedicated to cannabis code enforcement. So indeed, there is an anticipation that some of the code enforcement fines and fees will be paying for the rest of the code enforcement effort.
So in the current presentation, and I'm trying to go back and see this from the previous one that you showed us in the other presentation, we dove in and you showed us the actual breakdown of the FTEs per the revenue through the taxes, not through the code enforcement. So are any of the code enforcement FTEs paid for out of the revenue itself, or is the code enforcement a self-revolving fund that pays for itself completely?
The code enforcement FTEs that you see on attachment A of your report, it's 1.5 FTEs that are getting paid directly out of the cannabis fund. We don't consider it a revolving fund. It's simply the amount of dollars that the cannabis tax fund is committed to finance every year, so that that 1.5 FTEs get budgeted year after year.
Okay. So the code enforcement staff, the 1.5 FTEs, are paid for out of the cannabis fund, which is the tax revenue.
Right.
So get back to that point. That contradicts what you just said before. I want to get to clarity. The 600,000 in code enforcement fees go into the general fund, or they go into because ultimately the 1.5 FTEs we've referenced in code enforcement are paid out of the cannabis fund, not the general fund.
Correct. And what I'm trying to say is the code enforcement program is more than just the 1.5 FTE. There's several other staffers or overhead or managers, coordinators. And so they are part of one of the budget units in the Permit Sonoma department that are financed with general fund.
I gotcha.
So when we brought the cannabis legalization, we recognized that we needed to, elevate the capacity for that. But before that, they already had a code enforcement program going on, financed by the general fund.
So I think the real question that all of us are asking is what's the total cost for code enforcement out on cannabis overall? Is it the 1.5 FTEs? You're saying it's more, right? If it's more and it's paid out of the general fund, PRMD is one of the lowest supported departments out of our general fund, first and foremost. So just FYI, when we get into our budget deliberations, I'm probably going to be asking a lot of questions about that, because I've heard that, it doesn't, I don't see it from what you're saying as a nexus back into the code enforcement fund from that, but that'll be for more exploration.
Appreciate that.
Okay. So I'm going to come back down. Supervisor Hopkins, do you want to go with a motion on this and see if we fly? Do we want it? Because I'm not getting a lot of other input from colleagues.
I'm just sort of wondering what might make the motion more palatable to my colleagues in terms of, would it be regular check-ins to sort of match the income with the expenditures to ensure that we don't wind up bottoming out that fund? I'm sort of looking to see if that, so for instance, if I were to make a motion that says I'm going to, propose that we reduce the taxes by 45% on an interim basis with quarterly check-ins to ensure, that we don't wind up in a fiscally precarious situation. Is that something that potentially folks could support? Because I'm hearing sort of hesitance around a specific number, but we kind of either have to make a specific number or punt, right? But I feel like maybe if we took an action, but we were maintaining vigilance and receiving regular report outs in terms of how that fund balance is doing, that way we could sort of see if there's some sort of a fiscal cliff coming before we get to the edge of the fiscal cliff.
And that's a little bit what I was wondering with this sunset provision is, do we, here's a question to Kristen, could we set the sunset at a shorter amount and come back and reinitiate a new sunset if we wanted to? I know that's work to staff to update things, but I mean, we could either put it out as a year or 2 years and then have quarterly updates, or if the board members are concerned about what the inflow and outflow is and the impact of the actual fund, we could pass this for 6 to 12 months and come back and review it at a future time and see what the impacts are on the industry. The only thing that I want to be cognizant of is if we bring it back in 6 months, that's making sure that our staff are coming back to us when they've projected that they need a year to be able to do a big study and come back at the end of the year. So it almost seems to me that if we were going to sunset it, it would come back when we're looking at bringing back in February of 2023. So I just want you to maybe weigh in on any of those things or any direction you could give.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There is no reason why you couldn't put in a sunset provision and then come back at a later date and change that sunset provision. And one thing that staff would need direction on is if you are going to take any action to reduce the tax rate, we would need to know if this was going to be a retroactive application and make the tax rate retroactive back to July 1 of 2021, as this is an annual tax.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I'm wondering from an operational perspective, whether it's Christina or the county administrator, I mean, here we are talking about potentially invoking a reduction, but then bringing it back. But to bring it back, you have to be able to do work that you propose to us that shows something. So coming from a practical perspective, if we were going to look at a sunset, I think I might know the answer, but I'm begging the question. Would you want to review it in 4 months to come back to the board, 6 months after budget, or at the February 2023 timeline, or some other time into the future? And I'll start with the county administrator, unless you want Christina to weigh in.
Yeah, I would ask Christina to give us her best recommendation. If we're coming back already in February 2023, can we bring this additional information back, sunset the 45%, or is there a better date? So, Ms. Rivera.
Thank you for that, County Administrator. Through the chair, I would recommend that we bring back the validation, or as Supervisor Hopkins talked about, the surveillance results in the February time, as well as when we bring you the gross receipts, because we're going to learn so much more by then about what operators we're having, what the activity is. So I would recommend that the sunset be in the same time continuum as the February. We would want to be very clear about the reduction period, right? As Ms. Horrell said, the reduction period is going to be retroactively to July 1st, 2021, and through December 2022, right? That puts us, at an 18-month period. Yeah, that puts us into, I was calculating my calendar. That puts us into an 18-month period, and it allows the industry, allows us to know that one milestone is completed, which is the sunset of the 18 months at the end of December 2022. And then you have that information to bring forward when we come and talk to you again on February 2023.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Christina. I mean, this goes back to conversations we've had over the years. I remember at one point, the reason I asked that is because you came up to me and said, Supervisor Gore, you just, ultimately, we need some kind of decision so you don't bring it back 3 more times and ask me to do the same work and make the same decision at the end. Let me ask you back to one of the comments that I heard Supervisor Corsi make was not wanting to commit more money outside of the cannabis fund to support this project. So, looking at, I'm not going back and forth your spreadsheets. I think I know the answer to this. Since the projection would still have us after 2 years at a 1.2 million surplus to transition. If we did this sunset for 1 year and brought back in February of 2023, we would not be going into budget. This is a question. We wouldn't, I assume we're not going into budget to ask for more contingency dollars or general fund dollars to backfill it. We'd be able to review that in February of next year, still with having a surplus that we could decide if we upped or down. Is that correct?
You got that correctly, Supervisor Gore, Chair Gore. If our projections hold true, right? When if our projections hold true and the board makes a decision to do a rate reduction that expires on December 2022, the expectation would be that at the end of December 2022, we are still sitting in enough surplus to get us started with transition.
Okay.
And since we're not going to effectively activate it until July 1st, 2023, now you have a buffer of time to make other changes should your assumptions change more than that. Mr. Roser has to stand up.
Okay.
Chair Gore, if I could interject here, I would like to mention that this is an annual tax, and having a sunset in mid-fiscal year could present challenges both to the collection side of the shop, but as well as operators that need to plan their tax expenditures. So if it's sunset in the middle of the year, that sounds like it could potentially result in an increase at that time to operators. This issue is further complicated by the fact that mixed light and indoor operators pay quarterly and outdoor operators pay twice a year. So I just want to bring that to your board's attention as you make a decision.
I guess I'm going to put that back on you and ask, when would you want to, if from a policy perspective, linking over to a tax collections, In an operational perspective, when would you be advising that what are some of the dates we would look for if we're looking for a sunset to come back to the board on this?
In terms of the sunset, I think tying it to the fiscal year would be the appropriate way to handle it for both collections and operators to be able to plan accordingly. That's not to say that we couldn't have a status check-in next February in 2023 to inform your board as to where we are. And with that, you may want to be a little more conservative if the interest is to preserve a surplus at the end of 2023 fiscal year.
Okay. I hear you. Any amendments to what we were talking about before? I've heard at one point, passing this, but having it sunset in February of 2023. I've heard from an operational perspective, pin it to our budget. Eric, remind us the exact date of our fiscal year for anybody who's listening.
The county's fiscal year runs July 1 through June 30th.
So June 30th. So even though we finish our final budget close of books later into the year, that is where we're lining up with tax payments, correct?
That is correct. And the quarterly and twice annual for outdoor payments align with that fiscal year.
Okay. Supervisor?
So one more proposal idea, 45%, June 30th, 2023, quarterly report out so that we can track sort of revenues versus expenditures and try to sort of accelerate the gross receipts transition if we can.
Let me just beg a different question. Is that if we create a sunset date, if we decided that we needed to up that, would we have the authority to do that if we wanted to bring it back? Like if we sit here and say, we're going to do a 45% reduction and we're going to tie it to July of 2023, but if we get a quarterly update in February of 2023 and we're like, things aren't looking good or they're looking great on one side or the other, would we be able to pass an ordinance that would usurp the one that we're passing now?
Yes. I don't see any reason why that couldn't be done.
Okay. Yeah. Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, given Mr. Roser just said we might want to reduce the cut a little bit based on the different date. Christina, does moving the sunset back to June 30th of 2023 change your calculations?
It does not, Supervisor Corsi.
It's not.
Because we have it formatted on a fiscal year basis.
So a 45% reduction would result, given that nothing changes between now and then in any major way, would result in a $1.2 million surplus on June 30th, 2023.
Correct, based on our projections. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Other comments? Does that sound amenable? What Supervisor Hopkins is proposing? Is that the motion? That's what I'll look for at this point. Okay, so moved. So let's state it clear. We're talking about a 45% reduction, Supervisor Hopkins, sunsetting on June
30th. Yep.
Okay.
Of 2023.
Yeah.
With quarterly sort of report outs in terms of revenue and expenditures, with the option to either sunset, obviously, or amend at the end of that, right?
And would it be appropriate to have those quarterly updates be on the consent calendar as financial updates to us with the understanding that, if we have any other items or we need to agendize, we could, but we're definitely going to be reviewing cannabis in February of 2023.
Yeah, I think consent calendar would be appropriate unless there's a red flag, in which case, if we're drawing down more quickly than we realize, we can pull back.
Okay, so we could go to consent. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion moved for and seconded. Reminder to, just as we go into this, sorry, Kristen, I see your hands up.
Thank you, Chair. A sunset date was mentioned. staff would need direction on when the effective date of this would be, if it would be applied retroactively to July 1, 2021, or prospectively to July 1, 2022. Because if it is going to be retroactive, staff will also come back to your board with a resolution to again extend the due date for all taxes that are due April 30th to allow time for the ordinance change to go into effect.
Christina, can you talk about the numbers we just discussed with respect to retroactive to 2021 and or 2022?
The numbers as estimated assume a retroactive date of July 1st, 2021. And if I may, since I got your attention, Chair, we would really appreciate the clarity that this is only for cultivation rates. We already have a gross receipt structure for our dispensaries.
Okay. So cultivation only. Then we have, as we're talking about, Kristen, I want to make sure Supervisor Hopkins, the $1.2 million does account for the retroactive 2021, which is when this first came up. So I have a motion and a second. I'd like to go to a, let me just ask this, I'm not looking for a divisive vote, but I'm wondering, is this a 3-2? Is this a 4-1 because it has fiscal impacts? We're not looking to appropriate dollars. Where are we at on this?
Mr. Pittman, are you able to weigh in on that?
Nice. Good Passover, Kristen.
So as long as we are not making a budget adjustment, I do not believe we need anything more than the simple majority.
Okay.
And I believe that that is what the item does state.
And the caveat here is because you are reducing the tax, you don't need the supermajority.
Okay. Supervisor, got comments or a vote?
Comment.
Yeah.
Just
amendments if needed.
I just a clarification, correct, that we're taking this action today. It's an interim action, really, because we're going to go whatever the gross receipt path forward will be. And at that particular time, we can revisit both the price, the economics, the promises made to voters, and all of the above. Correct? Okay.
And I also did want to clarify that I was hoping to also move item B of the action, which was to direct staff to bring back that information in February of 2023. Okay. Is that good as part of your second? Okay.
And then I noticed earlier that we had talked about advocating at the state level. I think the other thing, and we haven't talked about it today, and I think, tell me if I'm wrong, one of the reasons that the price has plummeted so on the legal market is the illegal market. And I don't know what actions anyone is taking to address that. It seems like less today than ever. And perhaps for the legal market, that's the biggest problem that is out there. And I don't know if we can include within our letter something to the state to ask how that's going to be addressed and what we're even here doing here locally. I support those who want to be in the legal process. And I think that by doing that, we need to make sure that we don't support those who are cheating the system.
Is that a friendly amendment to my motion?
If need be, for sure.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. Is that accepted?
It is accepted. And I would ask for a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment, which is just having the asterisk about childcare and making sure that we sort of do commit to funding early childhood education, even as we advocate for the reduction in the cannabis tax. All right. Are we all good? We need a second to, okay.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. We're going to go to a roll call vote. Marcy.
Supervisor Warren.
It was a long conversation. Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Sounds like we're going to have a busy February when we come back. Want to thank those who joined us today. A lot of discussion, some disagreement, but ultimately the work lines up and we move on to the next item. So we are going to move into the next item. I believe, I'm just going to ask my colleagues, since we're behind, to just use the restroom if they need to. Those who are waiting on the line for public comment on items not listed on the agenda, we're still going to move forward with the cannabis item first, so that'll be delayed. So we will go directly into the cannabis item. Let me see, comprehensive cannabis program update, cannabis land use ordinance. I see Director Wick, I see Scott Orr, Sita Gutierrez, Crystal Acker, our crack team working on cannabis policy. I just want, as I pass it over to you, maybe you can remind us, as I stated before, this is a follow-up to a hearing that I remember us having last year, where you sat before us and Scott had the big lineup that he said, study or not study, study or not study. And what I heard from my colleagues at that time was a resounding support to study all aspects of the EIR so that we could create a baseline for future regulation, that we're not bound by what we did not study. So if there's any need to further elaborate on that, please do so. At the same time, since we've gone through this, numerous times, I want you to hit us with a high level of what we would be studying. This shouldn't be a 40-minute presentation unless the questions from the board go back to dive into specific questions and comments and concerns. So just for board members, as I mentioned before, we're going to do a staff presentation, high level, based on the things the review and the study timeline associated with that. I'm going to go to you all. Instead of going over those items individually, I'm going to take direction from what we provided last time and look for if there's any changes to that. Then I'm going to go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for deliberation. But Director Wick, if you could, can you just kind of like we were talking before, instead of jumping straight into the trees, is remind us why we pursued an environmental impact report, and what it would benefit us studying these items for future management.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to address that issue. I think this afternoon's discussion about the challenges that growers are having and community activists are having with the permit process is a perfect example. I think in good faith, the county government tried to, with an intermediate environmental process, get a permit process up and running as quickly as possible. And we've learned the hard way that what we really need to do is take a programmatic approach, especially if we want to find, as you've summarized before, the areas where it's green light, there's no problem to grow, yellow light where there could be a possibility, but not without mitigation, and red for areas where we shouldn't. And that's exactly what the program that's going to be outlined for you will be able to do. And we accept the challenge from the board, and also ask you, if you don't hear things in our scope as it's outlined, this is the perfect time to include them. So please do. We appreciate it. It's been another long day. So we will keep the presentation short and look forward to your questions, and hopefully we can get to your issues that way. With that, I'll hand it over to staff for their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wick. And Crystal, just jump right into it. We've all been introduced, so I think we're good to get started.
Okay, can we see it?
Yeah.
Great. So I've got 18 slides, which I think I can do in about 15 minutes. I'm going to talk really fast. And if I skip something you wanted to hear in more detail, just ask me about it. So yeah, we've been introduced. I'm Crystal Acker. I'm the project planner. Scott Orr, the deputy director, is also here today to answer questions. So I'm going to start out with a quick reminder of the overall purpose of this comprehensive update and give a bit of background on what we've done so far. Then I'll go over the draft framework that staff is proposing to the board, and I'll share our current estimated project timeline. So we all know staff have been directed to conduct this comprehensive review of the cannabis program. And our overarching goal is to simplify and streamline the permitting process by amending the ordinance to provide greater clarity, and by front loading the environmental review associated with the ordinance itself and cannabis land uses county-wide as part of the EIR, rather than focusing the bulk of the environmental review on individual project applications. So actually, I'm going to kind of skip over this a little bit. On June 8th is when this kind of kicked off. August, September 2021, we did a bunch of community engagement. And I want to thank anybody who happens to be here today that participated in that community engagement. It actually really did help staff in preparing this framework we're going to present today. So thank you very much. On September 28, we presented a very long report summarizing that community outreach. And on November 16, the board approved funding for a time-limited staff planner to support the ordinance update efforts, which we are currently recruiting to fill. So that's our background. And you'll remember this slide. This was the last slide from the September 28th study session, where we basically talked about all the things that we could look at in the EIR and basically got board direction to include almost all of them. I wanted to note here that I've gotten a bunch of public comments that AR and RR should not be proposed in the ordinance. And I think that's because I included this slide again. And I just want to point out, for everything we're going to talk about today, this is recommendations on what we're going to study in the EIR. These options may or may not ultimately actually be recommended or adopted in the actual ordinance. But the more we know about all the options, the better informed our future decisions will be. So, all right, let's move on to the framework. So the proposed framework is intended to be a concise set of guiding principles to direct policy development. The full scope of the EIR and all the details on the proposed ordinance will be developed in later phases, which I'll show you at the timeline slide at the end of the presentation. So this framework is intended to ensure consistency with the goals and objectives of the board, to provide transparency to the public on what we're going to be considering during development of the draft ordinance, and to function as a preliminary scope of work for potential consultants to inform their competitive EIR proposals. The framework consists of 16 guiding principles or tenets. The ones with asterisks here are the ones that I'm going to discuss individually in more detail. And now I'm just going to briefly mention each of the ones listed here that do not have an asterisk. So the process, number one, the process is going to result in one or more amendments to the current zoning code. These ordinance amendments may replace, expand on, or eliminate existing provisions in the current cannabis ordinance. Number two, it's the goal of staff to include transparency in all levels throughout the ordinance update process. Then we're going to skip down to number 6, administrative adaptability. Staff recognize that the industry, environment, and regulations are going to continue to evolve over time. And therefore, we want to craft a cannabis land use ordinance to clearly outline the process and authority to create and implement code interpretations, best management practices, or other guidance documents that can be used in the future to streamline continuing implementation of the cannabis program. Number 9, development standards and regulatory limits, such as parcel size, setback distance, and cultivation size limits will all be informed by factual analyses and results from the EIR. Number 11, staff will consider the impact of proposed changes on existing permitted operations and permit applications already in the process, and will consider transitional pathway options for those existing permittees and applicants. 13, staff will consider how the new ordinance would be enforced through existing code enforcement regulations and procedures in Chapter 1 of Sonoma County Code, and consider changes to code to clarify and simplify enforcement procedures related to cannabis. 14, jurisdictional comparison. Staff have begun and will continue to conduct a comprehensive review of other county and city cannabis ordinances and programs to identify regulations or management practices which we might be able to incorporate into our own draft ordinance. And 15, mapping. Any data layers or map products produced by the EIR will be made available to the public, probably on the county's online active map viewer collection. Whew. Okay, now we're going to talk a little bit slower about each of the ones that had asterisks. These are the ones that I thought the public and the board would be the most interested in discussing. So number 3 is community engagement. Staff will continue public engagement and community input throughout the ordinance process. We will, of course, continue to accept a written comment and post it online monthly, which we're currently doing. We'll also resume active public outreach, focusing on meeting with interest groups And all meetings held online will be made available for viewing on the project webpage. Staff are not recommending formation of a new community advisory group, such as was done previously with the Cannabis Advisory Group, or CAG. Through that prior effort, it was found that many disparate interests of members were difficult to represent, and that overall the group was not able to reach a consensus on most issues to help inform policy decisions. However, that group provided numerous well-informed recommendations that still remain highly relevant to the current cannabis program update. Therefore, staff recognize that effort invested, and we will reconsider all previous CAG reports and recommendations. For allowed activities, staff will evaluate all activities allowed under current state law, and also will consider new activities likely to be allowed in the future if such activities are identified and feasible to evaluate in the EIR without significantly delaying the process. It's important to note that evaluation of an activity does not mean it's ultimately going to be allowed under the draft ordinance. Staff will also evaluate all general plan land use categories and corresponding zoning districts to determine which designations and zones are suitable for which activities, including activities allowed by right or with a business license, activities which require a ministerial or discretionary permit, and activities which should be excluded in all zones. And I want to note here that the county does not currently have a business licensing program, but it is an option that could provide more oversight and also some economic data for by right uses in the future. Number 5, general plan amendment. Staff will consider whether one or more general plan amendments are necessary to maintain the required consistency between the ordinance and the general plan. If agricultural lands are determined to be suitable to support cannabis such that the new ordinance proposes to expand allowed activities on agricultural lands over what the current ordinance allows, it could create an inconsistency with the general plan if those uses were not considered to be agricultural uses. Alternatively, new policies could be adopted to allow cannabis on agricultural lands and also ensure those cannabis operations are compatible with traditional agricultural uses without classifying cannabis as agriculture. So it's too early in the process right now to know what those alternate policies might look like, but in an effort to be fully transparent to the public, staff are acknowledging that one of the potential amendments we plan to look at is classifying cannabis as an agricultural use. So, however, classifying cannabis under the umbrella of agriculture does not indicate that it could be planted on all agricultural lands with no regulation or restriction. The new ordinance can and likely will establish limits on what's allowed. And I just want to say again, general plan amendments considered in the EIR may or may not ultimately be recommended or adopted. The more we know, the better informed our future decisions will be. Neighborhood analysis. Staff are going to take a really hard look at this. We've heard this over and over that neighborhood separation criteria is something that needs to be done better. And so we are going to be basing this on data from the EIR for the most part. Neighborhood separation criteria intended to ensure sufficient separation of a cannabis operation from a residential type neighborhood will consider at minimum odor, groundwater, visual safety, which includes road access and wildfire, and noise impacts. Criteria to determine what constitutes a rural neighborhood enclave will also be developed and will consider at minimum residential density, development layout, and community character. And then criteria to establish exclusion zones will consider at minimum groundwater availability, topography, infrastructure, which includes road access, lack of electrical or other utilities, safety concerns, which includes wildfire risk and emergency response times, and biological habitat protection. 8, permit streamlining. Again, we are going to be looking for factual analyses from the EIR to guide most of this. Site development and operating standards for ministerial permits will of course be developed. Criteria to establish inclusion zones will consider at a minimum groundwater availability, infrastructure, which includes road access, availability of electrical, public water, public sewer, or stormwater facilities, safety concerns, which again include wildfire risk and emergency response times, biological habitat protection, and proximity or density of sensitive uses. Other permit streamlining options will also be explored, such as development of a CEQA streamlining checklist for discretionary permits. The checklist would outline the scope of what was already studied under the EIR so that applications which meet the checklist could be approved without additional project-specific environmental review or with only minimal additional environmental review. And I want to note that streamlining is associated with creating more efficient processes. It does not mean that regulations will be loosened or that environmental analysis would be eliminated. The goal is to craft an ordinance supported by a comprehensive environmental review effort that provides clear processing guidelines and does most of the environmental work up front. Speaking of environmental analysis, that's number 10. So the EIR will evaluate all 20 environmental impact categories from the CEQA guidelines, plus cumulative impacts which may be associated with each of those categories. And the key issues that are listed on this slide and were called out in the staff report are listed to guarantee that consultants consider these specific things which may not be typical. So for example, hoop houses and cannabis odors may not be something that all consultants would think to look at in an EIR, whereas more traditional analysis, for example, transportation or cultural resources, those things look at standard ground disturbing and vehicle use impacts, and so are not listed here specifically. So I'm not going to read through this whole slide. I'm just going to mention a few. So security features like lighting and fencing, and temporary structures like hoop houses under aesthetics. Locally important watersheds, which do not have any formal federal or state protection under biological resources. Grow lights, temperature and humidity control systems, and emergency generators under energy and noise, and hoop house and cultivation waste disposal under utilities and services, and then overconcentration of cannabis operations under cumulative are some of the ones I wanted to highlight. Number 12, equity. Staff acknowledge that certain communities within the county have been substantially and adversely affected by poverty and the criminalization of cannabis, and further, that the greatest disparities occur along racial and socioeconomic lines. Therefore, the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance will consider socioeconomic equity throughout all policy decisions, consistent with the Strategic Plan Racial Equity and Social Justice Pillar Goal 3, to ensure racial equity throughout all county policy decisions and service delivery. 16, this is the last tenet, folks. Number 16, economic analysis. While an EIR does not require an economic analysis, staff recommend conducting one concurrent with the EIR, as an economic analysis can help inform relevant policy decisions. For example, CEQA requires that all feasible mitigation measures be adopted. A measure could be infeasible based on economic implications. However, such a finding would need to be supported by substantial evidence, which would most reliably be in the form of an economic analysis. So the analysis could include, but would not be limited to, evaluation of cannabis tax collection revenue and methods. I'm sorry I brought that up again. Staffing costs to implement the program, including permitting, compliance inspection, and code enforcement, permit inspection fees and other applicant costs to obtain permits and run permitted operations, and civil penalties. So economic analysis was not previously discussed at the September 28 board meeting. So staff is not acting on any previous direction here, but we are making a new recommendation to the board. If the board does not wish to pursue an economic analysis, the framework can be adopted without this tenet. And if this tenet is adopted with the framework, the economic analysis scope would be added to the EIR consultant selection process. All right, so here's the updated project timeline. After the draft framework is adopted, hopefully today, the next step will be refinement of a draft ordinance. That will start with initiating a formal competitive request for proposals for a qualified EIR consultant team. After the RFP process is underway, staff will resume public engagement, likely in late spring or early summer, and will begin crafting a preliminary draft ordinance and potential general plan amendments to be studied in the EIR. The goal is to have this process completed and be ready to award an EIR contract at the board in September of this year. A notice of preparation would be published and an EIR public scoping meeting would be held as soon as possible after awarding the contract, likely in late September or early October of this year. And after that, we anticipate the EIR process would take about 1 year to complete, given the countywide scope and also the complexity of issues to address, which means we are assuming it would be oh wait, I forgot. Sorry, staff will be posting countywide, no. I need a drink. Excuse me. Staff will be posting status updates for the public throughout the time period of that year. By fall of 2023, we anticipate the draft EIR would be published and would be taken to the Planning Commission for public comment. Staff would then make revisions to the draft ordinance based on public comment and Planning Commission direction and return to the Planning Commission in spring of 2024 and then on to the board in summer of 2024. So the recommended action today is to adopt a resolution of intention and the cannabis program update framework to direct and guide staff in its preparation of a draft ordinance, potential general plan amendments, and a programmatic environmental impact report. Additional options include adopting a resolution of intention with a revised framework if there are like minor text revisions that staff can make with board direction, or if today's discussion indicates the framework is not as ready as we thought, the item could be continued to a date certain to allow staff to make more in-depth revisions based on board direction received today. And then this is a bonus slide. And the intent of this is to guide discussion like we did in September 28. The legend at the bottom is check marks for any tenets that the board likes as drafted. M would be for minor revisions that staff could make from board direction that would still allow the framework to be adopted today. R would be for any more detailed revisions that would require staff to return to the board with revised framework language. And X would be for any tenets that the board chooses to eliminate entirely. And at the discretion of the chair, it's an option to either have the slide up during board deliberations or staff can update it in the background during your discussion and put it back up at the end. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Crystal. You can have some more water.
So sorry.
I want to thank you for your work and, where we're at. Pretty comprehensive, good timeline. Obviously, we've always talked about accelerate timelines, but at the same time, we understand with our funding and where we're at with this is that the goal is to study everything. And if we're telling you to study everything and be thorough so that we have flexibility to set these policies not just in place at the end of this timeline, but for other boards, whether we are on it or not, to have the flexibility to have things studied, to move them up and down, then that's obviously what's needed for us. Just one question, and this is rhetorical, and I'd ask, Sita to get into this, is I think it's important just to level set for some folks is that my understanding is that by us moving forward and doing a mitigated negative declaration instead of doing a full comprehensive and programmatic EIR, we basically put ourselves into a straitjacket that said we could, with that being the base level document, we could always tighten restrictions on the industry, but we could not loosen those because we had not studied for those larger environmental impacts. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, nice. Yeah, she jumped in front of you, Sita, there. And so
council doesn't have to talk. That's great.
Yeah, you don't get to put 15 minutes. Okay, so that being said, that's why we've done this. I just want to remind folks that at one point we brought back potential changes under the negative declaration, the neg deck, as it's often called, that went through the Planning Commission, never really moved forward, came to the board. We had the threat of litigation on top of it. So we ultimately shelved that because it looked like it would not pass muster in terms of the citizen lawsuits on it. So we restarted this process. So, I don't have any substantive questions because they've been stated before. I want to get to public comment, but I want to see if there's any ones. Start with Supervisor Gorin and work our way down.
Just, I want to make sure that, and you did mention hoop houses within the neighborhood compatibility, but are we really looking at visual analysis of hoop houses not necessarily for the neighborhood, but in a distance. I remember a while ago when we were first talking about this, we discussed screening on scenic highways and not really anticipating the visual of the white hoop houses and screening on a mountaintop. And mitigations, perhaps different colors of plastic. And so I'd like to try to really make sure that we include that.
Yes, I wasn't sure if you were asking a question, but yes, it is our intent to have aesthetic resources evaluated for temporary hoop houses and security fences and all of those things.
For the chair, and just to clarify, it would not just be from the public road nearby the parcel. It would be from vistas, and there are parts of the county where private views and public views both need to be considered.
Great. And just one more thing that I observe, we have some great cannabis operations, but we also have a lot of miscellaneous vehicles on sites, and which could produce some visual challenges as well. So I don't know whether we might include what the site actually looks like, how many vehicles are on the site, how many inoperable vehicles are stored on the site, lots of those kind of things. Thanks.
Okay. Is there a question? That's, what I love. You've said that before. I love your comments sometimes where you say, I think there's a question in there somewhere. So why don't you guys just all decide this? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So response on the hoop house aesthetics being evaluated. Now over on this side, any questions? Supervisor Hopkins, questions? Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah. Thanks for the quick rundown there, Crystal. I want to go back to number 16, the economic analysis, and ask in general why you're recommending this now, and specifically on that slide, the cannabis tax collection revenue and methods. We just spent a couple hours on that in the last item. We'll be talking about it multiple times between now and the EIR. What's the purpose and value of including it in an environmental review?
So the purpose of doing an economic analysis in general, any data that we could get from an economic analysis, is to help us determine feasibility. CEQA requires that you implement all feasible alternatives and all feasible mitigation measures. And so a good way to think about it is that if you have enough money, basically everything is feasible. I mentioned this previously, that if the county could afford to build a 2,000 space parking garage underneath the Sears building, that would probably be a better alternative than it is otherwise. But money matters. So having an economic analysis will actually help your board determine what things may or may not be feasible at the end. Then Supervisor Corsi, specific to your question about cannabis tax, I am not really sure at this point what economic data is obtainable and how reliable that's going to be. I am hoping that proposals we get from professionals are going to have some good ideas of what data we can get. But anything that we can get, I think, will be helpful. And I'm sorry, that's probably not a full answer to your question, but that's as much as I know today.
That's fair. And I agree that more information is better than less. I disagree that a 2,000 space parking garage would be a better idea under a Sears building, but we don't need to go there. Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. And I know this is really just a scoping session, as it were, for the document. So I'm fully supportive of looking at everything. I do think that AR and RR, I mean, we've been down that road before. I can't imagine that it's on the list. I can't imagine, well, who knows what the board wants to do, but we've been there before. I don't know if this is appropriate here or this is just going to be a matter of reality. It has to do with the streamlining. If the streamlining means ministerial permits, I know that we've been running into, or we have run into AB 52 tribal consultation issues that become a discretionary permit. And I think we have more information countywide on some of those issues and how that fits within the overall document, or just making sure that we don't set expectations again that are going to fall short. I think we need to just be open and honest about that, because it seems like there's going to be more of that, not less. And the last thing, I'll just make mention, fencing in rural areas, big farmlands with 7-foot fences along the perimeter is something new. And I don't know how that fits within this document per se, but it is an issue. And if we can take care of some of those issues, I think that we could be in a much better place going forward, and a lot less anguish in the community.
Thank you. For my part, a couple things. One is that, it sounds like there's a lot on the environmental impact of aesthetics. There was a discussion about just most recently fences, before hoop houses, and ultimately the other aesthetic, which is actual cannabis or hemp, which is currently allowed to be grown on ag land without any fencing whatsoever. So with similar smells and other things, it begs the question is this the fact that hemp is designated as an agriculture product with certain rights associated with it, and now we're sitting here studying cannabis that some would argue, many would argue, have very similar impacts as cannabis. Can you talk cannabis hemp? If you can you talk through anything we need to understand or evaluate as a part of that?
Sure, I will do my best, and then maybe also ask for CETA. But so our current ordinance actually requires that cannabis be screened from view. So it's not the fact that people think it's an ugly plant. It really is required to be screened currently, unlike hemp, which is not. So that's one difference there. As far as the environmental analysis goes, yes, we are going to be looking at actual physical impacts on cultivation of the plant and any associated activities. So cultivation of cannabis and cultivation of hemp probably have almost exactly the same impacts, including, the things you do to cultivate it, the odors it makes, things of that nature. But cannabis has additional secondary impacts that hemp likely would not, due to its controlled status. So that is, and until we get data on the EIR, I don't have details on this yet, but that would be a difference that we'll want to try to tease out during that study. I don't know if CETA, you have anything else to add on that?
I agree with all of that, and I don't know how much I have to add at this point, but just kind of thinking hypothetically about how hemp might impact the environmental analysis. Because of its similarities, it might make up part of the baseline that is happening right now, and we're really looking at the change from today versus if the ordinance is adopted. But we have pretty limited hemp cultivation in the county right now, so that might not have a huge impact. But there might be areas of the EIR where we also look at it in the context of cumulative impacts, if there are certain environmental impacts that are similar, like odor. So I think that it could come into play in a few different areas, but overall we'll be looking at physical impacts, less impacted by the legal status of each plant.
Yeah, I think, obviously, however you tease it out or directly address it as a part of the review, there's this strange world we live in that basically two things that look damn near identical if you're not an expert and smell very similar. One could be sitting on a piece of land with a ministerial permit or a conditional use permit with a bunch of hoop houses and fences and other things around it. And the other one could just be sitting out in the open because it qualifies as an ag crop and it's there. So at one point there was a discussion about hemp being approved agriculturally, if that would if people planted already hemp on a piece of land, if that would provide for them a baseline, a new baseline for going into a conditional use permit, right, afterwards, because of the similarity in the growth. Obviously, there's some people would argue there's the question about access and security in those things, but I've heard Director Wick a few times talk about if it looks like a duck and acts like a duck, it's a duck. So I think it'll be interesting to make sure that that's included. I want to thank you very much. I'm going to go to public comment. Would ask first, before we go to the folks here, is to ask Marcy, or however we want to look at it, is how many folks are raising their hands. We're going to do, we're late in the day. I apologize to folks, but since we've reviewed this 2 times, I'm going to keep us to a minute in public comments. Marcy, how many comments do we have?
Thank you. I'll give folks a moment just to please raise your hands if you would like to comment on this item. And that's number 22 on today's agenda. And if you're a phone attendee and you want to comment on item number 22, you would raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone. Okay, Chair Gore, at present, there are 7 hands raised.
Sounds good. Let's go. Let's start in the with those in the chamber. Mr. Pearson, I think maybe you'll jump in right now. So we'll start here, and then we'll go to the online comments. Yeah. Are you live? Have you activated that mic? Yeah. Can't hear it again. Can you sing a tune? I have nothing. Anybody on the Zoom? Can you hear? Could you hear check check? Nope, nothing. We trying again? Are you ready?
Hello, check. There we go. Good afternoon. Thank you. Just a couple comments. One, I think staff did a really great and thorough job on putting this together. Much appreciated. It sounds like Crystal and Scott and some others have put the effort in here, so that's much appreciated. Obviously, this EIR is long overdue, and we've been waiting a while for that, and we hope that this will be a comprehensive study allowing this industry to prosper in Sonoma County. No CAG. I don't know if CAG is the right way to go, but one of, if not the largest problem that I believe the county has had over 5 years in trying to regulate cannabis is there has not been enough industry feedback and involvement in the process. And I would like to see, and it'd be great to have you all supervisors discuss some sort of process to where the industry can have more productive dialogue with staff as it relates to this EIR, so that we know it best, whether it's taxes or whether it's hoop houses, for example, that actually reduce water, reduce odor, reduce overspray, or blight, but do address a lot of the problems. Like, these are things that we know, and staff doesn't necessarily know because they don't grow cannabis. Supervisors don't know. And in EIR, some consultants will likely not know some of the things that we know. So we really think it's important that there be some sort of a way to, is that it?
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
We'll bring that back to the board after public comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And just confirming that concludes any other comments in the chambers.
Correct. Let's go to online.
Great, thank you. The first commenters in Zoom will be Craig, then Vince, then Lori.
Thank you. This is Craig Harrison. A couple of brief comments. One, I think the overall approach is reasonable. With regard to the general plan update, we heard during the Planning Commission hearings that the county lacks legal authority to override the decision you're talking about because it's contrary to state law. You need to be transparent about this. If you think you can implement this policy contrary to state law, you should provide written justification and explain this to the public so we can evaluate it. On neighborhood compatibility, I think exclusion zones are one of the key issues that you need to address. It will solve a heck of a lot of the problems. On permit streamlining, I agree with Supervisor Rabbit about controlling expectations. Hardly any other county is doing ministerial permits. Department of Cannabis Control is now the lead agency. How much you can streamline on your own is a big if. You need to be transparent and honest about this. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Vince Schulten. I own NorCal Growers in Sebastopol. I started this process 4.5, almost 5 years ago, wanting to be a seed breeder. I was told that there is no real category for just R&D and that I would have to get a nursery. Being that I had a nursery already on my property, the county said I'd have to shut down that nursery to be able to apply for the permit. I applied for the permit, shut down my business, and 4.5 years later, I'm now being denied entry into the portal to enter my genetics. That means my seed that belongs to me, and I have to buy that from some other nursery and start completely over. This is a waste of 25 years of breeding. This is a waste of my time. At this point, my nursery is worthless if I cannot breed my own material. I believe nursery should be included in this process in that it has not been done that way so far. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Lori Pasquarella. To me, it's disappointing how the county has been treading in place since the legalization of adult use cannabis. And it looks like it continues to do so with respect to cannabis permitting and updating the cannabis ordinance. In a prior session, Susan Gorin mentioned being on our first cannabis ad hoc committee nearly 9 years ago. Yet the County Board of Supervisors and PRMD is still out this process with very little progress. The county fails to do its job in completing the ER in a timely fashion and updating the cannabis ordinance in a timely fashion. And the Board of Supervisors is continuing to fail to do their jobs in supporting the will of the voters who legalized adult use cannabis in Sonoma County by an overwhelming almost 68% vote. PRMD and code enforcement continue to treat cannabis like an illegal industry, and County Permits Resource Management Department is now dragging its feet and illegally kicking out penalty relief program operators long after their permits applications were deemed complete. You need to start being just to the cannabis industry. You are killing it.
Sam, if you can please unmute and begin.
Yes, hello. This is Sam Delapaz, Kessel Farmers Grange, 421 Group, and board chair for the Origins Council's Regional Council for Sonoma County. I just want to emphasize, I would like to point out that in general, we are heavily regulated. We are one of the most environmentally responsible, if not the most environmentally responsible industry out there. In regards to the Cannabis Advisory Group, I feel like that model may have not worked, but we need meaningful stakeholder input, not taking advice from either a consultancy that is cannabis focused and has worked in multiple jurisdictions, and just looking at what other counties have done wrong is not the answer, or done right is not necessarily the answer, because they have done things wrong as well. So taking meaningful input, I'm sorry, 1 minute, you guys, this is just ridiculous. But yeah, I just think that there needs to be meaningful dialogue between all stakeholders, and we share mutual concerns.
Thank you. The next commenters are Stephanie, Bill, then Joanna.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Stephanie, and unfortunately I was gone all day, so I missed a lot. But it's kind of the same old. At this point, I want to emphasize the importance of neighborhood consideration. I think that is number one. That's the key to the success of the cannabis program, especially if you want to prevent World War III. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, Bill Krawitz, Sebastopol. I would like to thank the staff for doing a nice job on the framework and laying out the various 16 points. I think there's some points I like and some I'm not so sure about, so maybe that's a good sign of a balanced document. And a couple specific comments. Neighborhood compatibility, I think that's a great criteria to have in the document. I think if we get that right, then the program will be successful for everybody, the growers, the county, as well as the public. I think you do need larger setbacks as part of that. I will say, an EIR compliant program and the goal of neighborhood compatibility does have some similarities and do overlap in some ways, but aren't exactly the same. So I do hope that the ordinance comes out that does meet both of those goals. And then finally, I'd say on reclassifying cannabis as ag, that shouldn't trump the neighborhood compatibility goal. Thanks.
All right, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon, Joanna Cedar here. There have been two comments just now about neighborhood compatibility, and the implication in those comments is that because one is a cannabis farmer, one is not a member of the neighborhood. And that idea has permeated the discussions about cannabis for the last 7 years. The bullying that surrounds it has affected the board in such a way that it may be too late to save the industry. I don't mind this document. I think that it's open, and that's what's important right now, is to study everything, because the science doesn't support the hate. Thank you very much.
The next commenters are Alexa, Sarah, then Richard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to remind everyone that cannabis is agriculture. Farmers are getting lost in this commercialized shuffle of the industry and the supply chain, but at the core of this industry, it's a plant. And that's all we're trying to do here is grow a plant. This plant is grown in the soil with the light of the sun. That's agriculture. But right now, the cannabis farmers, we're turning into de facto industrial lands with our material having to leave our farm to be further processed and distributed and sold. And we're losing connection with our product when this happens. And so all I have to say to the supervisors today is, please, I know this EIR, this is great, but what can happen now? What under Chapter 26, what could be added in ag lands that allow farmers to be treated like ag? Allow us to self-distribute, allow us to process our own material, allow farmers the same rights. What can you do now? We've barely scratched the surface of the canopy for Chapter 26. So what kind of things are there under the current neg deck? Thank you.
And Sarah, if you can please unmute and begin. Next commenter is Sarah, and you should be able to unmute. All right, Sarah, I'm sorry, we're not hearing you right now. We do have phone-in information on the agenda where you can return to the Zoom on your phone and press *9 to raise your hand. Richard, if you can please unmute and begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Richard Radnansky. Regarding neighborhood compatibility, please continue to prohibit, as previous boards have done, commercial cannabis cultivation in the rural residential zoning district by taking it off the table. I understand that this is for study, but it doesn't make any sense to me to have it in rural residential. I live in Bennett Ridge, which is a true neighborhood and should be a rural neighborhood enclave. If any of you are not familiar with the neighborhood, I would ask that you come up, take a look at it, and see how it makes absolutely no sense to have cannabis on Bennett Ridge. Development standards, please, 1,000-foot setback. Cannabis is not agriculture. You determined that back in May of 2018. It has differences in the methods of growing, and it could have a significant impact on the right to farm laws, which would prohibit or at least make it difficult for neighborhoods to address nuisances. 1 minute is way too short. Thank you for your time.
And the next commenters are Ron and then Lauren. Ron, are you able to unmute?
Hi, sorry. Hi, this is Ron Ferraro. I wanted to just discuss, like someone mentioned, about exclusion zones. There's also a huge opportunity to study inclusion zones that a community of landowners can petition for to allow for a more streamlined permitting process for larger operations in areas that support cannabis cultivation from a natural resource and from a neighborhood compatibility perspective. When setting the scope for the EIR, we hope that you can consider the concept of clustering, which will allow landowners with multiple parcels to concentrate their canopy allowances in one location instead of scattered throughout all their acreages. That's all. Thank you.
And Lauren, if you can please unmute.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors and staff and anyone else here today. My name is Lauren Mendelson. I am a local resident and a cannabis lawyer and a medical cannabis patient. And I am here today to encourage you to, as someone previously said, study as many things as possible. I think it's important that the ultimate program is broad and inclusive, but also in the meantime, finding out what can be done under the existing negative to help these operators. I represent cannabis businesses throughout the state of California. And when this started, I had a number of Sonoma County clients, and now I have 0 because they all went out of business because of how badly the county has handled this. And I continue to invest my time because I love Sonoma County and I want to see this program succeed where I live. But the sad fact is that all of the clients that I had here are no more. And I don't want that to be the case. You know, I want to be supporting businesses here. When I shop locally for cannabis, I want to buy local products. That's very hard right now. So please move forward in a great way. Thank you.
And thank you. There are no further commenters at this time. So Chair Gore, will turn it back to you. I apologize. Okay, that's a factual statement. There are no more commenters.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So let's come back. Let's get everybody on the screen. And let's see what the colleagues have to weigh in on. I'm interested in if there's any follow-up points, from a staff perspective. We have this item, and I don't see it on my list as, does it require a formal vote? I'm going to pull it back up. Tennis or Scott or anybody who's on there, what you've heard so far before I go back to everybody else is is we've reviewed, we've added these other things. What would be helpful for you right now to hear back from the board?
If there are any, thank you, Chairman, if there are any issues from the board members in particular that they'd like us to cover in the ordinance or the environmental review document that they didn't hear from some of the speakers, we would appreciate hearing those now.
I think from my perspective, I heard one, which was, I thought, very germane, which was this issue of genetics and this issue of losing the genetics and the other side of certain buildings and how the crosswalk is. I don't know if you heard that when it was mentioned and got that, but that's one that I know was coming up from my side. But I'm going to go to my other colleagues first and see if there's anything in particular they want to bring up, and then we'll come back. Supervisor Gorin, anything?
I think I gave my directions with an uplifted question mark under comment, under questions.
You sure did. You did. Supervisor Hopkins.
I guess I actually have a question based on Supervisor Gorin's question comment, which is, if we sort of look at, for instance, the aesthetic impacts of greenhouses through this process, that will not in any way, shape, or form inhibit sort of other agricultural producers from obtaining permits, say for tomatoes, beets, chard, kale.
Through the chair, that's correct, Supervisor. And of course, that's going to be part of our consideration in what's a negative impact and what isn't. Just because a building is agricultural in nature can be seen doesn't mean it's an adverse impact.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit, anything to add? Okay. Okay. Staff, I think what we're at right now is that, as I said before, it was great to hear from community members. A lot of the things that were talked about for public comment are actual decisions we will make once an EIR is done. It's not about the study of the EIR per se. Let's just understand that whole timeline that was projected, once the environmental reports are before us, we're going to go through a big session where we start to identify whether it's in multiple areas or its own standalone meetings or whatever, is how we either want to use the current cannabis ordinance as a baseline, or if we want to ultimately start fresh, even though those things are studied within kind of this different area. So one of the things that I'm interested in and want to make sure is studied as well is the opportunity to look at tourism. In the way that we already allow for hospitality for under the general plan for agriculture to move into ag marketing. So that's on the wine side. I mean, no matter what we decide to regulate, I want to make sure that that's in there. And then also kind of just some other thoughts after we get to that. But I don't know if you guys take that down or if that needs to be studied, but I would hope that it would be.
So thank you, Chair. Just to provide a little more detail. So is that events, tastings?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, and that's not just with respect to ag land. That's the idea that there are some cities that are focused on other kinds of things, or there's lounges, there's other things that we're seeing happening. We have unincorporated communities, so visitor serving needs to be addressed. I think one of the things that we've seen from some cannabis producers is that not even advocating at this point for adult use of cannabis in lounges, but to start out with CBD. Somebody can always, talk about where there's an entry and other things, but I think that's an appropriate thing to make sure we look into. Outside of that, I don't have anything else except the fact that is that we are in. I guess I want to kind of come back to this. The ordinance that we talked about, Crystal, I want to come back to this. We have a current ordinance that's under a neg deck. You talked about the entire timeline of the EIR. I felt like on one of those slides, there was also a mention of an ordinance update that was going to come before that. Am I reading that wrong?
Well, if you did
Like,
see
do
that
we
on the
study
slide,
an
it was a mistake.
Do we study an ordinance? I mean, do we do an ordinance and then study it, or do we study everything under the sun and then come in and decide upon an ordinance?
So it's a little bit of both. And the best way to describe that is that you we need some sort of project description to study at all, which is the basic idea of this framework. And then staff will start drafting some draft ordinance language while the RFP process is happening, so that by the time your board approves a contract for an EIR consultant and we go out with that notice of preparation and really start the EIR, we have more details then than we have now. But we still won't have all the details until we get the results.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to describe, but it's,
Well, how is this going to work? Do we just go start studying? Do you check back in with us and we say, hey, you're studying stuff right. We might want to look at these areas. You continue to study. I mean, that's kind of what I saw up there where with these check-ins. Or
For the chair, I'll jump in here. So if today we do get the affirmative on our resolution of intent to start, which does require a vote, we would spend the next months drafting an ordinance based on these 16 tenants today. And based on our prior board direction to look at the full supply chain, I would just say that the tourism aspect is included in things we would look at. So we would be looking at the various impacts of that. So based on the agreed upon tenants today and all the feedback we've heard so far, Crystal and myself and the rest of the team will be working on that draft ordinance to bring back in the fall with that starting point of this is what we want to hand over to our EIR consultants to say, get to work, start analyzing.
Okay.
As they're analyzing and as we continue to do public engagement, we will continue to refine that. There may be aspects, due to changing culture or regulations that we want to add in later, but provided we've already kind of established the umbrella now, that's okay. And we may also want to take things out later. So the ordinance isn't final until the very final vote by the board at this time in 2024.
Okay, so the ordinance you bring forward would be an iterative. You're saying even though we're not passing this ordinance to be in effect, this is how it links to what we're studying. We'll do community engagement. We bring the ordinance forward. Folks would have an opportunity to say you're missing things as a part of the ordinance that would be studied to support such an ordinance. But ultimately, still at the end of the day, once we get to 2024, I mean, like all these things that we're asking you to study that would be included in an ordinance, some of us who are even asking for them might not support them or might support them in different iterations, right? We'd have a suite of options. Does that sound right?
That is correct. It's our
Okay.
intent to bring forth policy options on.
Scott, one thing that, along that same line of other, I mean, everybody has, I mean, it sounds like there's different opinions on the aspect of agriculture. I was somebody who was in support of doing a general plan amendment to have cannabis designated as an agriculture crop. That will continue to move through and we'll talk about it. But on the side of visitor serving, the other one was type 6 on agriculture production lands. Those are the non-extractive, the non-blasting side of things. So, that's a lot of the work that we're seeing by individuals out in different areas that, quite honestly, if you get on the ground and take a look at it, a lot of it looks like cheese making with cold soaks and other things like that. So want to make sure that type 6 is talked about in terms of integration and ag processing. Once again, we're talking, we already have some degree of processing available. When we first allowed cultivation, we had to actually come back and update things to allow for pilots to be able to do trimming and drying on site. But you really don't want to take a product and move it, outside into different facilities and in what you're doing. So the other thing I think would be appropriate is type 6. So please include that from my side. And I don't have anything else right now. So, well, excuse me. Here's what I would say. The one thing is that there was a request, and some of them are talking about creating a community advisory group, a CAG. We do not have consensus. We've had multiple of these before. In between now and August, I am not going to ask to either create another ad hoc of the Board of Supervisors or formally create a community advisory group unless some of my colleagues are pushing for it. I think what I can say for certain is that when you work with the supervisors and also when you're working with industry and neighbor groups, hopefully you will integrate your community outreach with us on that. I, for one, am going to want to do some community outreach stuff based upon a potential future ordinance to be studied And I'd probably host a couple different forums, one with industry side, one with neighborhood side as well, and kind of get input. But that might be some work for us to do later in the year before we come back in August, after we get through budget. Okay.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. If there's nothing else, Scott, can you kind of repeat real quickly? You need us to affirm direction through a roll call vote on the resolution before us. Bob, would you mind? There we go. Adoption.
I believe you actually have to adopt a resolution stating your intent to amend the ordinance. I think unless staff needs more direction, you've given them the direction they need for the ordinance.
Good.
We good? There we go. Okay, sounds good. So we're going to go to a roll call vote, which is to adopt a resolution of intention in the cannabis program updated framework.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore,
Yes. Going to be a long day. Apologize, Supervisor Hopkins. Okay, so we are a 5-0 on that. We're going to come back to item number 22 is shelved. We've passed that for now. Roll call vote. Now we're going to go to board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, and our other intended meetings. And then we'll go into public comment on items not listed on the agenda. Is anybody ready to lean in? County Administrator Brad.
Chair Gore, while you're checking your calendars, just a quick announcement, and that is following our last meeting's discussion about the new County Administration Center. My team is working with Johannes and General Services to go back to the drawing board. We're looking at sites on this campus and different delivery methods. So more to come on that. But we're no longer looking downtown, and we're no longer looking at the design, build, finance, operate, maintain delivery structure.
Thank you. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thanks. I had a Bay Area Air Quality Management District meeting, a funding for climate ad hoc meeting, a Sonoma Clean Power Board of Directors meeting, a PLA ad hoc meeting. Moving on to the next week, I also had an additional Bay Area Air Quality Management District, a special meeting. Also had a great meeting out in Bodega Bay, sort of spent some time out there listening to folks and meeting with a variety of different stakeholders. And I think that gets me, and the back Bay Area Air Quality Management District Legislative Committee meeting, followed by an SCTA RCPA board meeting.
Good. Supervisor Gorin, you have anything to report?
Well, probably, but not much.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, on 2nd of March, SMART Board of Directors meeting. Of course, we all had the Truth Act forum that evening. On the 3rd, the State Route 37 Policy Committee, PLA ad hoc later that afternoon. Did have a meeting with Congressman Huffman regarding water issues, ongoing series that we've been having with him. Appreciate that. On the 7th, Golden Gate Bridge Highway Transportation District, the Suicide Deterrent System Advisory Committee, on which I sit. As you know, that the net is under construction, and we got an update on where we sit within all the different issues that are surrounding that pretty massive construction job. On the 9th, Bay Area Toll Authority, MTC Administration, Programming and Allocation. On that note, I said this yesterday during our SCTA meeting, but the Bay Area, there was $2.2 billion available in additional American Rescue Plan funds for transit in the nation. The Bay Area got $536 million, which is 24% of the nation's total, which I think by population, the Bay Area is about 2.5% population wise. So getting 24% was a pretty good grab. 7.5 million of that goes to SMART, and 75 million of that goes to Golden Gate Transit. So appreciative of that. On the 10th, I had my Seismic Safety Commission meeting. The following day, I was confirmed by the state Senate for another term, which I am very appreciative of as well. We did have a drought town hall meeting that evening with Sonoma County Water Agency and some of our other partners. We're going to have a series of those going forward on and probably selecting different topics as we go. So I'll keep you up to date on that. On the 11th, MTC operations planning with the ABAG administration, and then the ABAG MTC legislation joint committee, followed by the ABAG executive board meeting. And then on the 14th, as been mentioned, the SCTA RCPA board of directors meeting. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, having been out of town last week, I don't have much, just the Sonoma County Transportation Authority Regional Climate Protection Authority meeting yesterday.
Thank you very much. Let me see, there was one I was just trying to look up. Where is it? I think I'm pretty good. Thought I had one date on. Nope, I'm good. Thank you very much. We're going to move on from that item. So item, not number, Zone X. We're over to 4 p.m. Public comment on matters not listed on the agenda. We're going to come over here to Marcy. We're going to do what we've done before, which is a minute and a half for these. And I want to thank you all for joining us and apologize for the delay in this, but thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I see hands are raising, but please do raise your hand if you'd like to comment on the section of the agenda, and press *9 on your phone keypad if you are a phone-in attendee.
That is an adjournment for District 3. I'll put it back, but maybe you write it down and give it back. Thank you.
All right. And first, a commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hey, here we go. Hi, this is Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Congress says this is a collapse, not Trump. The demolitions of the planned empty Twin Towers of 9/11 were with thousands of unplanned New Yorkers inside. The towers were demolished by 6 weeks new 99-year World Trade Center lessee Larry Silverstein. Thanks to attempted wife killer President George W. Bush, top Enron investor Warren Buffett saved our First Lady Laura from her Enron public pedophile husband, but thousands of New Yorkers were demolished. Hey, our unconstitutional County of Sonoma's constitutionalist Sheriff Mark Essig, please help we, the U.S. government, betrayed and deceived citizen in Sonoma County, end communist China's secret warfare against Americans that increases our unconstitutional democracy, destroying 29,000 billion national debt. Exhibit 1, the District of Columbia owes it, not we the American people, but we are unsustainable force to pay over $562.3 billion interest every year. Exhibit 1-1. Thank you for saving thousands of Sonoma County lives from communist China's so-called wildfire attacks on Sunday night, October 8th, 2017.
Thank you. That does conclude comment.
At 9.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Oh, I didn't see. Okay, I wasn't paying attention.
Hi, Roseanne.
Okay, this is Roseanne Schneider. I'm reading from Abuse News number 6641. For over 1 year, since December 11, 2020, Exhibit 2-1, by his refusing to assign a superior court case number to our 25-page petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibition, Exhibit 2, his dishonor DeMaio has prevented and hindered 16 co-petitioners from exercising their Constitution for the United States First Amendment authority for guaranteed rights peacefully to assemble and to petition government for redress of grievances. His dishonor also violates his oath of office, Authority 1, to support and defend our U.S. Constitution without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, based on a 10-year-old meritless, vexatious litigant order against yours truly, John Jankel, by dishonorable Dean A. Beaupre, assigned Exhibit 8, when John has never been a litigant. A litigant is a person involved in a lawsuit, Exhibit 9. Judge Beaupre was assigned, probably by our Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, an Enron speculator, along with top Enron speculator Warren Buffett, Exhibit 13, the Seas Candyman, John's former tenant in San Francisco, aided by martial law 107243, Authority 2.
Thank you for the comment.
authorizing
That does
trader.
conclude the time. And the next commenter is also a phone attendee. The next few are. So if you can please unmute and state your name and begin.
Yep, it's me. Thank you. This is the 9/11 Truth Campaign. I got it. Thank you for saving thousands of Sonoma County lives from Communist China's so-called wildfire attacks on Sunday night, October 8th, 2017, starting at 9:45 p.m. north of Calistoga, ignited by satellite-directed energy laser beams, probably from a desk in Communist China that demolished over 5,000 Sonoma County homes. Exhibits 2, 21, 22, 23, and 24 in less than 90 minutes, but killed only 24 citizens. No doubt thanks to you and your deputies. Public servants rescued thousands of Sonoma County residents from certain death by Communist China wildfires. The question is, who warned you? Probably Communist China's top foreign agent, wizard of deception, Willie Brown. Tell us. I'm still going, John. I think. Guy's World, Exhibit 3, American and International Corporations in China. Notation, even though this is a very long list of American and other foreign corporations in Communist China, it is certainly not a complete listing. We have only included a few of the names you may recognize. This is a list of companies who either own factories or have contract factories producing their products with slaves in Communist China.
And thank you. That does conclude the time for comment. If the next commenter can please unmute when prompted and state your name.
Sheriff Essex. Daniel from 9/11 Truth Campaign. Sheriff Essex, please run for re-election to help serve we the betrayed people, deceived citizens, and unprovoked attacks by Communist China, no doubt opposed by its top foreign agent, grand intimidator, Willie Brown, but allowed by its puppets, pedophile President Joe Biden. Please help our U.S. avoid bankruptcy and possible recovery as re-educated Communist China slaves like Uyghurs in the Xinjiang province. Stop Russia's warfare against Ukraine to genocide Ukrainians. How arrest presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMayo for treason. If our presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMayo provided due process of law for our 25-page petition for redress of grievances, Exhibit 4, which his dishonor is sworn under oath of office, Authority 1, to do without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, 5 times documented traitor Joe Biden. A, would not have been inaugurated as president. B, the Donald would have stayed in office saving our democracy. C, our south border would not be open for drug smugglers, human traffickers, and cheap illegal laborers rounded up by Communist China. D, Migrant children would not be
Thank you.
detained
That does
by
conclude the time for comment. The next two commenters are phone attendees, and then Sam, followed by another phone attendee.
Rick Hannon and the 9/11 Truth Campaign. D, migrant children would not be detained by U.S. government-sponsored child traffickers from our southern border to closed military bases all over the USA in the middle of the night, imported for pedophiles in the U.S. government. And E, Russians would not be attacking Ukraine to genocide Ukrainians. Fellow Americans, do not read this if you want to remain a socialist. Sheriff Mark Essex. 1. On January 12, 2022, your Honorable Duty Sergeant Brandon Van Camp served with the $337 million abused and endangered by District of Columbia's 29 trillion billion bankrupting debt that we the people pay interest of over $582.3 billion by aiding every year by aiding our 9/11 Truth Campaign's effort to hold elected public servant Supervisor James Gore accountable for publicly dismissing John Zoom's public comment on January 10th that all of the mischief and treason that has arrived in our country by an open border for what? 3 million people who don't belong here as racist. His public dismissal of my life, John's life and democracy saving public comment gave aid and comfort to smugglers of cheap labor, fentanyl, and other killer drugs, and human traffickers of thousands of migrant children transported from our open southern border in chartered planes in the middle of the night to closed military bases all over the USA to harvest adrenochrome.
And that does conclude
2.
time for comment. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
John with 9/11 Truth Campaign. 2. My witness recorded public comment had absolutely nothing to do with racism and everything to do with Communist China secrets, warfare against our Washington, D.C. bankrupt USA. With the aid of 2 bought-off American lawyers, Wiz Willie Brown, the Grand Intimidator, who was a 30-year for hire California State Assemblyman with 15 years of boss Democratic of California Phantom California Governor, who is now our Phantom U.S. President, and 37 years for hire U.S. Senator, then VP Joe Biden, who is a pedophile and now our for hire pedo president, aided by Neki VP Kamala Harris, Wiz Willie's girlfriend, quoting Tucker Carlson. Bright and charming Kamala is pedo President Joe's babysitter in the White House for boss Dem Wiz Willie Tucker. Wiz Willie came within 41 minutes of becoming our VP for Communist China on 9/11. Tucker. Evasion. Authority 1. Thank you. 6. Investigation and pending arrest of
Okay, the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, sorry about that. This is Sam De La Paz. I'm here to continue my comment a little bit from the cannabis items earlier. And it's just honestly embarrassing that we have something that's on the agenda that gets cut from 3 minutes to 2 minutes to 1 minute for the last item. And that now is my only chance to comment when everybody's probably wearing headphones by this point. I don't even know. But I just want to say again that I think the industry is more aligned in the cannabis sector than it ever has been before. I think an advisory group or some sort of stakeholder input is imperative to the progress that community stakeholders can be a meaningful structure created to gain that input. I also just want to emphasize that we all care about community impacts. The cannabis industry are community members, and they absolutely care about both visual, that most of these folks have a passion and hatred for cannabis, and it's very, very difficult to get past this. But we really, really need to stay open and unbiased toward this new industry. These folks didn't say anything about cannabis when it was, hiding in the shadows in their neighborhood. They didn't even smell it or complain, and all of a sudden now they're complaining. So,
Thank you for the comment. And the next commenter is a phone attendee. If you can please unmute and state your name.
This is Mary Morrison, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Number 3, our top elected local public servant, James Gore's recorded abuse of his public power, dismissing John's public comment as racist, also dismisses our 6,641 abuse news issues that expose hidden truths that our government lies to cover up, including pedo President Joe Biden's first executive order the day after his inauguration, which unconstitutionally and treasonously opened our South U.S. national border as he determines to be necessary under martial law 107243 Authority 2 in our accompanying 10 authorities and 25 exhibits of pedo treason. Is not in pursuance of our U.S. Constitution that grants power over immigration to Congress, not the president. It is allowing cheap illegal laborers, drug smugglers, and human traffickers to transport thousands of migrant children from our south border to closed military bases all over the United States, apparently to harvest their adrenochrome for Pedo Joe and thousands of other pedophiles in our U.S. government. This is it will destroy our USA, and all is promoted by Boss Dem Willie Brown and pedo Joe Biden for Communist China. Number 4, for over 40 years, traitors Wiz Willie Brown and pedo Senator, then VP, now pedo President Joe Biden, whose son Hunter received $31 million from Communist China, Exhibit 5, for giving.
That does conclude time for comment. Chair Gore, there are no additional hands.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Appreciate that. So coming back to the board and to the end of our agenda today, I'd like the board to join me. We have some adjournments, and so take a deep breath. Thank you, colleagues, for a productive day. Today, we are going to adjourn with a moment of silence in honor of, from District 3, Norbert Rappel, District 2, Pat Hughes, and countywide, Dr. Fred Groverman. Thank you all very much. We are adjourned.